Chapter 1: Infinite Devil Fruit System. Japan, Tokyo, Bunkyo Ward. In an old apartment, a youthful-looking boy stood by the window. Looking out at the familiar yet strange night, he couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly and softly said, "How could this happen?" The boy's name was Li Chunfeng, an ordinary corporate worker from Blue Star. He had merely taken a nap on the subway after work, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself inexplicably in this world. He had possessed the body of a high school student who had just passed away. Soon after, Li Chunfeng withdrew his gaze and turned to sit against the wall. Accidentally, his hand brushed against a medicine bottle. He picked up the bottle and saw it clearly labeled as sleeping pills. Suicide by sleeping pills. After examining the bottle, Li Chunfeng casually tossed it aside. From the memories of the original body, Li Chunfeng learned that the original was named Yashing Feng, an orphan living a simple life off his parents' inheritance. In a competitive country like Japan, a high school student without parents and with a bit of inheritance was the perfect target for bullying, so Yashing Feng's life had not been easy. He was often bullied by classmates at school and extorted by local delinquents. After being extorted this time, he ended up humiliatingly taking sleeping pills to commit suicide. Thus, Li Chunfeng found himself reborn in this world. Truly a characteristic of the island nation. Reflecting on the original's experiences, Li Chunfeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Leaning against the wall, he began to sort through the original's memories. However, the results were somewhat surprising, because the original's memories were significantly different from what he knew. Although this world was also called Blue Star and had 4 oceans and 7 continents, America also relied on military might to bully others. But in some details, it was different from the Blue Star in his memory. For example, in the original's memories, there were no classics from the island nation like One Piece, Naruto, or Bleach. Hollywood had never produced superheroes like Iron Man or Spider-Man. In fact, not only these anime and superheroes, but many well-known IPs did not exist. Upon further analysis, Li Chunfeng realized that this was not the Blue Star he was familiar with, but a strange parallel world. A parallel world. Once he realized this, Li Chunfeng's mind suddenly lit up. Since this was a parallel world, could he not copy the classic IPs from his previous life, make a fortune, and reach the peak of his life? However, as soon as this thought emerged, a blue progress bar suddenly appeared before him, continuously loading. 5, 15, 35, 55, 75.100. When the progress bar finished loading, a blue system panel appeared in front of him. Infinite Devil Fruit System. Host: Yashing Feng Li Chunfeng. Age: 17. Fruit: none. Martial arts: none. Apostles: none. Soul energy: 100. Treasure chest: beginner. Fruit treasure chest unclaimed. Warehouse: is this my system? Looking at the system panel, Li Chunfeng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He hadn't expected that just as he wanted to copy the classic IPs from his previous life, the system would pop up, and it came from his favorite IP. Li Chunfeng was not surprised by the sudden appearance of the system. After all, systems were standard equipment for all transmigrators. While Li Chunfeng was examining the system panel, a blue information prompt suddenly appeared on the panel. Would you like to claim the beginner fruit treasure chest? Yes, no. Without any hesitation, Li Chunfeng immediately chose yes. As soon as he made his choice, a golden treasure chest instantly appeared. Then the chest opened, and amidst a burst of colorful golden light, a strangely shaped devil fruit slowly flew out of the chest, hovering in front of him. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the Flame fruit. Description: the full name of this fruit is the natural type Flame fruit. After absorption, it grants the power to control flames and immunity to physical attacks. Wow, it's the Flame fruit. Seeing that he had opened the Flame fruit, Li Chunfeng couldn't help but feel delighted. After all, natural-type devil fruits were synonymous with power. Moreover, the Flame fruit was the ability of one of the main characters, Ace. With a hint of excitement, he immediately grabbed the fruit and took a bite. Ugh! Immersed in joy, Li Chunfeng completely forgot about the taste of the devil fruit. Thus, as soon as he took a bite, his brows furrowed. Ugh! I was careless. Although it was extremely unpalatable, since he had already bitten it, he could only endure the nausea and swallow the devil fruit. Wow, this taste is really hard to describe. At this moment, Li Chenfeng felt that saying the devil fruit tasted like feces would be an understatement. The flavor was truly unforgettable. However, what made Li Chenfeng even more frustrated was that just after he swallowed the devil fruit, another information prompt from the system popped up. Ding! The host does not need to eat the fruit. The fruit's ability can be directly absorbed. Damn! Why didn't you say so earlier? Looking at the prompt, Li Chenfeng really wanted to throw the remaining devil fruit away. This broken system only prompted him after he had eaten it all. Then, Li Chenfeng took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and silently felt the fruit's ability to take tea that moment. He felt a peculiar warm current continuously surging through his limbs. It was as if every cell in his body was greedily absorbing energy. As the energy continued to accumulate, a burning aura gradually emerged, as if it was about to burst forth from his body at any moment. When the energy accumulation reached its peak, Li Chenfeng opened his eyes. Boom! Immediately, an orange-eared flame erupted from the palm of his hand. Wow! Whoa! Whoa! Looking at the blazing fire, Li Chenfeng was taken aback. He quickly blew on it to extinguish the flame in his palm. Phew! That was close. After extinguishing the flame, Li Chenfeng immediately relaxed and let out a sigh of relief. This apartment was his, and it was currently his most valuable asset. He didn't want to burn down his own home. After calming down, Li Chenfeng couldn't help but feel a bit excited. After all, he now possessed the ability to control flames. Moreover, there were many other powerful fruits like the flame fruit. If all these fruits belonged to him, then just thinking about gathering all the fruit abilities in one body made Li Chenfeng's heart surge with excitement. Then he suddenly remembered that according to the anime's setting, one person could only eat one devil fruit. So he hurriedly asked, System, can I absorb multiple fruit abilities? Ding! The host physique is special, allowing the absorption of all fruit abilities without any weaknesses. Well, that removes the hidden danger. Looking at the prompt information, Li Chenfeng nodded in satisfaction. Next, Li Chenfeng looked at the system panel again and softly asked, What is an apostle? How do I obtain soul energy? How can I get new fruits, Ding? Apostle. The host can share their fruit abilities with any apostle and can also reclaim the apostle's abilities at any time. The host can also gain skills and experience developed by the apostle. Additionally, apostles are restrained by sea prism stones but are not afraid of seawater. Note, because the seawater in this world does not contain sea prism stone components, it does not restrain the apostles. Soul energy, the energy of the human soul, which can be used to exchange for fruit treasure chests, and can also enhance fruit abilities. Note, when human mental fluctuations are significant, soul energy can overflow. Treasure chest. By consuming soul energy, the host can exchange for a fruit treasure chest. Inside the fruit treasure chest, various devil fruits and other items can be randomly opened. Note, 500 soul energy can be exchanged for one fruit treasure chest. Not enough soul energy. Li Chenfeng originally wanted to exchange for another fruit treasure chest. However, since he didn't have enough soul energy, he could only shake his head in disappointment. Chapter 2. Ending the Obsession. Li Chenfeng then clicked on the fruit section to check his ability information. Ding! Fruit. Flame fruit. Skill 1. Sun Flame LV1. Skill 2. Fire Gun unlocked. Skill 3. Flame Ascend unlocked. Skill 4. Divine Fire Shiranui unlocked. Skill 5. Firefly Fire Dharma unlocked. Skill 6. Mirror Fire Flame unlocked. Skill 7. Fire Fist unlocked. Skill 8. Cross Fire unlocked. Skill 9. Flame Ring Fire Pillar unlocked. Skill 10. Great Flame Ring Flame Emperor unlocked. Why is there only one usable skill? Looking at the skill list, Li Chenfeng frowned slightly. He immediately clicked on Skill 2. Ding! Skill, Fire Gun. Unlock requires 100 soul energy. Would you like to unlock? Yes, no. Damn, system, are you plotting against me? Do you know I only have 100 soul energy? Seeing the soul energy required to unlock the Fire Gun, Li Chenfeng felt that the system was definitely trying to trick him. However, facing the powerful skill, even though he felt tricked, Li Chenfeng still decided to take the plunge. Damn it, fine, unlocked, Ding. Fire Gun unlocked successfully. After unlocking the new skill, Li Chenfeng originally intended to experiment a bit, but thinking that this was his house, he decided against it. Li Chenfeng then looked in the mirror and softly said, From now on, I am you. I will take revenge for your humiliation. Li Chunfeng. No. Ye Shenfeng had just finished speaking when an inexplicable tremor arose in his heart. He knew this was the obsession of his original self. Those little thugs. So he silently murmured, and Ye Shenfeng left the apartment, ate tea that moment. In an abandoned mall, a dozen little thugs were drinking and continuously flattering the little boss in the middle. Brother Zhu, you're just too awesome. Just a little move, and those two guys were crying for their mothers. Yeah, with Brother Zhu around, who would dare to oppose us? Come, toast to Brother Zhu. Cheers. Listening to his subordinate's flattery, Zhu Xiong felt quite proud. Haha. That's right. Who dares to oppose me? As long as you follow me, you can all join the New Moon Group. Great. Thank you, Brother Zhu. Brother, cheers. Hearing that Zhu Xiong could bring them into the New Moon Group, everyone flattered him again, and under the flattery of the crowd, Zhu Xiong became more and more arrogant. In fact, Zhu Xiong was completely bragging he had no connection to the New Moon Group. It was just that his older brother was a small official in the New Moon Group, so he relied on his brother's name. He became the boss of the little thugs in this area. But the New Moon Group was a large violent gang and didn't just take anyone. While Zhu Xiong and his subordinates were drinking and bragging, Ye Shenfeng arrived outside the mall. Looking at the abandoned mall in the distance, a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. This mall was a half-finished building that had been abandoned since the developer went bankrupt. Gradually, it became a base for nearby little thugs, and the original self had often been captured and bullied here. So upon seeing the mall, Ye Shenfeng felt a surge of anger. Taking a deep breath, Ye Shenfeng murmured, "All obsessions and bonds will end tonight." After saying that, he put on a clown mask. This clown mask was bought from a nearby homeless person, meant to leave no trace of himself. Inside the mall, after drinking a few cans of beer, a little thug suddenly said, "Brother Zhu, that high school student from last time seemed pretty rich and has no parents. Why don't we pull off a big score?" A big score? Putting down the beer can, Zhu Xiong immediately looked at the little thug who spoke. Seeing Zhu Xiong looking at him, the little thug revealed his idea. Brother Zhu, one of my relatives is in real estate, and that kid has an apartment. If we could set a trap to get him to sell the apartment, wouldn't that be a big profit? Oh. As soon as he said this, it immediately piqued Zhu Xiong's interest. So he stroked his chin and silently calculated in his mind. Ye Shenfeng was just an orphan even if he was bullied. No one would help him as long as they set a trap to make him incur huge debts, they could force him to sell the apartment openly. In this way, he wouldn't have to worry about money for the red light district anymore. Thinking of this, Zhu Xiong looked at the little thug with a satisfied expression. All right, you kid have quite the idea. Thanks for the compliment, brother. Patting the little thug on the shoulder, Zhu Xiong began to think. Although the idea was good, Zhu Xiong also had some self-awareness, knowing that they little thugs couldn't pull off such a scheme. So he would need to ask his older brother for help. However, before Zhu Xiong could figure out how to talk to his brother, Ye Shenfeng walked in and coldly said, "That is indeed a good idea." Who? Hearing the voice, Zhu Xiong immediately looked towards the door. When he saw Ye Shenfeng, he immediately shouted arrogantly, "Kid, who are you? Don't you know where this place is?" Zhu Xiong was quite arrogant, because since the mall became the base for little thugs, hardly anyone dared to come here. What place? Isn't it just a garbage dump? Ye Shenfeng casually replied. As soon as Ye Shenfeng finished speaking, a little thug leaned over to explain, "Brother Zhu, that kid is calling you garbage." Slap. You think I don't know? I want you to translate for me. Zhu Xiong immediately slapped the little thug. The little thug, feeling wronged and covering his face, was caught off guard. Seeing this, the other little thugs immediately picked up sticks and bottles, shouting, "Kid, you dare to insult Brother Zhu? Kneel down and apologize. Take out all your money. Hand it over. Then kneel down and apologize." The thugs looked smug, as if they ruled everything. Because they had done this countless times before in the past. No matter whom they encountered, they relied on their numbers to force others to submit, so they were completely unafraid. Moreover, Ye Shenfeng was alone, making them even more arrogant. Some even cruelly licked their lips, thinking that after just finishing their drinks, a punching bag had come to their door, and they would practice their punches well and conveniently scrape together some pocket money. "Kid, you've heard it all. Now take out all your money, and if you kneel down and apologize, I'll let you go." Zhu Xiong said with a proud smile. completely unconcerned about Yeshin Feng's gaze. Chapter 3. The Flame Demon looking at the arrogant Yuji Pigmouth and his gang. Feng Yeshin's expression remained calm. You are indeed a bunch of trash, with no value to exist. Damn, this kid still dares to speak so shamelessly. Beat him. Break his legs. Upon hearing Feng Yeshin's words, the gang members immediately started shouting. Yuji Pigmouth's face also turned cold upon hearing this, and he signaled one of his subordinates. You go. Give him a good lesson. Don't worry, Brother Pigmouth. The small thug picked up a baseball bat and sneered. Humph, kid, today I'll make you remember this so you know the consequences of offending Brother Pigmouth. As the small thug walked over with a sneer, he suddenly swung the baseball bat. Whoosh! Bang! However, the scene the thug expected, where Feng Yeshin would cry out in pain and fall to the ground, did not happen, because his baseball bat was firmly grasped by a hand, as if it were caught in an iron clamp, unable to move. Huh, let go. The thug was surprised. He didn't expect anyone to be able to hold on to his baseball bat, so he immediately pulled hard. But the bat didn't budge at all. It's important to know that the devil fruit grants an incredible enhancement to the user's physique. So even though Feng Yeshin's appearance was still the same, his strength and physique had changed dramatically. Kid, let go of it. The thug, pulling on the bat, couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. How can this guy be so strong? Seeing this scene, the other thugs thought the small thug was just playing around, and they began to mock him. Kenichi, what's wrong with you? Did a girl from the red light district drain you dry? Ha! If you can't do it, let me. Shut up. Kenichi, feeling a bit embarrassed, yelled back. Kid, you're asking for death. He let go of the baseball bat and raised his fist to punch. Because of the influence of his original obsession, Feng Yeshin was only thinking about revenge at this moment, so there wasn't a trace of mercy in his eyes. He coldly said, trash should be burned with fire. As soon as he finished speaking, a raging fire ignited around Feng Yeshin. Ah! Fire! Fire! In almost an instant, Kenichi was engulfed by the roaring flames. Under the intense heat, he turned into a pile of charred remains in just a moment. This scene happened so quickly that the others didn't even have time to react. Not far away, Yuji Pigmouth held a beer can, but the liquid was dripping down the corner of his mouth. The others were the same. Everyone seemed to have pressed the pause button, staring blankly at Feng Yeshin. Clang! It wasn't until a steel pipe dropped from one thug's hand that everyone came back to their senses. What was that? He killed Kenichi. The gang members were shocked. Although they often bullied others, they had never killed anyone, let alone witnessed a companion die right in front of them in such a bizarre way. Who are you? What have you done? This scene also scared Yuji Pigmouth greatly, and he immediately shouted. Feng Yeshin replied softly, It's nothing, just burning useless trash. What? Stop pretending. Take him down. Despite being astonished, Yuji Pigmouth's long-standing values made him think this was just Feng Yeshin putting on an act, a little trick. So he immediately shouted, ordering his subordinates to attack. Go! Kill him! Avenge Kenichi! Take him down! Upon hearing this, the gang members rushed forward with steel pipes and bamboo swords. Do you think you have the ability to kill me? With a cold laugh, Feng Yeshin transformed his fist into fire and met them head-on. Boom! Boom! Ah! In terms of fighting skills, Feng Yeshin was actually very inexperienced. However, with the enhancement of the flame fruit, his immense strength was enough to make up for his lack of technique. Moreover, every strike he delivered was accompanied by flames, causing anyone hit by him to turn into charred remains amidst their screams. So in just a moment, Feng Yeshin shattered the morale of all the gang members. Ghost! Ghost! Yes, a demon! Run! Help! The gang members completely collapsed, thinking they had encountered a hellish demon. How could this happen? Not only the thugs, but even Yuji Pigmouth was stunned. He never expected that someone could control fire. Can you run away? Watching the panicked crowd flee, Feng Yeshin snorted coldly. He then gathered a large ball of fire and slammed it onto the ground. All obsessions and ties shall end here. With a loud shout from Feng Yeshin, countless flames rapidly spread outwards, instantly enveloping everyone. Ah! No, please spare me. Immediately, all the gang members turned to ashes amidst their screams. The surging flames even broke through the windows, igniting the entire shopping mall like a torch in the night, instantly causing chaos. Look, it's on fire. What a big fire. Call the police. Due to historical and real-life reasons, the island nation is very sensitive to fires. So as soon as they saw the flames in the shopping mall, the nearby residents gasped in shock and quickly called the police, fearing the fire would spread. Some braver individuals even ran over to live stream with their phones. Dear viewers, live coverage of the fire scene. If you find it shocking, send gifts. Come on, 666. Support the streamer. Inside the mall, amidst the raging fire, Feng Yeshan walked towards Yuji Pigmouth. The surrounding flames seemed to have a life of their own, automatically parting to make way for him, as if he were the Prince of Flames. You, who are you? At this moment, Yuji Pigmouth was completely terrified, his pants already soaked. The fearful appearance he had now was a far cry from his earlier arrogance. What is wrong? Have you bullied too many people and forgotten? Standing in front of Yuji Pigmouth, Feng Yeshan tilted his head. Please spare me, Great One. I'm willing to serve you. Please forgive my disrespect. Yuji Pigmouth completely failed to recognize Feng Yeshan's voice, thinking his previous disrespect had angered the demon, and immediately knelt down to plead for mercy. Look at who I am, Feng Yeshan said lightly, then took off his mask. It's you. Seeing Feng Yeshan's face, Yuji Pigmouth's expression changed to one of shock. At this moment, he felt his head buzzing, and he couldn't help but scream, "Impossible! How could it be you?" In fact, it wasn't surprising that Yuji Pigmouth couldn't believe it. After all, a weakling he used to bully had suddenly transformed into a powerful demon who controlled fire. Who wouldn't find it hard to accept? Chapter 4, Aoki Ryuichi, Why is it impossible for me? Yagami Kid said calmly. Just now, Yagami Kid had deliberately held back. Otherwise, under the raging fire, Chikubo Yuji would have turned to ashes like the other thugs. I. Chikubo Yuji was so scared that he couldn't speak a complete sentence. In the end, he could only keep bowing and begging for mercy, saying, "Please let me go. I will return all the money I robbed from you. Please, I once begged you to spare me, but did you let me go?" Upon hearing Yagami Kid's words, Chikubo Yuji's face immediately turned pale. He knew how he had bullied others and understood that Yagami Kid would not easily let him go. So in despair, he couldn't help but show a trace of fierceness. "Since you want to let me go, then you can die." As a thug, Chikubo Yuji also had a fierce side. He let out a furious roar with a twisted face and then suddenly jumped up, pulling out a dagger from his pocket and stabbing it towards Yagami Kid. Stab! The attack came suddenly, and the dagger instantly pierced Yagami Kid's abdomen. Seeing Yagami Kid was hit, Chikubo Yuji immediately laughed with glee. "Ha ha! This is what you get for not letting me go. Anyone who offends me must die. But if you are willing to hand over the power of the ghost god, I might show mercy and spare your life." In his arrogance, Chikubo Yuji even coveted the power of the burning fruit. However, Yagami Kid looked at him with a gaze as if he were an idiot, sighing, "Oh, ignorant fool." If you had watched an episode of One Piece, you would know that a Logia-type devil fruit user is immune to most physical attacks, except for hockey. What? Since there is no One Piece in this world, Chikubo Yuji didn't know what the devil fruit Yagami Kid mentioned was, nor did he understand what hockey was or who the Pirate King was. Then, under Chikubo Yuji's astonished gaze, Yagami Kid grabbed his neck and pulled out the dagger from his body. It must be said that the elementalization of Logia-type devil fruits is indeed a divine technique. Let go of me." With his neck in a chokehold, Chikubo Yuji's face immediately turned red. "It's completely over." Boom! Yagami Kid murmured and then turned Chikubo Yuji into ashes. The last three words were directed at Chikubo Yuji, as well as at the remaining obsession of the original body. After Chikubo Yuji turned to ashes, Yagami Kid couldn't help but feel a wave of relief in his heart, as if he had unloaded a burden. Woo-woo, woo-woo. At that moment, outside the mall, a fire truck siren suddenly sounded. Hearing the noise, Yagami Kid immediately put on his mask and left the mall. He didn't want to be caught by the officials here. At this time, outside the mall, Yamada Mitsuo was energetically live-streaming with his phone pointed at the mall. "Dear viewers, did you see that? This is a live broadcast from the fire scene. This abandoned mall originally belonged to a businessman, but after he went bankrupt and committed suicide, it has been abandoned ever since. So this might be the ghost of the businessman causing trouble. The streamer is in close contact with the ghost, So everyone, please support the streamer. Yamada Mitsuo fabricated stories while encouraging netizens. However, the viewers were not buying it. TCH, can't see any ghosts, no gifts. That's right. The streamer is scamming again. I bet the fire was started by the streamer himself. Yeah, hurry up and report him. What's so good about this male streamer? Let's watch the beautiful female streamer dance next door. Yamada Mitsuo was a low-tier streamer from the countryside of Kumamoto. After graduating from university, he came to Tokyo with dreams. But like most young people who come to Tokyo, the harsh reality quickly knocked him down, struggling painfully. After hitting a wall repeatedly and seeing a fellow townsman make money from live streaming, he picked up his phone and threw himself into the streaming army without hesitation. However, the streaming industry was already saturated and extremely competitive. Streamers like Yamada Mitsuo, who had no traffic or resources, couldn't make any waves in this circle. So he fabricated various eye-catching stories to ride the trends. Yet even so, his live stream still lacked popularity, often receiving very few gifts throughout the day. Dear viewers, the streamer swears, this is truly the ghost's revenge. Once the fire is extinguished, the streamer will take you to find the ghost. TCH, I'm out. Although Yamada Mitsuo tried hard to deceive, he couldn't stop the loss of viewers. Damn it. Soon after, the police arrived, and Yamada Mitsuo had no choice but to leave the scene. By then, his already pitiful audience had completely vanished. Since the abandoned mall was a half-finished building, there were not many combustible materials. Therefore, the fire brigade quickly extinguished the fire completely. However, because a fire in Japan is a very serious incident, as soon as the fire was put out, officers from the Bunkyo police station entered the scene to conduct a thorough investigation into the cause of the fire. Inside the mall, Aoki Ryuichi was leading his subordinates to check around. But the more he checked, the more he felt it was strange. How could it burn like this? Picking up a half-melted baseball bat, Aoki Ryuichi couldn't help but frown. It is known that baseball bats are made of aluminum alloy, which has remarkable hardness. But now it was melted to the point that its original shape was almost unrecognizable. This situation was indeed too abnormal. Then Aoki Ryuichi looked around and found that there were hardly any decent remains left. The only remaining combustible debris was also burnt to pieces, easily scattering on contact. Based on experience, Aoki Ryuichi knew that it was impossible for these things to burn down an aluminum alloy baseball bat like this. Moreover, this mall was a half-finished building and had no gas supply. So what could have produced such powerful fire? After all, even elementary school students know that combustion requires 3 elements: oxygen, combustible material, and a temperature that reaches the ignition point. However, looking around, there weren't enough combustible materials here. Clatter. Throwing away the remains of the baseball bat, Aoki Ryuichi silently thought, hoping no victims were found. Although in Japan, fires are very serious incidents. As long as there are no casualties, things can be minimized. However, Aoki Ryuichi's hopes were quickly dashed. Chief. Suddenly, Aoki Ryuichi's capable subordinate, Yamada Ryohei, walked over. What is it? Upon seeing Yamada Ryohei's face, Aoki Ryuichi instinctively felt that he was not bringing good news. Sure enough, Yamada Ryohei came over to report. Chief, we found many scattered charred remains over there. Damn it. Aoki Ryuichi's face immediately turned sour upon hearing this. There were indeed casualties. However, Yamada Ryohei's next words made his face turn even more grim. And, judging by the number and distribution of the remains, the number of victims may exceed 10. Bastard. Chapter 5 Island Nation Characteristics. Upon hearing that the number of victims exceeded 10, Aoki Ryuichi immediately cursed under his breath. Such a severe fire accident with heavy casualties would surely have a very bad impact. So even if it was summer, it'd be enough for him to drink a pot of tea. If the media stirred the pot, he might even have to bow and apologize. Let's go take a look. Aoki Ryuichi then arrived at the site where the charred remains were found. He discovered that, just like the aluminum baseball bat, the degree of the body-S incineration was also quite severe, which was indeed very strange. After examining the charred remains, Yamada Ryosuke, with a puzzled expression, asked Section Chief, how could these bodies be burned to such an extent? As a seasoned police officer, Yamada Ryosuke had handled many cases, including arson and the malicious burning of bodies. However, he had never seen a body burned to this extent. In some films and dramas, the protagonists often just chop some wood to burn their loved ones' bodies and then take the ashes away. However, in reality, this situation could not possibly occur. The strength of a human body is far beyond what ordinary people imagine. To reduce a body to ashes, one must use a professional cremation furnace. Even then, large bones may remain unburned and must be crushed by staff before being placed in an urn. Therefore, it is impossible for a typical fire accident to burn a body to this state. Aoki Ryuichi replied, "You ask me? How would I know?" Hith. Seeing his superior's expression, Yamada Ryosuke awkwardly smiled. "Section Chief, we have already conducted a preliminary investigation into the background of this abandoned mall." At this moment, a police officer came over to report. "Oh, let me see." Taking the officer's report, Aoki Ryuichi immediately glanced through it. When he saw that this abandoned mall was a base for local delinquents, his expression immediately brightened. After all, the dead were just delinquents, not ordinary citizens. Moreover, since the dead were delinquents, this incident could be brushed off as a drunken fire or a fight that caused a fire. After all, they were just a bunch of societal trash. So Aoki Ryuichi instructed, "Yamada, I will go back to write the fire report. You stay here to continue investigating the cause of the fire." "Yes, Section Chief." After giving orders to his subordinates, Aoki Ryuichi left the scene. Knowing that the dead were just a bunch of societal trash, he lost interest in the fire and was too lazy to bother with the strange phenomena. After all, delinquents were not upper-class citizens. There was no need to worry too much about them. However, it was still a fire accident, and the necessary procedures must be followed. Therefore, the next day, the Bunkyo Police Department issued a news alert, urging citizens to use fire cautiously to prevent fire accidents. On the other side, after dealing with Chiguchi Yuji, Yagami Kid returned to the apartment. Having dispelled the original body's obsession, he felt much lighter. He opened the system panel. As soon as he returned to the apartment, he immediately recited in his heart, "Infinite Devil Fruit System Host, Yagami Kid, Li Chanfeng, age, 17 fruit, Flame fruit physical skills, none apostles, none soul energy, 153 treasure chest. Warehouse, soul energy 1, soul energy 1, soul energy 1. So much." Looking at the soul energy on the system panel and the continuously increasing value, Yagami Kid was somewhat surprised. It should be noted that he had already used up the initial 100 soul energy to unlock skills. He didn't expect to earn so much in less than an hour. Although this soul energy was still not enough to exchange for a fruit treasure chest, it was still a significant gain, at least a good start. According to the system, soul energy is the spiritual energy that human beings emit during intense emotional fluctuations. It seemed that he had truly frightened those delinquents. However, looking at the continuously increasing values, Yagami Kid found it strange. The delinquents were already dead, so why was the soul energy still increasing? With a hint of doubt, Yagami Kid analyzed in his heart. He had not held back at all and had even burned down the entire abandoned mall, which would certainly alarm nearby residents. Hence, the official fire department arrived so quickly. Combining this with the increasing values before him, could it be that everyone who saw the flames was contributing soul energy to him? Although it was just a guess. The more Yagami Kid thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. If that were the case, he would indeed have something to do. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Yagami Kid prepared to rest. After experiencing so much today, which had reshaped his worldview, he was already mentally exhausted and quickly fell asleep. The next day, upon opening his eyes, Yagami Kid checked his soul energy value. Soul energy, 254. It seemed that the potential had been exhausted. Yagami Kid was not surprised that the soul energy had stopped increasing. After all, the most important thing yesterday was that he resolved the original body's obsession. Soon after, at Cannon High School. Cannon High School was a public high school that the original body attended. It was not a prestigious school, but it was also not a terrible one. As soon as he arrived at the school gate, he saw a thin classmate wearing glasses approaching him. After a slight mental shift, Yagami Kid remembered this classmate's name, Kajigusa Shigeo. although the name closely resembled that of a certain extraordinarily powerful high school student. Kajigusa Shigeo was very ordinary, even worse off than an average high school student. Due to his small stature and timid personality, he was bullied like the original body, both being targets of the class's delinquents. Yagami-kun. Seeing Kajigusa Shigeo, Yagami-kid stopped in his tracks. "What is up, Kajigusa?" Upon approaching, Kajigusa Shigeo said, "Thank you for what you did last time, Yagami-kun." Since both Kajigusa Shigeo and the original body were bullied, they got along relatively well. Last time, when Kajigusa Shigeo's lunch money was taken by the class delinquents, it was the original body who helped him buy a bento. Yagami-kid replied, "No problem, it was nothing." "Then let me treat you to lunch today?" Kajigusa Shigeo smiled. Zula. Yagami-kid nodded, not refusing. The two then went to the classroom. As usual, their desks were a mess, covered with footprints and other dirty marks. Yagami-kid frowned at the sight. However, Kajigusa Shigeo was not surprised at all and skillfully pulled out a cloth to clean their desks. Clearly, he had become accustomed to this scene. "Yagami-kun, it's all cleaned up. You can sit now." After wiping the desk, Kajigusa Shigeo said with a smile, "Thank you. You're welcome." Yagami-kid expressed his gratitude, but just then, a boy from the front row, who was a bit of a troublemaker, turned around and smiled. "Kajigusa, why do you only help Yagami-kun? How about helping me too?" "Me too. My desk is dirty as well." Following that, several others joined in the teasing. "Okay, coming right away." Kajigusa Shigeo did not refuse and immediately began to diligently clean everyone's desks. Chapter 6. The bully's thick skin looking at the diligent Shigesuke Kageyama. Yagami-kid couldn't help but feel speechless. This was truly a characteristic of the island nation. Before his reincarnation, he already knew that bullying was a major feature of high schools in the island nation. Moreover, the victims of bullying were not limited to orphans like the original body or weak personalities like Shigesuke Kageyama. Many wealthy and powerful aristocratic children also faced bullying from their classmates. There were even reports of royal princesses being bullied by their classmates. Even after reincarnating as a Japanese person, Yagami-kid still couldn't understand the mentality of these bullies. Was it really that enjoyable to bully classmates? Yagami-kid felt pity for others, but soon bullying descended upon him. Bang! 3 arrogant-looking guys approached, kicking Yagami-kid's desk and saying maliciously, "Yagami, have you had breakfast yet?" Kameo Zayo, Takeda Taro, and Watanabe Asami, a notorious trio of delinquents in their second year at Kusanagi High, were also habitual bullies of the original body. "I've eaten, but I haven't." Kameo Zayo patted Yagami-kid's shoulder, speaking in a very arrogant tone. Without thinking much, Yagami-kid immediately took out several bills. After snatching the bills, Kameo Zayo grinned and said, "Yagami, you're really smart, but what about my 2 companions?" As soon as Kameo Zayo finished speaking, Takeda Taro and Watanabe Asami leaned in. "Hey, do you look down on me? Only inviting Kameo, big brother? How about we have a little chat in the bathroom?" Seeing their arrogant and annoying expressions, Yagami-kid really wanted to use a fireball to slap these 2 guys in the face. They were just too annoying. However, it wasn't the right time. So, suppressing his urge to use a fireball, Yagami-kid took out a few more bills. "Hee, clever of you." After receiving the bills, Takeda Taro looked quite satisfied. But Watanabe Asami was still thinking if they could squeeze out some more money. "Is that all? Are you trying to send me off like a beggar?" Watching the 3 delinquents bully someone, the classmates in the class just looked on with amusement, unwilling to help. After all, it was better to watch someone else get bullied than to be bullied themselves. Only Shigesuke Kageyama wanted to help, but his timid personality kept him from stepping forward. However, thinking about how Yagami-kid had once helped him, Shigesuke Kageyama mustered up his courage and said, "Yagami, that is not what you mean." But as soon as Shigesuke Kageyama spoke, Kameo Zayo shot him a glare. What did you say?" "What? Do you want to take his place?" "I." Under Kameo Zayo's glare, Shigesuke Kageyama instinctively took a step back. With a disdainful glance at Shigesuke Kageyama, Kameo Zayo said, "Kid, don't let me see you at lunchtime when we're eating bento." In island nation high schools, lunch usually consisted of bentos, but due to the bullying culture, even during lunch, there were several levels. The best spots were naturally taken by popular and academically successful students. Next were the delinquent students who could bully others. After there were the ordinary high school students, who made up the majority. People like the original body and Shigesuke Kageyama could only find a place to squeeze in. In some schools where bullying was severe, the lowest tier students could only eat in the bathroom, which led to the unique term toilet meal. Perhaps feeling challenged, Kameo Zeo wanted to establish his authority, so he put his arm around Yagami Kiid's neck and said, "Come on, Yagami, let us go chat in the bathroom." This is going to be interesting. What a stroke of bad luck. Everyone knew what Kameo Zeo meant by going to the bathroom. Therefore, many people showed expressions of anticipation. Yagami, only Shigesuke Kageyama felt a bit worried. He originally wanted to help Yagami Kiid, but ended up causing him trouble. So after hesitating for a moment, Shigesuke Kageyama hurriedly followed. Yagami Kiid was already on the verge of losing his patience, even if it meant fighting in the classroom. He wanted to give these three guys a fireball slap to the face. After all, he was a reincarnator with a golden finger. What kind of reincarnator would be bullied like this by the locals? If the locals were strong and had a solid background, that would be one thing. After all, sometimes you just had to endure. But these three high school delinquents definitely did not fall into that category. If he was bullied by these three delinquents, wouldn't it be a disgrace for a reincarnator? He might as well just buy a block of tofu and crash into it. Initially, Yagami Kiid thought he could pass today without drawing attention and then find an opportunity to settle scores with these three bastards. But he overestimated his own patience with these three. Just as Yagami Kiid was about to explode, Kameo Zeo suggested going to the bathroom. Upon hearing this, Yagami Kiid felt a surge of joy inside, because going to the bathroom was perfect. It was just the right place to deal with these three guys. All right, let's chat. So, suppressing his inner joy, Yagami Kiid maintained a calm expression and said, let us go. Kameo Zeo didn't catch the hint of joy in Yagami Kiid's tone. He just habitually believed that no one would dare to resist him. Then, the trio of delinquents escorted Yagami Kiid to the bathroom. When they saw the trio, the students who were there to use the bathroom quickly left, leaving enough space for them. Seeing that the crowd was so accommodating, Kameo Zeo was quite pleased with his intimidation. Yagami. Once the bathroom was empty, the trio of delinquents surrounded Yagami Kiid arrogantly. Phew. Finally, no one is around, and Yagami Kiid had already reached his limit. So as soon as the unrelated people left, he could no longer hold back. Taking a deep breath, he immediately swung his fist to start beating up the three bastards. Bang! Thud! Slap! Yagami Kiid first stomped on Takeda Taro's toes, then elbowed Watanabe Asami, and finally slapped Kameo Zeo so hard that he flew. Ouch! My foot! Cough cough! You! Caught off guard, Takeda Taro and Watanabe Asami were immediately knocked down, looking at Yagami Kiid in disbelief. But the most incredulous was Kameo Zeo, because Kameo Zeo could not believe that the usually submissive punching bag actually dared to hit him. And even one against three. You, how dare you? That slap from Yagami Kiid was merciless, releasing all his pent-up frustration. As a result, Kameo Zeo's face began to swell visibly, quickly turning into a pig's head to the point where he spoke with a bit of wheezing. Phew, refreshing. Then Yagami Kiid let out a satisfied sigh. Damn, your skin is really thick. My hand hurts from slapping you. But he had to admit that slap felt really satisfying. Sizing up Kameo Zeo, Yagami Kiid waved his slightly pained right hand. Chapter 7, Toilet Meal Ugh, Donkey Hair. Upon hearing Knight Godfang's words, Guiwei Zeo was instantly furious. Since he became a delinquent, he had never suffered such humiliation. So he raised his fist and swung it at Knight Godfang. Take him down, brother Guiwei. Show him your power. Seeing Guiwei Zeo make a move, Takeda Taro and Watanabe Asami immediately shouted. However, Knight Godfang was no longer the same as before. Thus, Guiwei Zeo's punch appeared to him as slow as a snail. Kneel! Knight Godfang dodged Guiwei Zeo's punch and landed a blow to his stomach. Bang! Ugh! Immediately, Guiwei Zeo bent over like a large shrimp and knelt down. I can't be bothered with you guys. Don't let me see you again. Knight Godfang's heart was not so narrow-minded. He just wanted to teach these three delinquents a lesson, so they wouldn't provoke him in the future. But Guiwei Zhao was already blinded by rage, and he turned to shout, "You two are dead. Get over here," with Guiwei Zhao's roar. Takeda Taro and Watanabe Asami finally reacted. "Right, let's go. Take him down." Watching the three clueless individuals, Night God Feng sighed softly. "What a bunch of stubborn fools. I have no choice but to fight." With that, Night God Feng's expression turned cold as he began to move his fists and feet. Bang, bang, smack, ouch. Moments later, everything returned to calm. Night God Feng rubbed his slightly sore fists, while Guiwei Zhao and the other two were left with bruised faces, curled up in a toilet stall, looking at Night God Feng with fear. Their miserable appearance was like that of a bully bullying the weak. "How is it? Are you convinced?" Night God Feng said, glancing at the three. At this moment, Guiwei Zhao's eyes were filled with fear, but he was very confused inside. He simply couldn't understand how a weakling could become so strong. Although he had just been beaten up by Night God Feng, Guiwei Zhao was still very unconvinced. "I am Guiwei Zhao, the famous whirlwind dragon turtle of Namahai. If you have the ability, kill me. Otherwise, I'll definitely take revenge for today's humiliation." "Right, Brother Guiwei is right. We will never submit. Victory belongs to the whirlwind dragon turtle." "Exactly." Guiwei Zhao stubbornly threw down a harsh remark, and Takeda Taro and Watanabe Asami also looked like they were loyal and would never submit. Damn! The three's brave and unyielding appearance made the corners of Night God Feng's eyes twitch. What the hell is this? Clearly, I am the one being bullied. Yet it seems like I've become the abuser. These three bastards turned into brave fighters who fear no power and swear to never submit. Have they switched identities? Moreover, what kind of nickname is Whirlwind Dragon Turtle? Wes so proud about it. Seeing this, Night God Feng felt that he hadn't taught them a proper lesson just now. It seemed he had gone easy on them. After saying that, Night God Feng started to teach them again, wanting to correct their mindset. Bang, bang, ouch. "Stop hitting us, we give up." After another round of punches and kicks, the three delinquents finally recognized the situation and decisively admitted defeat. "Sorry, Night God Brother. We were wrong." The three delinquents immediately knelt down in unison, their attitude of surrender extremely sincere and their posture incredibly standard. That's more like it." Seeing things return to normal, Night God Feng nodded in satisfaction. "Since you've admitted defeat, you understand the rules, right?" Glancing at the three, Night God Feng gently said. Upon hearing Night God Feng's words, Guiwei Zhao couldn't help but feel a bit familiar. After thinking for a moment, he remembered that this was exactly what he said when he collected protection fees after bullying someone. He never thought that one day he would be on the receiving end of this phrase. Understood. So suppressing his anger, Guiwei Zhao pulled out the cash from his pocket. Not enough. After taking the cash, Night God Feng shook his head. He had given the money earlier, but it was not just this amount. He didn't want other people's money, but had to get back all his money with interest. Upon hearing this, Guiwei Zhao immediately kicked the other two beside him. "You two idiots, hurry up and take out the money." Oh, here. Takeda Taro and Watanabe Asami reacted as well and took out the cash from their pockets. However, when Night God Feng took a look, he still shook his head. Not enough. Hearing this, the three had no choice but to take out their own money. But Night God Feng said, "The money you've robbed from me over the years, isn't just this. Hand it all over, every last cent." "Huh?" Guiwei Zhao cried out, feeling wronged to the point of almost crying. "Where am I supposed to get so much money?" "Night God Brother, I really don't have that much money. I even gave you my lunch money." Similarly, Takeda Taro and Watanabe Asami also looked distressed. "Yes, Night God Brother, we really don't have that much money. If you don't believe us, search us. We're not lying. We really gave you everything." The three were indeed not lying, as none of them came from wealthy families. The money they had collected from being delinquents at school had basically been squandered, leaving them with nothing saved up. Seeing that the three really had no money, Night God Feng decided not to push the issue. After all, they were just three delinquents. His heart wasn't that narrow-minded. "Forget it. I'll let you off this time. Just don't let me see you during lunch." With that, Night God Feng threw down a harsh remark and left. Hiss ouch. As soon as Night God Feng left, Guiwei Zhao stood up, grinning and rubbing his face. What should we do, Brother Guiwei? How did this guy become so strong? Takeda Taro and Watanabe Asami also asked with pained expressions. At this moment, they were both in pain from their faces and from the loss of money, as all the cash they had was taken by Night God Phone. Oomph. This matter is not over. We'll go find Brother Murayama. Right, let Brother Murayama take care of him. We must make him pay the price. The three had dark expressions, all looking extremely resentful. As delinquents, Guiwei Zhao didn't care about the money. What he cared about was his face. If he lost face, what kind of delinquent would he be? So he had to get his face back. However, that was a matter for the future. The most important thing now was what to do. Watanabe Asami, rubbing his cheek, cautiously reminded, Brother Guiwei, that guy said he doesn't want to see us at noon. What should we do? Are we really going to eat in the toilet? As soon as he said this, Guiwei Zhao and Takeda Taro immediately looked at him. Watanabe Asami was so scared that he thought he had said something wrong and instinctively shrank his neck. Hearing this, Takeda Taro cautiously glanced at Guiwei Zhao. Why don't we just not provoke him for now and wait until Brother Murayama gets back to settle the score? Let us take a step back this time. Takeda Taro wasn't stupid. He wanted to find someone to back him up. But while waiting for someone to come, it's better to be smart. Otherwise, they would just get another beating. Upon hearing this, Guiwei Zhao's eyes twitched. He never expected that he would one day have to eat in the toilet. So Guiwei Zhao rubbed his face and said, Humph, I'm not eating in the toilet. We're leaving. In order to avoid eating in the toilet, Guiwei Zhao actually skipped school. Chapter 8. Huqian Yuan Liuli after leaving the restroom. Yi Shanfeng immediately spotted the anxious Shadang Zhuofu. Shadang, what are you doing here? Seeing Yi Shanfeng being taken away by the trio, Shadang Zhuofu felt a bit worried. However, he was timid and did not dare to go in to help, so he could only wait outside. When he saw Yi Shanfeng come out, he quickly approached and asked, Yi Shan, are you okay? Of course I'm fine, Yi Shanfeng replied, shaking his head, realizing that Yi Shanfeng was indeed unharmed. Shadang Zhuofu was a bit perplexed. What happened? They didn't bully you, did they? Although Shadang Zhuofu was somewhat cowardly, he managed to come over, which made Yi Shanfeng feel quite touched. So, he patted his shoulder and said, How could they bully me? Shadang, you misunderstood. Classmate Guiwei and the others are good people. They just brought me to the restroom to apologize and return my money, fearing that Shadang Zhuofu wouldn't believe him. Yi Shanfeng even shook the money he was about to get back. What? They're good people. Upon hearing Yi Shanfeng say that Guiwei was a good person, Shadang Zhuofu's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the first time he had heard someone say that Guiwei was a good person. He looked worriedly at Yi Shanfeng, wondering if he had a fever. Although he didn't say it outright, from Shadang Zhuofu's astonished expression, Yi Shanfeng could tell that he was doubting his mental state, which made Yi Shanfeng feel somewhat offended. Even though that statement was a bit exaggerated, it didn't warrant such a look. All right, Shadang, since nothing happened, let's not dwell on the details. Thus, Yi Shanfeng changed the subject, trying to brush it off. But, you said they're good people. Okay, I misspoke. They're not good people, all right? Shadang Zhuofu wanted to press further, but was distracted by Yi Shanfeng's persuasion. In the end, Shadang Zhuofu had to suppress his doubts. When they returned to the classroom, everyone looked at Yi Shanfeng with some surprise. They all had thoughts similar to Shadang Zhuofu's. How come Guiwei and those three guys didn't rough him up? No one thought that Yi Shanfeng had actually dealt with Guiwei. After all, how could a weak target like him dare to resist three delinquents? Fortunately, Yi Shanfeng's presence was always low-key, so everyone was only slightly puzzled before turning back to their own matters. Not long after, the teacher came in to start the class, and no one paid any more attention to the incident. The following time passed without any waves, and they smoothly made it to the end of the school day. In Japan, high school ends relatively early, around 4 in the afternoon, and most schools dismiss students then. This is because, aside from bullying, another major feature of Japanese high schools is clubs. Therefore, finishing school does not mean you can pack up and go home. Rather, it leaves time for participating in club activities. In fact, most students choose to join a club. This is not because all students love club activities, but because joining a club has many benefits. The first benefit is that Japanese high schools place a great emphasis on clubs. Official clubs approved by the school can not only receive professional guidance, but also dedicated activity funds. Some traditional club projects even have national-level competitions, such as kendo, judo, karate, etc. If one can achieve success in competitions, it is quite beneficial for entering prestigious universities. Some students with poor grades, but who have achieved success in clubs, can even enroll as special talent students or be discovered for a career. Of course, these honors are only for a small number of talented individuals. Most people join clubs either out of interest in participating in activities they enjoy or to fit in and avoid being bullied. Yes, many students join clubs just to avoid being bullied. It's important to know that the social hierarchy in Japan is very strict, with a strong emphasis on seniority. This hierarchical relationship exists not only in society, but also in schools, which is why there are so many bullying incidents. Compared to active students who participate in clubs, those with low self-esteem, timidity, and who do not join club activities are more likely to be bullied. For example, the original character in the Shadeng Zhuofu. Due to their timid personalities, the original character and Shadeng Zhuofu were bullied. Because they were bullied, they were looked down upon and no club wanted them. Unable to join a club, they would face even more rampant bullying. This is a vicious cycle. However, the advantage of not joining a club is that Yi Shanfeng could go home. On the way back, Yi Shanfeng continuously thought about how to earn soul energy, as only soul energy could unlock skills in exchange for treasure chests. Sigh, how can I earn soul energy? Bang! Just as Yi Shanfeng was pondering how to earn soul energy, a sudden loud noise came from a distance. What is going on? What happened? The sudden loud noise drew the attention of passers-by. Yi Shanfeng looked in the direction of the noise and saw that a traffic accident had occurred. There was a truck loaded with goods blocking the road, and scattered goods had caused other vehicles to crash into each other. In a chain reaction, a dozen cars had collided all at once. Help! Oh no! My leg! There has been a car accident. Call the police. Yi Shanfeng walked over to take a look, and the scene was quite tragic. The cries for help and the surrounding noise blended together. Everyone, don't panic. Follow my instructions. Clear the way for rescue, and help me save the injured. Just then, a stunning and commanding beauty rushed into the accident scene. However, there were many onlookers and numerous people were taking pictures with their phones, but no one was helping to rescue the injured. Everyone was just watching the spectacle, appearing indifferent. A bunch of bastards. Hu Qianyuan Lioli cursed upon seeing this, then immediately pulled out her police badge. I am an officer from the Bunkyo police station, and I command you to assist me in the rescue. Hu Qianyuan Lioli shouted loudly while holding up her badge. Yet, even after revealing her identity, no one paid attention to her. Some people even started taking pictures of her, thinking that a pretty police officer was far more interesting than helping with the rescue. As for the rescue, forget it. With such a horrific car accident, who knows if the fuel tank might explode? It was better to just watch and prioritize their own safety. What a beautiful police officer. Officer, please arrest me. Put the love handcuffs on me. Bastards. Watching the indifferent onlookers who were excitedly enjoying the scene, Hu Qianyuan Liuli really wanted to slap them with a gun. There was nothing she could do. Since the bystanders weren't helping, she could only rescue the injured herself. After all, she was a police officer and didn't want to be labeled as a salary thief. Meanwhile, among the crowd, looking at the tragic accident scene, Yi Shanfeng suddenly had an idea. Since soul energy is the spiritual energy of humans, why not make them even more excited? It would be a way to spice up their mundane lives. Yi Shanfeng sneered and then stepped back. Chapter 9, Fire Dance. Flame rising, help me, my leg is pinned down. And me too. Don't worry, I'm here to help you. Over there, Watching Lioli was busily assisting the injured like a little bee. Cough, cough, help, I. At this moment, a bloody girl in a black luxury car emitted a faint cry for help. Upon hearing this, Wachiuan Lioli hurried over, only to find that the car had been severely deformed from the crash. The driver in the front was unconscious, and the girl in the back was in a bad condition as well. Creak! Ugh! Damn it! She tried to pull the deformed car door, but with her strength, she couldn't budge it at all. Bang! 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 So, Wachiuan Lioli knocked on the car window and said, "Don't worry. The rescue team will be here soon. Please hold on." Indeed, The rescue team was on the way. However, as per usual, some unexpected events were bound to occur at this time. As if a scene from a movie was being reenacted, the damaged car started leaking oil, which was then ignited by sparking wire. Suddenly, a flash of fire and the sound of an explosion echoed through the accident scene. Boom! Oh my God, it really exploded. Good thing I didn't go over. So thrilling. This is way more shocking than a movie. Quick, upload it. This time the clicks will definitely exceed 100,000. The flames and explosion caused the onlookers to step back a few paces. It did not quell their desire to watch the spectacle. Some even became more excited upon witnessing the explosion. In fact, not only people from Huagua loved to watch the excitement, but those from the island nation enjoyed it too. Damn it, what to do? Creak. The sudden explosion caused Huachiyuan Lioli's expression to change instantly. She pulled the car door again, but it still wouldn't open. She wanted to save the people inside, because she was a police officer. But saving people aside, she wasn't prepared for a heroic sacrifice. She wanted to retreat, but there were too many onlookers, some even filming with their phones. If this got out, she would definitely be cyberbullied. Cough, cough. Seeing the flames creeping closer, Jinsheng Meijia coughed twice, her eyes filled with despair as she didn't want to die yet. Boom! Boom! Due to the spreading fire, the fuel tank soon exploded. The intense flames quickly surrounded Huachiyuan Lioli and Jinsheng Meijia. Oh no, the beautiful police officer is surrounded by fire. Why isn't the rescue team here yet? What a bunch of tax thieves. Should we go save the beautiful police officer? The intense explosion made the surrounding onlookers gasp in shock. They began to worry about Huachiyuan Lioli. After all, such a beautiful police officer was rare. Some imaginative individuals even fantasized about saving the beautiful police officer, who would then be grateful and fall in love with them, leading to dozens of unspeakable events. However, fantasies aside, most people, upon seeing the explosion and flames, rationally kept their actions limited to mere words. Damn it, if I had known, I would have run away sooner. It's over. I haven't even had my first love yet. The thought of being burned to death without ever having experienced love made Huachiyuan Lioli feel a wave of regret. Moreover, dying in such an ugly manner was too hard to accept. She had always been beautiful since childhood. Goodbye, Mom. At the same time, Jinsheng Meijia silently murmured Mom, then despairingly closed her eyes. Whoosh! Just as the two were about to be engulfed by the flames, suddenly, a figure in a black trench coat wearing a clown mask descended upon the fire scene. Bang! Night God Feng descended like a deity in the center of the blaze. The strong tremor even shook the ground. Someone? Who is he? How did he get over there? Idiot! Does he want to commit suicide? As they watched Night God Feng descend from the sky, the crowd began to speculate. To them, rushing into the fire was akin to suicide. At the same time, Huachiyuan Lioli and Jinsheng Meijia in peril also spotted Night God Feng. Although they were surprised by his entrance, what good would having one more person do at this moment? Get out of here, it's dangerous. In order to avoid adding one more victim, Huachiyuan Lioli quickly shouted. However, Night God Feng ignored her. He was currently immersed in the glory of his cool entrance. Perfect, handsome, idiot. But this calm and composed demeanor appeared to Huachiyuan Lioli as the act of a brainless fool. Without delay, Night God Feng rushed towards the two. The burning flames seemed to part like a curtain to welcome their master. This bizarre scene astonished all who were watching. Look, the flames parted. What's going on? Is this magic? The gasoline must be running out. Is he a magician? Although the scene was strange, it only surprised the crowd momentarily. What is happening? Who are you? But Huachiyuan Lioli was different. Under close observation, she truly saw that the flames, which were originally burning, seemed to part as if they had a life of their own. Creak! Crack! After getting closer, Night God Feng wasted no time and directly yanked open the jam car door. Then pulled the nearly unconscious Jinsheng Meijia out. What great strength! Huachiyuan Lioli's expression slightly changed. She had tried to pull the car door before and knew just how stuck it was, as well as how much strength it required to open it. She hadn't expected that this strangely masked man would possess such immense power. If the man merely had great strength, everything would still be normal. But the next scene completely shattered her worldview. Whoosh! Squeak! Bang! 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 At that moment, A runaway fuel tanker suddenly crashed in from a distance. Seeing this, everyone's faces instantly changed. Oh no, the fuel tanker is out of control. Run, run. The onlookers finally panicked. After all, if the fuel tanker exploded, no one present would escape. Some are already regretting their decision to come watch the commotion. Damn it, is today really the day I die in the line of duty? Watching Lioli's face turned even paler. She hadn't expected that just as a glimmer of hope for survival appeared, it would be instantly extinguished by a greater crisis. Yet, although Jin Cheng Meijia was muddled, she felt an inexplicable sense of security, as if the man holding her could handle everything. Seeing the approaching fuel tanker, Night God Feng's brows furrowed slightly. If the fuel tanker crashed, things would indeed be troublesome. In the blink of an eye, he quickly opened the system panel to unlock a new skill. Then softly murmured, "Fire dance, flame rising." As soon as he finished speaking, a wall of fire inexplicably rose from the ground, blocking the fuel tanker. Bang! Thanks to the firewall's obstruction, the fuel tanker quickly overturned and leaked a massive amount of gasoline. When gasoline met fire, an even more intense explosion swiftly followed. Boom! The strong explosion even shattered the glass of nearby shops. Oh no! It exploded. Help! Oh no! Fire! The powerful shockwave caused those fleeing the scene to instantly fall to the ground. Chapter 10. Spirit Fruit and Soft Fist. However, a person who had fallen and gotten back up was instantly stunned by the scene before him. Oh my God! Look! Upon hearing this, the crowd turned around and wore the same dumbfounded expression. What is going on? It's a divine technique. Am I dreaming? It turned out that the burning flames had not spread out, but had instead formed a spiraling column of fire, like a tornado. Controlling the flames, Yashing Feng couldn't help but sneer internally. After all, he was a user of the flame fruit. How could he be burned by fire? What a joke. Watch how I show off and shock you all. Leaving the area, Yashing Feng walked out of the fire column while holding Jin Cheng Meijia. At this moment, Hu Qianyuan Lioli could only think. Could he be the spirit of the flames? Following behind Yashing Feng, Hu Qianyuan Lioli's mind was completely blank, utterly losing her ability to think. Her long-held worldview had been completely shattered, and she could only stare stupidly at the flame prince before her. They're out. They're out. Look quickly. My God. As Yashing Feng walked out of the fire column, the flames automatically made way for him. This shocking scene left everyone in the crowd speechless with astonishment. They thought they were hallucinating, but the intense waves of heat clearly told everyone that this was no illusion. The spirit of flames. A slightly older man murmured in shock. After stepping out of the fire column, Yashing Feng set down the woman in his arms, then raised his right hand to the sky, and countless flames gathered towards his hand as if they had a life of their own. Soon, all the flames were absorbed. Looking around, Yashing Feng was very satisfied with his performance. You country bumpkins, are you shocked? But after such a cool entrance, how should he exit just as impressively? If only he had a pair of wings right now, that would be perfect. As Yashing Feng thought this, wings made of flames quickly unfolded from his back. Ding! New skill created. Wings of fire. Huh, I actually created a new skill? Yashing Feng was surprised that he could create a new skill just by thinking about it. Although he was a bit astonished, what mattered most now was a cool exit. So he concentrated and immediately used the fire wings to soar into the sky. The spirit has flown away. Great Spirit, please grant me power. I wish to serve you. Great Spirit. Upon seeing Yashing Feng fly away, the crowd erupted in exclamations. Some brave souls even shouted that they wanted to be his servants. Hearing the crowd's cries, Hu Qianyuan Lioli snapped back to reality. Who exactly are you? Unfortunately, all the shouts went unanswered. Ha! I actually saw the spirit. This is amazing. Yes, hurry and upload this. We're going to be famous. Witnesses of the spirit. Hearing the comments around her, Hu Qianyuan Lioli was startled. If the person just now was indeed a spirit and had used supernatural abilities, then this was information that could change the world. It absolutely could not be allowed to spread. As a police officer, Hu Qianyuan Lioli had this awareness. So, she quickly took out her phone and called her superior. Section Chief, something big has happened. I saw a spirit that can control fire. Upon receiving Hu Qianyuan Liuli's call, Tanaka Shigesuk's first reaction was, "Is this girl drunk? Is she kidding me?" Fortunately, Hu Qianyuan Liuli was aware that her words sounded ridiculous. So she snatched a passerby's phone and sent her superior the video taken at the scene. When Tanaka Shigesuk saw the video, his first reaction was, "Which blockbuster is this from?" The special effects are quite realistic. But when he saw Hu Qianyuan Liuli in the video, his eyes widened. Especially when he saw Yashing Feng absorbing the flames. The shock in his heart was indescribable. Is this really the spirit that controls fire? This bizarre scene shattered Tanaka Shigesuk's worldview. Section Chief. It was only after Hu Qianyuan Liuli's calls that Tanaka Shigesuk snapped back to reality. Once he regained his composure, he immediately shouted, "Quick! Seal off the news on 4th Avenue. With Tanaka Shigesuk's immediate order, the Public Relations Department sprang into action. He then reported the incident, which triggered a series of repercussions. Meanwhile, the police and rescue teams finally arrived at the scene afterward and immediately took control of the situation to prevent it from escalating further. But all of this was irrelevant to Yashing Feng, as he was excitedly checking his rewards. "Ha! I'm rich. Looking at the soul energy balance on the system panel, Yashing Feng couldn't stop smiling. His current soul energy balance had reached an astonishing 1151. After deducting the original 254 points, he had netted 897 points from this show. That's almost 2 fruit chests worth. Moreover, he had gained a self-created skill, Wings of Fire. Although the new skill came as a surprise, Yashing Feng was not overly astonished. After all, the development of devil fruits depends on the creativity and potential of the user. The same fruit can yield 100 different paths for 100 people. After all, after Ace's death, Sabo inherited the Flame fruit and developed new skills from it. So, of course, he could develop new skills as well. This was definitely good news for him. It meant he would not be limited to the skills that came with the system's devil fruit. He could completely develop skills based on his own creativity. Anyway, he was not particularly satisfied with many of the skills in pirate anime. This way, he could unlock skills that he found appealing in the future and completely discard those he didn't like, then create his own skills. My guess was correct. As long as I can shock and terrify the most people, I can continuously harvest soul energy. This path is viable. Coming back to his senses. Yashing Feng's expression was excited, and once he calmed down, he immediately exchanged for 2 fruit chests. Exchanging for 2 fruit chests. Ding! As soon as Yashing Feng finished speaking, 2 fruit chests immediately appeared in front of him. As the chests opened, a devil fruit and a card floated out. Congratulations! You have obtained the spirit fruit. Description: the full name of this fruit is the superhuman spirit fruit. After absorption, it grants the ability to create various spiritual bodies. These spiritual bodies are immune to most physical attacks, but are restrained by elemental attacks. Congratulations, you have obtained martial arts, Soft Fist. Description: a martial art popular in the world of One Piece, originating from Wano country. It emphasizes using softness to overcome hardness, featuring highly variable techniques with great agility. Martial arts, huh? Yashing Feng was surprised that he had actually drawn martial arts from the chest. He had thought that the fruit chest could only yield devil fruits. It seems his understanding of the system was still quite limited. Chapter 11 Aftermath Waves. Although it wasn't a devil fruit, Yashin Feng was still very satisfied. He already had the Mera Mera no Mi, so he didn't have to worry about long-range attacks, but he had some shortcomings in close combat. Therefore, the Ryukin was just the right supplement for his weaknesses. Absorbed. With a satisfied expression, Yishan Feng absorbed the Ryukin and the Lingling fruit. After returning to his apartment, he changed his clothes. Yishan Feng immediately started familiarizing himself with the Ryukin. He closed his eyes, and a figure practicing Ryukin continuously appeared in his mind. Following that figure, Yishan Feng slowly began to practice as well. As time went by, Yishan Feng became more and more proficient, and the proficiency of the Ryukin kept increasing. But the room was in big trouble. Under the wind of Yishan Feng's punches, the entire room was left in a mess. He only stopped when a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Skill level up, Ryukin LV1. It seems I need to find a new place in the future. After surveying the room, Yishan Feng felt he had to find a training ground. Otherwise, It would be too troublesome to mess up the room every time. While Yi Shanfeng was busy leveling up his Ryokan proficiency, a high-level meeting targeting him was also being held. After watching the video sent by Hanazono Ruri, Tanaka Shigeo immediately initiated an information lockdown and reported the matter to the Metropolitan Police Department. However, after watching the video, the Metropolitan Police Department had the same initial reaction as Tanaka Shigeo. Is this old man crazy? What nonsense is he talking about? It's a modern age, and he still believes in superstitions? However, as more and more information came in and the technical department verified that the video wasn't faked, everyone was stunned. What was going on? How did the world change overnight? They had received decades of materialist education, and now you're telling me there are ghosts and gods? And they have appeared? Of course, there was another reason that made the bureaucrats of the Metropolitan Police Department believe it. That was the two women appearing in the video, Hanazono Ruri and Kinjimika. Hanazono Ruri was a key player in the Public Relations Division of the Metropolitan Police Department, and Kinjimika was the daughter of the Kinja Group. These two had no reason to fake a video to fool the Metropolitan Police Department. Therefore, after confirming the authenticity of the event, it immediately caused a huge stir among the senior officials of the Metropolitan Police Department, shocking everyone. As a result, a high-level meeting was quickly convened. In a conference room, Hanazono Ruri was feeling very nervous. She was so tense that she didn't dare to move while sitting in the corner. Because sitting in front of her were top bosses she might never have contact with in her life. There was Nakamura Masao, the commissioner of the Metropolitan Police Department, and Onoda Junichiro, the Minister of Public Security. There was even a representative from the Imperial Household Agency. As for the others, they were all heads of many important departments. In front of these people, her direct superiors, Yamashima Kenichi, the chief of the Bunkyo Police Station, and Tanaka Shigeo, the head of the Public Relations Division, were just two insignificant figures, let alone her. If it weren't for the fact that she was an eyewitness to this extraordinary event, she probably wouldn't even have the qualifications to be in this conference room. It's important to know that in a country like Japan, which places great importance on bloodline and background, Hanazono Ruri's background was not good. She was just a country girl from Kyushu. At her family's peak, they had only served as a small captain of a samurai unit. Back then, she managed to escape from Kyushu by studying hard and passed the entrance exam for the University of Tokyo, becoming the pride of her entire village. Her grandfather even wanted to place her memorial tablet in front of that samurai captain's. Later, she adopted a do or die attitude and participated in the National Civil Service examination, ultimately passing the exam and entering the police system. It's worth noting that the National Civil Service examination is notoriously difficult, with an elimination rate exceeding 90, and those who pass are all fortunate elites. However, her luck ended there. Due to her poor background and lack of connections, no matter how hard she worked, she couldn't get a promotion. Of course, with Hanazono Ruri's looks, if she were willing to play the game, there were a few big shots who would be willing to support her. However, those big shots were bald, foul-mouthed, and had beer bellies. Even if she closed her eyes, she couldn't bring herself to do it. So she was thrown into the Public Relations Division to serve as a flower vase. A flower vase is just a flower vase. Since she couldn't be promoted, Hanazono Ruri decided to let it go completely. Every day, she would slack off whenever she could and reap any benefits that came her way. That day, she was out sneaking away to slack off when she stumbled upon this incident. Not long after, Nakamura Masao glanced around the room and said, "All right, everyone, let's hear your thoughts on this matter." The crowd looked at each other, appearing somewhat confused, as the incident was too fantastical, and they didn't know what to say. As for Tanaka Shigeo and Hanazono Ruri, they had no qualifications to speak at all. Finally, it was Onoda Junichiro, the Minister of Public Security, who spoke first. If this is indeed a supernatural power, we must not let it go and must find a way to control it. As soon as these words were spoken, two words popped into everyone's minds. Nonsense. But no one showed it. The police and public security in Japan are different. Its predecessor was the infamous Tako. Although it had been significantly weakened by the Americans, it still had a formidable reputation that no one could underestimate. Indeed, this kind of power is too dangerous and must not be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. Minister Onoda is right. Yes, that's right. Due to the unclear situation, Everyone was just saying some meaningless things to avoid making mistakes. Only Nakamura Masao asked coldly, "What does Minister Onoda think?" Nakamura Masao was quite dissatisfied with Onoda Junichiro, because this supernatural incident was first discovered by their Metropolitan Police Department, but the Public Security Department immediately inserted itself as soon as they found out. The Imperial Household Agency had the backing of the royal family, which Nakamura Masao couldn't refuse, but the Public Security Department's intrusion was indeed quite disgusting. Ignoring Nakamura's dissatisfaction, Onoda Junichiro smiled and said, "This supernatural incident is of great importance, and I believe it should be handed over to the Public Security Department, with the Public Security Department dispatching elite personnel for investigation." Damn, shameless, brazen. After all, it's the taco. Their skin is really thick. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone thought the same thing, especially Yamashima Kenichi, whose eyes twitched, wanting to slap this old man in the face. This old man actually wanted to take away the credit. It's important to know that the supernatural incident was first discovered by the Metropolitan Police Department. No way. I believe this matter was first discovered by the Metropolitan Police Department and should be investigated by us, with the Public Security Department only providing assistance. Nakamura Masao directly and rudely denied it. Chapter 12. Supernatural Investigation Class Chief Inspector Nakamura stated that supernatural events are related to national security and potential new threats. So, it should be our Ministry of Public Security that takes charge. Given the seriousness of the matter, we cannot make such a hasty decision. What does Chief Inspector Nakamura mean? We have numerous elite officers in the Metropolitan Police Department who are fully capable of undertaking the investigation task. The two big shots were unwilling to compromise at all over the leadership of the investigation. The others, upon hearing this, observed in silence, adopting a posture of following whatever the leaders said. Since these people are seasoned veterans, they knew it wasn't the time to express their opinions, especially since there was still one leader who hadn't spoken yet. Kuju Hidataka is the representative of the Imperial Household Agency, and just from his surname, it is clear he is a member of the nobility. Moreover, being the representative of the Imperial Household Agency indicates he must be of pure blood from the Kuju family, rather than someone who took on the surname after being granted permission to embellish their status. As a representative of the Imperial Household Agency, Kuju Hidataka holds a somewhat transcendent position. Although the influence of the Japanese imperial family has significantly diminished, the imperial family is still the imperial family. The spiritual imprint left over thousands of years is not something that can be easily erased. Therefore, sitting here, Kuju Hidataka is still a deity that no one can overlook. Seeing Nakamura Masao and Ono Janikura arguing, Kuju Hidataka smiled and said, "Gentlemen, perhaps we should not argue just yet. Isn't there an eyewitness to the incident here? Why don't we first hear from this eyewitness?" As soon as he said this, everyone turned to look at Hanake and Ruri. "Hi." Under the intense gaze of the crowd, Hanake and Ruri immediately stood up. "Officer Hanake, as an eyewitness to the incident, what is your perspective on this matter? Did that mysterious person truly use supernatural abilities?" Kujo Hidataka directly asked. Nakamura Masao added, "Officer Hanake, please feel free to speak your mind without any reservations." "Hi." Hearing this, Hanake and Ruri immediately straightened her posture. At that moment, her mind was racing because she realized this was an opportunity, a chance to break free from her limitations and climb higher. Her response would greatly influence her future prospects. Thus, Hanake and Ruri took a deep breath, completely setting aside her previous casual demeanor, and adopted a serious attitude as if preparing for a civil service exam. "Honorable officials, I was present at the scene and personally experienced the entire incident. Therefore, I believe the mysterious person used supernatural abilities, because I witnessed how he manipulated the flames, making them submit to him." After speaking, Hanake and Ruri awaited how the wheels of fate would turn. "Is that so? Since the supernatural event has been confirmed, I believe we must give it due attention and immediately commence an investigation. How should we investigate? Should we establish a new department?" Following this, everyone began to discuss, but when it came to how to investigate, they found themselves at a loss as to which department should handle it. In fact, the Metropolitan Police Department does have an abnormal investigation section that specializes in the investigation of paranormal and supernatural events. Normally, supernatural events should be handed over to them for investigation. However, everyone conveniently forgot about this, and Nakamura Masao, after a quick thought, tossed them into the trash pile. He knew very well that the abnormal investigation section was essentially a dumping ground. In modern society, where science is flourishing, what supernatural or paranormal events could there possibly be? If it weren't for this incident, none of the big shots present would believe in such nonsense. Consequently, the previous abnormal investigation section had become a waste disposal camp. Those who offended others or made mistakes within the Metropolitan Police Department will be thrown into the abnormal investigation section to sit in cold silence, making it utterly useless. However, despite its lack of utility, it was still an officially recognized department. So, after considering it, Nakamura Masao picked the abnormal investigation section back out of the trash. Everyone, our subordinate abnormal investigation section has been deeply involved in various paranormal and supernatural events over the years and has extensive experience in investigating supernatural incidents. Therefore, I believe this matter should be entrusted to the abnormal investigation section to handle. However, as soon as Nakamura Masao finished speaking, many people realized, does the Metropolitan Police Department even have this department? Only Ono Janikura sneered. He knew too well what Yamashima Kenichi was thinking because the Ministry of Public Security also had a similar dumping ground. He simply wanted to use this dumping ground to seize control of the authority first. Nakamura-kun, the supernatural event is of great significance. I'm afraid the Metropolitan Police Department may not be up to the task, so it would be better for the Ministry of Public Security to provide some support. No need, we can resolve the personnel issues ourselves at the Metropolitan Police Department. Both Nakamura Masao and Ono Janikura were very clear in their minds that the emergence of supernatural ability users represents an entirely new world, which has unveiled a layer of mystery to them. This carries risks but also represents opportunities. Hence, both wanted to seize hold of this opportunity in the new era for themselves. In the end, Kuju Hidataka stepped in to mediate between the two departments, suggesting, since both of you believe the supernatural event is of great importance, why not conduct a joint investigation between the two departments? With Kuju Hidataka stepping in, although Nakamura Masao and Ono Janikura were somewhat dissatisfied, they had to give way for the sake of the imperial family's honor. After a round of back and forth, everyone decided to establish a new supernatural investigation section based on the existing abnormal investigation section of the Metropolitan Police Department, selecting elite personnel from various departments to supplement the staff. At the same time, they designated this matter as top secret and strictly controlled the scope of those in the know. However, given that the government of the island nation has been infiltrated by the United States, this matter didn't remain confidential for long. But the U.S. side also did not make a fuss, happy to let these islanders take the lead. After all, whatever they found, the father would want the son, so it was all good. After the meeting, Nakamura Masao called Hanakane Ruri to his office alone. Sitting in his chair, Nakamura Masao looked at Hanakane Ruri and said, Officer Hanakane, you truly are a rare talent in the Metropolitan Police Department. Buzz. Upon hearing this, Hanakane Ruri suddenly felt a buzzing in her mind. Oh no, could the chief inspector be thinking of something inappropriate? In an instant, she found herself torn between the potential and the consequences. If she complied, she'd have a backing. If she refused, her future would be jeopardized. How was she supposed to choose? At this moment, Nakamura Masao was completely unaware of Hanakane Ruri's thoughts and simply continued. Being an eyewitness to a supernatural event must be fate's design. Therefore, I would like to transfer you to the Supernatural Investigation section to serve as the head of the First Division. Would you be willing? Chapter 13. The Unwritten Rules of Hanazono Ruri. Originally, Hanazono Ruri thought Nakamura Masao was going to take advantage of her. To her surprise, she was being transferred instead. What? You don't want to? Nakamura Masao immediately asked when he saw that Hanazono Ruri didn't respond. Wasn't it supposed to be taking advantage of me? How did it turn into a transfer? Hanazono Ruri was puzzled for a moment, but quickly realized that being transferred to a highly regarded new department and being promoted to department head was a much better option than staying in public relations as a mere ornament. Even a fool would know which choice to make. No, I want to be transferred to the Supernatural Investigation Division. After realizing this, Hanazono Ruri stated decisively. At the same time, she put on a sincere and patriotic demeanor, saying, "Chief Inspector, the emergence of supernatural events represents an unprecedented change in the world over the past century. As a member of the police department, I must dutifully serve my country." Okay. Nakamura Masao was very satisfied with Hanazono Ruri's response. Thus, Hanazono Ruri was transferred to the Supernatural Investigation Division. In fact, promoting Hanazono Ruri was also a necessity for Nakamura Masao because their understanding of supernatural events was almost zero. Hanazono Ruri had personal experience, which could be considered some expertise. So they had no choice but to use her. After all, she was better than those who had no experience at all. At first, Hanazono Ruri was very happy about the promotion. However, she soon realized that she had celebrated too soon, due to personnel selection and budget issues. The so-called Supernatural Investigation Division only had her as a member. This left Hanazono Ruri, who had planned to show off her new position, feeling quite disappointed. Nevertheless, buoyed by the joy of her promotion, she quickly threw herself into her work. However, she found herself struggling with how to conduct investigations. There was no direction for the investigation. In the end, Hanazono Ruri decided to visit shrines and temples. After all, those who interacted with gods and spirits and myths were the priests and monks. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Yagami Kid. The next day, Yagami Kid went to school, as usual, completely unconcerned about the commotion he had caused the day before. In fact, due to the official intervention, the incident was ultimately classified as a fuel tanker explosion, and all information was erased, so it did not cause much of a stir. However, the fuel tanker explosion did provide some gossip for the campus. Hey, did you hear? There was a fuel tanker explosion on 4th Avenue yesterday. I heard. It seems pretty serious. That was really dangerous. I'm glad I didn't pass by there yesterday. Hearing the discussions around him, Yagami Kid could guess that the Japanese government had deliberately concealed the truth of the matter. However, this was not surprising. Any government would probably do the same. When he arrived in the classroom, as usual, no one paid attention to him. Yagami Kid was happy to continue being an invisible person. However, during lunch, someone stopped him. "Yagami, Brother Kameo wants to see you." Watanabe Asami, who was blocking Yagami Kid, spoke with some trepidation. He was genuinely scared of Yagami Kid after the previous day's beating, but he didn't dare to refuse the message. Casting a glance at Watanabe Asami, Yagami Kid appeared completely uninterested. "Get lost. You." Being rebuffed by Yagami Kid, Watanabe Asami felt embarrassed, but remembering the beating from the day before, he held back his anger and said, "I advise you to go. Otherwise, you'll anger Brother Kameo." Watanabe Asami was still talking, but Yagami Kid ignored him and walked away. Yagami Kid really had no interest in dealing with Watanabe Asami. He was busy and had no time to play house with delinquents. You. Watanabe Asami was completely ignored, and he couldn't help but feel furious. He wanted to threaten Yagami Kid, but couldn't find the words. After all, the three of them had just been beaten the day before. In the end, Watanabe Asami returned and exaggerated the story. "Damn it, that bastard Yagami actually looks down on me." Hearing Watanabe Asami's embellished description, Kameo Z was furious. Today, he had found some help and planned to regain the face he lost yesterday. However, he didn't expect Yagami Kid to completely ignore him. This was even more infuriating than being beaten yesterday. "Brother Kameo, what should we do now?" Watanabe Asami asked angrily. "Humph." Kameo Z snorted coldly. "Isn't he close to that useless Kajizaki? Have Kajizaki call him and see if he comes." "Understood." Watanabe Asami's eyes lit up as he immediately understood Kameo Z's intention. He then found Kajizaki Shigeo and directly ordered, "Kajizaki, go tell Yagami Kid that he needs to come to the old teaching building after school. Brother Kameo has something to discuss with him. What are you guys planning?" "I." "Bang." "Ugh." Just as Kajizaki Shigeo was about to refuse, Watanabe Asami punched him in the stomach, forcing him to swallow the words he had not yet spoken. "This is Brother Kameo's order. If you don't do it well, You might as well not come to school tomorrow. Watanabe Asami threatened fiercely. In front of Yagami Kid, Watanabe Asami was somewhat cowardly. After all, he was no match for him. But in front of Kajizaki Shigeo, he was very aggressive, displaying the typical attitude of a delinquent. After bullying Kajizaki Shigeo, Watanabe Asami felt a lot better. He then left. In Watanabe Asami's mind, Kajizaki Shigeo was a useless person who could be easily manipulated. He wouldn't dare disobey his orders. Damn it. After a while, Kajizaki Shigeo cursed angrily. Kajizaki Shigeo was somewhat timid, but Yagami Kid was his friend, and he genuinely didn't want to harm him. However, he didn't dare to disobey Watanabe Asami's orders, which put him in a difficult position. As a result, during afternoon classes, he felt somewhat uneasy. Time quickly passed to the end of school, and Kajizaki Shigeo wanted to tell Yagami Kid, but didn't want to harm him, leading to a struggle within himself. When Yagami Kid noticed Kajizaki Shigeo's strange expression, he curiously asked, "Kajizaki, what's wrong? Constipated? Constipated?" No, no, no. Kajizaki Shigeo quickly shook his head. How could he be constipated? Then what is it? I. Kajizaki Shigeo looked troubled, unsure whether to speak. Yagami Kid wasn't stupid. Seeing Kajizaki Shigeo's expression, he realized that this guy probably had something to say, and it was likely related to him. Just say it, what is it? Feeling Yagami Kid's gaze, Kajizaki Shigeo finally spoke. "Yagami, during lunch, Watanabe came to find me. He wanted to go to the old teaching building after school to see him." Upon hearing this, Yagami Kid immediately understood. Watanabe Asami had taken a hit from him and was now taking it out on Kajizaki Shigeo. Understanding this, his eyes instantly turned cold. Chapter 14, Murayama Taiga, this bastard. After cursing, Yagami Kid felt a surge of anger rising in his heart. He didn't want to deal with these delinquents, but unexpectedly, these guys were being unreasonable and causing trouble for those around him. So, Yagami Kid apologetically said, "I'm sorry, I've dragged you into this. Don't worry, I'll handle it." Seeing that Yagami Kid was planning to confront them, Kageyama Shigeo quickly advised, "It's fine, Yagami-kun. Watanabe and Kameo definitely have bad intentions. You mustn't go. We should tell the teacher." "No way. I'm not going to sneak on anyone." Yagami Kid shook his head. He didn't have any hope that telling the teacher would solve this issue. Bullying was a serious problem in this country, and if it could be resolved by reporting to a teacher, then bullying wouldn't be such a persistent societal issue. In fact, telling a teacher about being bullied was completely useless. Not only would the victim not receive help, but they could also suffer even more brutal bullying. This was because Japan had a very strict social hierarchy. Those who bullied were either delinquents or people with a certain social status. And even teachers were reluctant to stir up trouble. Therefore, Yagami Kid preferred to solve it in his own way. But Yagami-kun, Kageyama Shigeo wanted to persuade him again, but was interrupted by Yagami Kid. "It's fine. Actually, Kameo and the others are good people. I'll just talk to them after all. We're all classmates." This was the second time Kageyama Shigeo had heard Yagami Kid say that Kameo was a good person. After hesitating for a moment, Kageyama Shigeo said, "Then I'll go with you. I'll help you." Yagami Kid was quite touched by Kageyama Shigeo's loyalty, so he nodded and said, "All right, let's go together." The old school building was located behind Kusunoki High School, and usually not many people went there. Gradually, it became a gathering place for delinquents. By the time they arrived, Kameo and his two companions were already there, along with a few other ill-intentioned delinquents. One of them was exceptionally tall and looked very fierce. Oh no, how could it be him? Upon seeing the tall figure, Kageyama Shigeo's face changed. Yagami Kid was also somewhat surprised because he recognized that tall figure. His name was Murayama Taiga. If Kameo was the delinquent leader of the second year, then Murayama Taiga was the delinquent leader of the entire Kusunoki High School. This guy was the captain of the judo club, with a very sturdy build and an intimidating presence. He was notorious throughout Kusunoki High School. Seeing that Kameo had called Murayama Taiga, Kageyama Shigeo felt a bit intimidated. "Yagami-kun, should we go report to the teacher?" "Trust me, we don't need to." Unlike the timid Kageyama Shigeo, Yagami Kid was completely unconcerned. On the opposite side, upon seeing Yagami Kid, Kameo immediately pointed at him and said, "Murayama-san, it's him. He's the one who took our money. You must teach him a good lesson. That's right. He needs to apologize by bowing down." Takeda Taro and Watanabe Asami also said fiercely. They had given up their money yesterday, and now their pockets were empty. However, Murayama Taiga didn't scold Yagami Kid. Instead, he mocked the three of them, saying, Kameo, you really are going backward. You let such a small fry bully you. I think you guys should stop being delinquents. Haha, how embarrassing. Can't even beat a little brat." As soon as Murayama Taiga finished speaking, his little brothers laughed along. Hearing their mockery, Kameo and his two companions immediately felt their faces turn ugly. "Murayama-san, that kid is a bit tricky. He has quite a bit of strength." Kameo hurriedly defended, holding back his dissatisfaction. "Tricky? Oof." Murayama Taiga showed a disdainful expression upon hearing this. Then he shouted, "Kid, Kameo, and the others are my people. As long as you admit defeat and hand over 10,000 yen as a tribute, I can let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Kid, Murayama-san is giving you a chance. Hurry up and kneel to admit defeat." That's right. Murayama-san is a second-degree black belt judo master. A few of his little brothers shouted arrogantly, as if they had everything under control. "What should we do, Yagami-kun? I don't have enough money." Threatened by Murayama Taiga, Kageyama Shigeo immediately became scared and instinctively pulled out the money from his pocket. Seeing Kageyama Shigeo starting to take out money, Yagami Kid felt speechless. The other side had only said a few harsh words, and he was already scared into taking out money to admit defeat. Such cowardice was no wonder these people always bullied him. "I say, Shige, can we have some backbone? If you keep being this weak, it's no wonder others bully you. Don't you want to be stronger? Do you want to be bullied for a lifetime?" "I definitely don't want to be bullied, but I can't compete with them." Kageyama Shigeo immediately retorted. "If you don't want to be bullied, then show some courage. Even if you can't beat them, at most, you'll just take a beating. As long as you have courage, one day they won't dare to bully you anymore." Yagami Kid patted Kageyama Shigeo's shoulder while giving him a pep talk. "Okay, I'm not afraid of them." Perhaps inspired by Yagami Kid's motivational words, Kageyama Shigeo took a deep breath and put the money back into his pocket. On the opposite side, Murayama Taiga, seeing that Yagami Kid was completely ignoring him and was instead talking to Kageyama Shigeo, was filled with anger. "You bastard! How dare you ignore me?" Murayama Taiga, a simple-minded brute, was directly provoked. "You're finished. Murayama-san is angry." "Kid, you brought this on yourself." "Murayama-san, take them down." Murayama Taiga's little brothers eagerly cheered him on. "Yes, Murayama-san. Show him your strength. Take it down. Make him kneel immediately." Seeing Murayama Taiga getting angry, Kameo and his companions were secretly delighted. "Kid, lie down for me." With a roar, Murayama Taiga charged towards Yagami Kid. "Yagami-kun, be careful." Seeing Murayama Taiga make a move, Kageyama Shigeo quickly reminded him. But Yagami Kid was completely unperturbed and assumed a starting stance of judo. Thanks to his training in judo, Yagami Kid's fighting skills had improved tremendously. Therefore, in his eyes, although Murayama Taiga was big and strong, his attack movements were full of openings. Thus, he posed no threat to him. Judo, first form. He silently chanted in his heart and used his strength to throw Murayama Taiga out. Chapter 15. Sweeping away the delinquent's thud. Ouch! Murayama Daiko was thrown away and immediately bit into a mouthful of yellow mud. This scene astonished Kame and the others, because in their eyes, even if Yoshina Kid was strong, he would definitely not be Murayama Daiko's opponent. However, reality exceeded everyone's expectations. How is this possible? Brother Murayama was thrown out. He must have been careless. Yes, that kid can't possibly be Brother Murayama's match. Brother Murayama, quickly take him down. Murayama Daiko's younger brothers were surprised for a moment, then started shouting, "Damn it, you dare to play tricks on me." After getting up, Murayama Daiko was furious. He didn't believe he would lose to Yoshina Kid, so it had to be a dirty trick. "Yoshina, you." Ingshan Shigeo was also dumbfounded. He never expected that Yoshina Kid could throw Murayama Daiko out with just one move. Was this the same Yoshina Kid who was as timid as he was? It was like a completely different person. "I am no longer who I used to be, as long as I don't want to be bullied." No one can bully me. Feeling Shan Shigeo's gaze, Yoshina Kid turned around and said smugly, "Kid, take another move from me." In a fit of rage, Maruyama Daiko roared and charged again. It's the same every time. Bang! Bang! Faced with the enraged Maruyama Daiko, Yoshina Kid did not hold back. With a series of strikes, he left Maruyama Daiko dazed. Soft boxing is an extremely flexible martial art that emphasizes overcoming strength with softness. Therefore, the techniques are varied and can achieve the effect of using a small force to overcome a large one, especially against an opponent like Maruyama Daiko, who had great strength but lacked agility. It was a complete massacre. Ouch! Unsurprisingly, the big oaf Maruyama Daiko was knocked down again. Lying on the ground, Maruyama Daiko felt he had lost all face, having lost to such a weak guy. In a fit of embarrassment and anger, Maruyama Daiko shouted, "You're all dead. Get over here. Yes, all together. Take it down. Avenge Brother Maruyama." Maruyama Daiko's younger brothers were not afraid and rushed over to help. "Kane, what should we do?" Seeing Maruyama Daiko defeated, Takeda Taro felt a bit scared. "What do you mean, what to do?" "Everyone, rush him. I don't believe he can take on so many people." Although Maruyama Daiko's defeat was somewhat unexpected for Kame, he believed that even if Yoshina Kid was strong, two fists couldn't fight four hands. "All right, let us all go together." So Kame, Takeda Taro, and Watanabe Asami charged up as well. "Yoshina, be careful." Seeing Kame and the others rushing over, Shan Shigeo was immediately dumbfounded. But what shocked him even more was that Yoshina Kid fearlessly met them head-on. Then, he seemed to see something out of a kung fu movie like Jackie Chan. Yoshina Kid took them down one by one, and soon everyone was lying on the ground. "Ouch! My arm, my leg. Clap, clap, clap." Glancing at the moaning crowd on the ground, Yoshina Kid clapped his hands and said with an easy smile, "All right, all done." At that moment, Shan Shigeo was completely dumbfounded. But what happened next opened Shan Shigeo's eyes once again. Yoshina Kid walked up to Maruyama Daiko and said unceremoniously, "Maruyama, you called me here to practice judo with you. Shouldn't you compensate me a bit?" Upon hearing Yoshina Kid's words, Maruyama Daiko twitched. This was something he should have said, yet it was said by Yoshina Kid. Although he felt aggrieved, seeing his subordinates lying on the ground, he knew he had encountered a tough opponent. So Maruyama Daiko wisely took out money from his pocket. Maruyama, you are truly a good person." After receiving the money, Yoshina Kid nodded in satisfaction and then looked at the others. "You all understand, right?" The delinquents present naturally understood Yoshina Kid's meaning, so they could only hand over their pocket money with bitter faces. Understood. Only Kame, Takeda Taro, and Watanabe Asami had somewhat unnatural expressions, as they had already been extorted by Yoshina Kid yesterday, and they had no money left in their pockets now. "And you three?" Walking up to the three, Yoshina Kid gave him a knowing look. Kame almost cried, "Brother Yoshina, we really have no money left." Yes, we really have no money. How about we pay you next time?" Takeda Taro and Watanabe Asami also looked like they were about to cry. Sure. To the surprise of the three, Yoshina Kid was unexpectedly easy to talk to. The three were somewhat surprised. This was too easy. In fact, not only the three of them, but Maruyama Daiko and the others were also surprised. If they had known that Yoshina Kid was so easygoing, they would have claimed they had no money too. However, what happened next was that Yoshina Kid said coldly, "I have no interest in delinquents. As long as you don't provoke me, I won't touch you. Also, I hate it when others trouble my friends." At this point, Yoshina Kid deliberately glanced at Watanabe Asami. Feeling Yoshina Kid's gaze, Watanabe Asami immediately understood. He was talking about himself, so he quickly nodded. Seeing that the delinquents understood his meaning, Yoshina Kid got up to leave. As soon as Yoshina Kid left, Maruyama Daiko and the others looked angrily at Kame and the three, blaming them for saying that Yoshina Kid was just a weak kid, resulting in them getting beaten and having no money afterward. Isn't this a trap? Under everyone's glare, Kame and the three immediately shrank their heads. "All right, let us go." Yoshina Kid walked over and patted Shan Shigeo on the shoulder. But Shan Shigeo was still in shock. having not yet recovered from Yoshina Kiid's extortion of the delinquents. In the past, they were always the ones being extorted. When did they ever extort others, especially delinquents? Ingshan Shigeo was ultimately a good student and couldn't accept Yoshina Kiid's shameless actions. Yoshina, isn't it wrong to take their money? Doesn't that make you a delinquent too? However, Yoshina Kiid showed no signs of awareness and instead felt it was completely normal. Ingshan, that's not right. How could that be being a delinquent? They used to bully us and take our money, so I'm just taking back what's mine. What you said is reasonable, but still feels wrong, right? Although Yoshina Kiid had a point, Ingshan Shigeo still felt something was off. It is wrong. Hearing Ingshan Shigeo's words, Yoshina Kiid felt he had done something slightly wrong. Yes, Yoshina, they bullying us is their fault, but we can't learn from them. Seeing that Yoshina Kiid realized his mistake, Ingshan Shigeo quickly urged him. But what Yoshina Kiid said next left Ingshan Shigeo at a loss. That's true. You were extorted for quite a bit of money before, so I can't just keep the money for myself. Here, take this. Yoshina Kiid split the money in half and handed it to Ingshan Shigeo. I didn't mean that. Looking at the money in front of him, Ingshan Shigeo quickly shook his head. Take it. No matter what you meant, you've taken money now. If you're a delinquent, then you are one too. Yoshina Kiid wouldn't say more and directly shoved the money into Ingshan Shigeo's hands. Chapter 16. Kawaki Mikiyagami. I really can't accept this. You have to take it. I've already given it to you. No, I can't accept it. Why can't you accept it? It's your own money. But, no buts. I didn't charge them interest. That's already very generous of me. Facing Kageyama Shigeo's refusal, Yagami Kiid directly played the stubborn card. As long as he accepted the money. Let's see what right he had to say no. In the end, Kageyama Shigeo had no choice but to take the money. Seeing Kageyama Shigeo accept the money, Yagami Kiid immediately smiled with satisfaction. In fact, the reason Yagami Kiid wanted the money from the delinquent boys was to recover the losses from his previous life, and also because he was really out of money. It's important to know that the original body was an orphan, although he owned an apartment. The expenses for school and daily life were quite substantial. Therefore, his financial situation couldn't be described as good. After all, this money was extorted from the original body by these delinquents, so he felt no psychological pressure in taking it. After putting away the money, Kageyama Shigeo hesitated for a moment and asked his biggest question, Yagami, how did you become so strong? Can you tell me? I also want to become strong. Kageyama Shigeo was very curious about Yagami Kiid's transformation. The previous Yagami Kiid, like him, was a punching bag who was bullied. How could he suddenly become so powerful? He wasn't doubting Yagami Kiid, but wanted to become strong himself. Although Kageyama Shigeo had a weak personality, weakness didn't mean he didn't have the desire to become strong. No one wants to be bullied for a lifetime. So after seeing Yagami Kiid change, he also wanted to become strong and not be bullied. Hearing Kageyama Shigeo's words, Yagami Kiid smiled mysteriously and said, of course you can. As long as you do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and run 10 kilometers every day, and you can't turn on the air conditioning even if it's hot, just stick with it for 100 days and you'll be fine. Is that really possible? Kageyama Shigeo was a bit skeptical. It wasn't that he didn't believe Yagami Kiid, but it seemed too simple. Could sticking to it for 100 days really make him strong? Of course it can. Yagami Kiid replied firmly. This is the training method of a bald demon king who became the strongest bald man in history. Seeing Yagami Kiid's certainty, Kageyama Shigeo no longer doubted. Okay, I will train like this. Yes, keep it up for sure. This training method is valuable in its persistence. You must not stop. You have to stick with it for 100 days. Yagami Kiid encouraged him as if he were someone who had been through it. I can stick with it. Kageyama Shigeo's eyes were firm, as if he had really made up his mind. Yagami Kiid naturally understood that his strength was due to the system, but that didn't prevent him from giving his friend some motivational talk. After all, his method wasn't wrong. Although the Bald Demon King's training method wouldn't make everyone super strong, as long as one persisted, they could indeed become stronger. After saying goodbye to Kageyama Shigeo, Yagami Kiid left Nama High School. On the way back, he noticed something was off. It seemed that there were always some strange gazes on the road, searching for something. Could it be people from the authorities? Noticing those strange gazes, Yagami Kid speculated in his heart. It turned out that the way he had previously collected soul energy was effective. Although it had attracted the attention of the authorities, Yagami Kid wouldn't give up on his soul energy collection plan just because of that. However, to be cautious, he still needed to test the waters of this world. In Adachi Ward, an abandoned nursing home, due to operational difficulties, this nursing home had gone bankrupt a long time ago, and because of debt issues, no one had taken over, leaving it abandoned until now. Over time, as the nursing home became increasingly dilapidated, it became very eerie, even sparking rumors of being haunted. Today, this nursing home welcomed two strange individuals. Crack! With a forceful pry, Yutani Mitsuo pushed open the nursing home's door. Due to its extreme neglect, a cloud of dust was kicked up as soon as the door was opened. Cough, cough. Coughing twice, Yutani Mitsuo waved his hand in front of his nose. Unfortunately, he accidentally knocked over some debris behind the door, nearly getting hit. Crash! After carefully avoiding it, Yutani Mitsuo said with a bit of fear, "That was close, I almost got hit." "Yutani-kun, are you okay?" At this moment, a pure-looking woman with a youthful face and a voluptuous figure ran over, looking worried. The woman had exquisite features and a seductive figure, appearing quite alluring. "I'm Fine, Miku." Yutani Mitsuo shook his head, and after checking his live streaming equipment and finding it was okay, he finally felt relieved. But the nearby Koeki Miku asked with some concern, "Yutani-kun, is it really okay for us to barge in like this? This is someone else's private property. Isn't it illegal?" "It's fine. We're not here to steal anything. We're just here to do a live stream. So don't worry." Yutani Mitsuo patted his chest, looking like there was no problem, and she didn't need to worry. Although a bit concerned, Koeki Miku hesitated for a moment and decided not to say anything more. Yutani Mitsuo was a small-time streamer with no following. Last time, when an abandoned mall caught fire, he gained a surge of followers by live streaming the fire. But once the fire was over, he was back to square one. The reason, Yutani Mitsuo believed, was that his live stream lacked. He had no special talents, nor could he dance or attract those otaku to donate and follow him like those beautiful female streamers. So to increase his following, he could only rely on something unusual. Just then, he encountered Koeki Miku, who was in a similarly awkward situation. So he invited Koeki Miku to partner with him for the live stream. Given that Koeki Miku was both beautiful and well-built, she would surely attract attention. Koeki Miku and Yutani Mitsuo were from the same hometown, having met at a hometown gathering. Like most young people who came to Tokyo, she had also been brutally beaten down by this harsh city. In her rural hometown, Koeki Miku's family ran a takoyaki shop, but she had long grown tired of octopus and even more so despised the mundane life that seemed to stretch on infinitely. So like countless girls with dreams, she came to Tokyo full of hope for the future. Due to her beauty, Koeki Miku originally intended to enter the entertainment industry. However, there were so many rural girls like her who had beauty but no background in Tokyo that even landing a role in AV required waiting in line. Thus, Koeki Miku's financial situation was not much better than Yutani Mitsuo's. If she couldn't earn money, she would either have to return home in disgrace or take a part-time job in a brothel. Therefore, when Yutani Mitsuo invited her, Koeki Miku agreed. Chapter 17, Spirit Exploration Livestream. Alright, let's get started. Once everything was ready, Mitsuo Yutani signaled that they could begin. Okay. Miku Kobashi nodded and then took off her coat, revealing the finely crafted shrine maiden outfit underneath. That's right. What Mitsuo Yutani and Miku Kobashi were doing was a shrine maiden spirit exploration livestream, with Miku Kobashi's figure and looks as a base. Combined with the thrilling spirit exploration theme, it was sure to grab attention and attract fans. This was an idea Mitsuo Yutani had come up with after much thought. This beautiful shrine maiden outfit had also been specially modified. Rather than calling it a shrine maiden outfit, it would be more appropriate to call it a piece of lingerie. Regardless, whether this shrine maiden outfit had any effect on exorcising spirits was uncertain, but it would definitely excite any wrongdoers. After all, ghosts have no interest in thighs. But wrongdoers might not be the same. Good, very good. Through the camera, Mitsuo Yutani praised Miku Kobashi's outfit. Even he felt his heart racing at the sight, let alone others. However, Miku Kobashi felt a bit embarrassed wearing such clothes. Mitsuo-kun, this is too embarrassing. No shrine maiden dresses like this. She tugged at the hem of her skirt, her face slightly flushed. Seeing her like this, Mitsuo Yatani quickly encouraged her. Miku, we're about to start the live stream. You mustn't mess this up. We're going all out this time. If we fail, we'll have to go back to the countryside. You don't want to return home in disgrace. Do you? Okay, I understand. Miku Kobashi's expression darkened, but her eyes immediately became resolute. She knew very well that Mitsuo Yatani was right. Ordinary girls like her flooded into Tokyo every day. To establish herself in Tokyo, she had to be bold. She certainly didn't want to go back to the countryside to inherit her family's takoyaki shop. She was tired of being the daughter of a takoyaki shop owner. I'm ready. Taking a deep breath, Miku Kobashi nodded at Mitsuo Yatani. All right, let's begin. With Mitsuo Yatani's gesture, Miku Kobashi's Spirit Exploration live stream officially started. Minasan, welcome to the live stream of the Apprentice Shrine Maiden Miku Kobashi. Today, Miku will take you to the legendary haunted nursing home. Miku is a true shrine maiden with the bloodline of Kyushu shrine maidens. So let's purify the evil spirits that linger here together. Let's go. Miku Kobashi pretended to be cute as she greeted the camera, deliberately showing off her beautiful figure. I must say, Miku Kobashi's figure was indeed impressive. The specially modified shrine maiden outfit was also very alluring. Coupled with the eerie surrounding environment, it created a significant visual impact. So soon, people started entering Miku Kobashi's live stream. Wow, it's a spirit exploration live stream. Not bad, the host is quite something. What kind of divine arts can the shrine maiden sister perform? Exciting techniques for wrongdoers, perhaps. Seeing the audience continuously entering the live stream, Mitsuo Yatani made a gesture to Miku Kobashi, indicating to keep up the perfect start. Noticing Mitsuo Yatani's gesture, Miku Kobashi became increasingly confident. Minasan, this nursing home is famous in Adachi Ward as a place of urban legends. It is rumored that several elderly people mysteriously committed suicide here. So the ghostly energy is very strong. There might even be powerful evil spirits born here. So please support Miku. Miku won't let you down. Miku Kobashi introduced the place in an extremely mysterious tone, emphasizing that several elderly people had committed suicide here to enhance the horror factor. However, in reality, no elderly people had committed suicide in this nursing home before. The rumors of hauntings had spread after it was abandoned. But that's okay. Spirit exploration live streams are all about this. Creating a scary story to attract attention, then using one figure to draw in fans. This was also the script that Mitsuo Yatani had discussed in advance with Miku Kobashi. She had memorized the prepared ghost story completely. With the camera, Miku Kobashi entered the main building of the nursing home. Due to the dilapidation and dim lighting, there was indeed a ghostly atmosphere in the building. What is that thing? Suddenly, Miku Kobashi shouted as she looked at a shadow in the distance, pulling out a prop talisman and pretending to use divine arts. Her loud shout immediately attracted the attention of the audience in a live stream. What? Is there an evil spirit? The host's posture seems quite impressive, but she still looks good. Then Mitsuo Yatani shifted the camera to the direction where Miku Kobashi had shouted. Sure enough, he captured a faint, flickering shadow. It seemed that there really was some evil spirit hiding there. But when they got closer, they discovered it was just the shadow of some debris. Damn, that's an evil spirit. Scaring ghosts, huh? I really believed it. After realizing they had worried for nothing, the live stream began to mock. Miku Kobashi had deliberately made a scene to create suspense, and the viewers were just bored and making a fuss. After all, everyone knew there were no evil spirits. After creating the suspense, Miku Kobashi intentionally put away the talisman and playfully said, I'm so sorry, everyone. I misjudged the situation just now. I almost used my divine arts. While explaining, Miku Kobashi even bent down slightly to flaunt her cleavage. Although Miku Kobashi's acting was terrible, the number of viewers in the live stream did not decrease, but rather increased. Host, do you know your acting is really bad? Yeah. It's too fake, but the cleavage is quite real. Minasan, this shrine maiden won't act. I really saw a spirit just now. It just ran away too quickly. Miku Kobashi would never admit her acting was bad. Huh. Indeed, the spirit was scared away by the host's shrine maiden outfit. Yeah, it was dazzled, seeing Miku Kobashi getting more and more into the groove. Mitsuo Yutani gave her a thumbs up. Both of them knew that spirit exploration was just a gimmick. The audience was still here for the beautiful apprentice shrine maiden. So next, Miku Kobashi used the eerie atmosphere of the building along with the pre-prepared ghost story and exaggerated performance to attract attention. As the popularity began to rise, Mitsuo Yutani thought it should be spiced up a bit. So he gestured for Miku Kobashi to take over the live stream while he went ahead to set things up. This was also part of their prior arrangement. After all, every performance had a script. Spirit exploration naturally had one too. Relying solely on the original atmosphere of the building would not achieve the thrilling and eye-catching purpose. So Mitsuo Yutani prepared some props to create an atmosphere. Chapter 18. The Sleepy Ghost. Alright, Mina-san, let's go ahead and explore the spirits. After waiting for a moment to confirm that Yamaguchi Mitsuo had set everything up, Kobayashi Miku picked up the live streaming pole and began her actions. Sure enough, as she turned a corner, she saw several tattered posters. The posters had a large red X painted on them, resembling bloodstains. Phew, that scared me to death. Kobayashi Miku patted her chest, pretending to be frightened. Mina-san, things are getting stranger here. What should Kobayashi do all alone? She looked at the camera, feigning pity. Haha, with a gift, I'm not afraid anymore. That's right. Go Kobayashi. Following that, more eerie graffiti posters, strange masks, and even tattered coats that moved without wind appeared. These were all props set up by Yamaguchi Mitsuo to enhance the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Yagami Kid also noticed Kobayashi Miku's live stream. He chuckled. This girl is really bold. Watching the live stream, where Kobayashi Miku, with her poor acting skills but hot figure, was performing, Yagami Kid found her quite interesting. He wasn't too foolish, so he could see that those were props to set the mood. However, this didn't affect the popularity of the live stream. After all, everyone was there to see the female streamer, and who was really there to see ghosts. Just what I need, a stone to test the waters, so it's you. Looking at Kobayashi Miku, Yagami Kid decided to lend her a hand, because these props were indeed rubbish if we're talking about pretending to be ghosts. The lingling fruit is the true king. Although Yagami Kid already knew how to collect soul energy, for safety's sake, he decided to be cautious. After all, being a show-off can be impressive, but if done wrong, one becomes a fool. So he had to confirm whether extraordinary abilities existed in this world. The best way to test this, naturally, was to throw a stone to ask the way. Thus, with a thought, Yagami Kid immediately summoned 10 sleepy ghosts. Name, Sleepy Ghost. Ability, pass through the human body, causing people to fall into a sleep state for 1 month. The ability is pretty good, just right for scaring people. But isn't this a bit too cute? Observing the sleepy ghost, Yagami Kid muttered to himself in dissatisfaction. The sleepy ghost in front of him looked like a basketball wrapped in a white sheet, floating around in the air, appearing quite adorable. But how can a ghost not be scary? After pondering for a moment, Yagami Kid decided to give the sleepy ghost some makeup. As his fingers shaped the ghost, its form began to change. Not only did its appearance transform into a terrifying humanoid figure, but the entire aura also became sinister. Now that looks like a ghost. After finishing the makeover, Yagami Kid nodded in satisfaction. Go! With a wave of his right hand, all the ghosts flew out. At this time, Kobayashi Miku's livestream was reaching a climax, with Kobayashi Miku and Yamaguchi Mitsuo working together more effectively. One set up props, while the other feigned surprise to enhance the atmosphere. Their livestream's popularity was continuously rising. Mina-san, this is the room where an old man allegedly committed suicide. It is said that the spirit of the suicidal old man remains trapped here and will drag intruders into endless hell. As they arrived at a room, Kobayashi Miku said solemnly. However, her gaze inadvertently glanced at the mark on the door. This was a pre-agreed mark between her and Yamaguchi Mitsuo. Yamaguchi Mitsuo would play the ghost inside while she would dispel the evil spirit in order to push the live stream to its climax. After confirming the mark, Kobayashi Miku took out the talisman to dispel evil spirits. Then she suddenly pushed the door open. Bang! As the door swung open, a ghost floating in midair, exuding a chilling aura, drifted in front of the window. Upon seeing someone enter, the ghost stopped and slowly turned its head. Crack, crack. Reflecting the moonlight from outside, the ghost's face was pale with red eyes. Its eerie appearance sent chills down the spines of those who saw it. Wow, what a realistic ghost. The streamer really put in effort. This acting is incredible. Exactly, it gave me goosebumps. Actually, it wasn't he, just the audience who was frightened. Kobayashi Miku was also startled. She knew this was Yamaguchi Mitsuo acting, but she didn't expect him to perform so convincingly. Although she knew it was fake, she still got quite a scare. However, Kobayashi Miku quickly composed herself. Kobayashi, you can do it. Yamaguchi-kun is acting so realistically. You can't back down. You're an actress. Show your skills. Kobayashi Miku motivated herself. Thinking everything was going according to the script, Kobayashi Miku didn't notice a trembling masked figure in the corner. At that moment, in the corner, Yamaguchi Mitsuo's face was pale and he was shaking all over. He wanted to move, but he couldn't control his stiff body at all, because next to him, a ghost with a green face and sharp teeth was staring at him. The chilling aura emanating from the ghost made his heart drop to the bottom, leaving him completely frozen. Whoa, Mom, save me. With a face full of fear, Yamaguchi Mitsuo was so scared he was about to wet himself. He never expected that a ghost hunting livestream would actually lead him to encounter a real ghost. Was this luck or misfortune? Initially, Yamaguchi Mitsuo was indeed acting as planned, waiting to cooperate with Kobayashi Miku's livestream. But just as he was getting ready, he saw several ghosts emerging from the floor. That's right, they broke the physical limitations and emerged directly from the floor. This scene immediately stunned Yamaguchi Mitsuo. Who is he? What's he doing here? What did he just see? Before Yamaguchi Mitsuo could collect his thoughts, several ghosts began to absorb the moonlight from the window. As the ghosts absorbed the moonlight, he saw their bodies becoming more solid. This scene shattered his understanding of reality, causing his heart to nearly stop. But what scared him the most was that one ghost seemed to have noticed him and was staring at him intently. Originally, Yamaguchi Mitsuo thought that Kobayashi Miku would come in and save him. He didn't expect that this silly girl would mistake the ghost for him. Kobayashi Miku posed and said, "Mina-san, this is the evil spirit trapped here. Today, Kobayashi will dispel it." Phew! At this moment, a gust of wind blew in, giving Kobayashi Miku a somewhat priestess-like air. Bold evil spirit, quickly disperse. Talisman go. Then, pretending to perform a set of gestures, Kobayashi Miku summoned the talisman. However, the talisman scattered with a gust of wind, while the ghost stared blankly at her, seemingly unaware of what had just been thrown. Chapter 19. The exorcism of the priestess. The atmosphere on site became somewhat awkward after the exorcism failed to drive away the evil spirit. Such powerful, divine magic. It was blown away by the wind. Does Kobashi really know magic? That ghost seems unafraid of talismans. Is this what you call exorcism? Watching the embarrassed Kobashi Miku, the live stream was immediately filled with mocking comments. Kobashi Miku also wore an awkward expression and couldn't help but complain inwardly. Damn, why isn't Yamada-kun cooperating with me? Meanwhile, Yamada Mitsuo, who was being complained about by Kobashi Miku, was frantically signaling her from the side. The Kyushu priestess is here. Little evil spirit, hurry and disperse. Helpless. Kobashi Miku could only endure her embarrassment and took out a stack of talismans to perform her magic again, but it was still useless. The witch has failed. Use the criminal's excitement technique. Let's try physical exorcism. After another failure, the mocking comments in the live stream increased. After consecutive failures, Kobashi Miku couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Why isn't Yamada-kun following the plan we agreed on? If he doesn't cooperate, I have to stand here and perform foolishly. But since it's Liv, even if she's dissatisfied, she could only keep it up. At least she had to complete this exorcism. So Kobashi Miku pretended to be serious and said, Mina-san, this evil spirit is very powerful. Ordinary talismans have no effect on it anymore. So now I can only use the talismans passed down in my family. Alright, this time it will definitely work. Wait and see the evil spirit disperse. I want to see the host's embarrassed expression. After saying this, Kobashi Miku took out a red talisman. "Evil spirit, you have forced my hand," Kobashi Miku shouted, as if she had taken out something incredible. Then she quickly stepped forward and stuck the talisman on the forehead of the evil spirit. Success. The evil spirit has dispersed. After sticking the talisman, Kobashi Miku began to exorcise the evil spirit again. But the awkward atmosphere came back. "Haha, so interesting. Try again." The third failure came quickly, and soon the mocking comments flooded the live stream. Yamada-kun, enduring her embarrassment, Kobashi Miku was almost on the verge of tears. However, Yamada Mitsuo, in the corner, felt even more wronged. He had been trying hard to signal her, but this silly girl just couldn't see it. It was really driving him crazy. At that moment, the ghost, staring at Yamada Mitsuo, passed through the wall and left. Instantly, Yamada Mitsuo felt a wave of relief wash over him. He quickly took off his mask and shouted, "Kobashi, run." "Huh, what's going on?" Hearing Yamada Mitsuo's voice, Kobashi Miku felt a bit confused. So she looked in the direction of the voice and soon saw Yamada Mitsuo, his expression full of panic. "Why is Yamada-kun over there? What is that in front of him?" Kobashi Miku was puzzled and hadn't reacted yet. "Kobashi, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and run." Thud. Seeing Kobashi Miku in a daze, Yamada Mitsuo anxiously shouted again. At the same time, he wanted to run quickly, but his legs were so scared they wouldn't listen. Just as he tried to step forward, he stumbled and fell. Seeing Yamada Mitsuo's terrified expression, Kobashi Miku seemed to come to her senses. Gulp. She couldn't help but swallow, then turn around. Immediately, she saw the ghost tear off the talisman from its forehead and let out a roar. Roar! Ah, a ghost! At that moment, an indescribable sense of fear surged into Kobashi Miku's heart. She let out a scream that seemed to reach 1,000 decibels. Then Kobashi Miku couldn't care less about the live stream and turned to run. Roar! Facing Kobashi Miku's escape, the ghost did not pursue her, but let out a roar. The piercing scream made both Kobashi Miku and Yamada Mitsuo stop in pain, covering their ears. At the same time, several ghosts emerged from the floor and ceiling, gathering behind the first ghost. The temperature in the room dropped sharply, and a layer of frost spread at a visible speed. This scene was broadcasted live through Kobashi Miku's stream. Initially, the audience in the live stream thought this was the fake priestess's act gone wrong, so they filled the comments with laughter. However, when they saw the ghosts passing through the floor and the frost forming, the viewers finally noticed something unusual. Stop, 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 this seems real. Did you all see that? That ghost went straight through the floor. Look, there's frost spreading. No way. This is the rhythm of hitting the jackpot. My God, the fake priestess encountered a real ghost. If this is fake, the special effects are too realistic. As the viewers in the live stream began to notice the abnormality, the popularity of Kobashi Miku's stream rapidly increased, gaining more and more heat. This phenomenon quickly caught the attention of the platform. However, the live stream signal was soon interrupted. This wasn't because the platform cut the stream, but because the phone was damaged by the frost. After losing the signal, the comments in the live stream continued to flood in. I can't believe it. Could it really be ghosts? This is definitely a supernatural event. That's right. This is a revival of spiritual energy. It's already been predicted in Dragon Kingdom novels. My family has priests. Can I make it in time to inherit the family business? Just as the comments were flooding the screen, the live stream suddenly shut down completely. At the same time, this incident also caught the attention of the Japanese government's official website. In fact, since the last supernatural event, the Japanese government had been both blocking information and fully investigating various supernatural occurrences. Of course, the result was nothing. However, under close scrutiny, they quickly noticed Kobashi Miku's live stream. In a certain izakaya in Adachi Ward, Hanachi Aruri was drinking and slacking off with a subordinate. Although she had been promoted to section chief, Hanachi Aruri had become much more energetic. However, it wasn't long before she became lazy again. Her superior had tasked her with investigating supernatural events. But supernatural events are not easy to find. So today she spent the whole day at shrines and temples, probing those priests and monks, nearly squinting her eyes. Yet she still couldn't uncover any supernatural information. Even a disreputable monk mistook her for wanting to engage in compensated dating and made a move on her. Furious, Hanachiya Ruri kicked the stupid monk away. What a ridiculous monk. Even if Hanachiya Ruri were thirsty, she wouldn't look at a fat pig. Thus, without any gains and in a bad mood, she simply came to slack off and drink, completely throwing her task to the back of her mind. Chapter 20. Yoshizawa Yuna. Beer really tastes good. In the izakaya, Hanako and Ruri down a glass of beer without any image of restraint. Next to her, a round-faced girl who looked cute was a bit worried and asked, "Captain, is it really okay for us to be slacking off like this?" Hearing this, Hanako and Ruri rolled her eyes and said, "How can this be considered slacking off? We've been investigating for so long. We should relax a bit. But we shouldn't drink so much, right?" Yoshizawa Yuna muttered softly, seeing Yoshizawa Yuna's adorable face. Hanako and Ruri couldn't help but tease her. She wrapped her arm around Yoshizawa Yuna's shoulder and rubbed her round, cute face, saying, "All right, Yuna-chan, don't say such boring things when we're drinking. Come on, let's have another drink." "Captain." With Hanako and Ruri rubbing her face, Yoshizawa Yuna blushed. Yoshizawa Yuna had just graduated not long ago and was also an invisible academic powerhouse. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been selected for the newly established Supernatural Investigation Department. After all, although the department had just been formed, it was highly valued. So, those who were selected were all outstanding talents from the police department. "Captain, don't pinch my face." After breaking free from Hanako and Ruri's grasp, Yoshizawa Yuna looked quite dissatisfied. In her eyes, the captain was great in every way, beautiful and capable. But she could be a bit lazy and sometimes like to be hands-on. Yuna-chan, is really cute. Hanako and Ruri smiled without any grace as she looked at Yoshizawa Yuna. With that demeanor, she hardly resembled a senior official from the police department. She looked more like a disheveled, lecherous woman. That said, it wasn't entirely Hanako and Ruri's fault for being infatuated. After all, a cute girl like Yoshizawa Yuna was just too adorable. She was simply charming to both genders. Do. At that moment, Yoshizawa Yuna's phone suddenly vibrated. Moshi. Okay, yes, I understand. I'll report to the captain immediately. After hanging up the phone, Yoshizawa Yuna reported, "Captain, the intelligence department found a live stream room that may involve a supernatural event, and the department wants us to go confirm the authenticity of the matter immediately." What? Hearing this, Hanako and Ruri's expression turned unhappy, because she hated overtime the most. So she thought for a moment and said, "No way, just say we're investigating elsewhere." "Captain." Upon hearing this, Yoshizawa Yuna couldn't help but feel helpless. Damn bureaucracy. Hanako and Ruri was just venting her frustrations. After all, she had just been promoted, so she couldn't be too lazy. But she still murmured. Yoshizawa Yuna was speechless. If the superior knew the captain's work attitude, who knows if she would get her position revoked. Gulu. After finishing the last glass of beer, Hanako and Ruri stood up. However, as soon as she got up, she instructed Yoshizawa Yuna, "Yuna-chan, remember to put this expense on the public account." Captain, didn't you say you would treat us this time?" Yoshizawa Yuna was startled, as she was still a rookie in the workplace and had no experience with public funds for eating and drinking. TCH. Hanako and Ruri waved her hand nonchalantly. "I'm a captain after all. What's wrong with using public funds for eating and drinking? Power is meant to be used, otherwise. What is the point of working hard for a promotion?" Soon, the two of them drove to the nursing home where Kobashi Miku was live streaming. "Captain, this is the place." After comparing the address given by the intelligence department, Yoshizawa Yuna confirmed. After surveying the eerie nursing home, Hanako and Ruri frowned. "Damn, the ghostly aura here is quite strong." "Huh? Captain, can you see the ghostly aura?" Hanako and Ruri shot Yoshizawa Yuna a glance, casually replying, "Can't you see how eerie it is here? Isn't the ghostly aura strong?" Yoshizawa Yuna nodded in agreement. Indeed, the ghostly aura was very strong here. "All right, let's go in." After that, Hanako and Ruri waved her hand, and the two entered the nursing home. Yoshizawa Yuna stealthily followed behind Hanako and Ruri, pulling out items like a doryman. There were crosses, talismans, and prayer beads, things meant to ward off ghosts and spirits. Seeing Yoshizawa Yuna's practiced demeanor, it was clear she was well prepared. "Hallelujah. Amipa, infinite heavenly sovereign, please protect me from encountering any ghosts." Yoshizawa Yuna quietly muttered a few phrases, her expression one of deep sincerity. Yoshizawa, what are you mumbling about? Hearing Yoshizawa Yuna's muttering, Hanakura Ruri turned around and immediately saw the items on her. What is this? Protective charms. Yoshizawa Yuna explained earnestly, Captain, we are currently investigating a supernatural event. So of course we have to be fully prepared. Who knows if we'll really encounter a ghost? Then why do you have so many? I don't know which deity is more effective, so I asked for a few more. It can't hurt to pray to one more deity. Yoshizawa Yuna proudly puffed out her chest, feeling quite pleased with her cleverness. Yes, since learning about the existence of the supernatural and being assigned to the Supernatural Investigation Department, the first thing Yoshizawa Yuna did was to get herself a whole set of protective charms. After all, she had just graduated, was still young, and wasn't prepared to sacrifice herself in the line of duty, because no one knew if those ghosts and deities would understand to cherish the fragrant and tender. If others heard this, they might think this girl was a bit foolish. However, Hanakura Ruri thought otherwise. She believed there was nothing wrong with it. After all, she was just working, so safety was the most important thing. Well, that makes sense. Give me one. Here you go, Captain. Yoshizawa Yuna generously handed over a cross. Next, the two began searching the main building. Although Hanakura Ruri was a bit lazy and Yoshizawa Yuna was a rookie, they were ultimately elites from the police department. So they had professional qualities. Therefore, the two quickly found traces left by Kobashi Miku. Following these traces, they soon arrived at the room where Kobashi Miku and Yamada Mitsuo were located. Ashu. It's so cold, Captain. As soon as they reached the door, a bone-chilling cold swept over them. It was summer after all, and this was a nursing home that had been abandoned for a long time and was rumored to be haunted. Therefore, Hanakura Ruri felt a bit gloomy. Damn, could it really be that lucky? Did I really hit the jackpot? She initially thought this would be another investigation with no evidence of supernatural events. But it turned out her luck was through the roof, as they actually encountered something real. Looking back, Hanakura Ruri found Yoshizawa Yuna also had a bewildered expression, clearly unprepared to face any ghosts or deities. Chapter 21. The Unlucky Quartet. Damn it. Standing at the door, Hui Qianyuan Liuli was unsure whether to go in or not. She wasn't prepared to face ghosts and gods. In Hui Qianyuan Liuli's mind, her bureaucratic life should involve sitting back and commanding others to charge in a battle while she enjoys the accolades and promotions, rather than being in the current situation. If it weren't for the desire for promotion and wealth, why would she go through so much trouble to climb the ranks? Captain, should we go in? Behind her, Yoshizawa Yuna asked weakly. I think for the sake of caution, we should wait for backup to avoid startling the snake. After all, supernatural events are serious matters. Hui Qianyuan Liuli said after a moment of thought. I think the captain is right. Yoshizawa Yuna, a slacker, immediately nodded in agreement. After all, they were just employees. Why risk their lives? Yes, supernatural events are serious. We must be cautious. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, it could cause immeasurable losses to the country. So we must ensure everything is foolproof. Hui Qianyuan Liuli said, putting on a righteous front to justify her cowardice. Then, Captain, let's hurry and leave. The chilling aura is really terrifying, Yoshizawa Yuna said, feeling uneasy and urging her to leave. Yes, retreat immediately. Hui Qianyuan Liuli didn't hesitate and turned to leave. But as soon as the two turned around, they were met with a scene that made their scalps tingle. A ghost emerged straight from the floor, staring at them with its blood-red eyes. Gulp, Captain. Hui Qianyuan Liuli and Yoshizawa Yuna turned pale with fear. Damn it, we really hit the jackpot. At that moment, Hui Qianyuan Liuli felt exceptionally unlucky. With so many people in the Supernatural Investigation Department, why did she have to encounter a ghost? Roar! The ghost's eyes glowed red as it let out a scream. Ghost! Run! Yoshizawa Yuna screamed in fright, and Hui Qianyuan Liuli pulled her flee. The two scrambled to push the door open and enter the room. Bang! After entering, they closed the door and immediately drew their guns, aiming at the entrance. Captain, will it come in? Although they had guns, Yoshizawa Yuna's fear couldn't be dispelled. Don't worry, backup will arrive soon. In fact, Hui Qianyuan Liuli was also scared. But as a superior, she had to maintain a semblance of calm in front of her subordinate. Who are you? Are you police? At that moment, two voices came from behind, making them both tense up. Who are you? Hua Qianyuan Liuli immediately turned around, gun raised in caution. Don't shoot. We're human. We're not ghosts. Seeing the handgun, Kobayashi Miku and Yutani Mitsuo quickly raised their hands to identify themselves. That's right, the ones speaking were Kobayashi Miku and Yutani Mitsuo. Earlier, the two were stunned by the ghost's sound waves, thinking they were doomed. But unexpectedly, the ghosts didn't attack them. They just circled around the two, as if surrounding them. This left them somewhat bewildered. However, despite their confusion, they didn't have the time to consider why this was happening. They were just thinking about getting rescued. It was only when Hua Qianyuan Liuli and her subordinate reached the door that the ghosts surrounding them finally left. Of course, this wasn't because the two were lucky, but because Yagami Kid intended it that way. Yagami Kid wanted to test the waters, see how deep the official involvement was, and whether there were supernatural forces in this world. Therefore, she wouldn't let them easily exit and needed them as pawns. After sizing up Kobayashi Miku, Yoshizawa Yuna immediately asked, "Are you Kobayashi Miku?" Yes. Are you here to rescue me?" Kobayashi Miku nodded vigorously, looking as if she had been saved. Confirming Kobayashi Miku's identity, Yoshizawa Yuna reported, "Captain, she is the female broadcaster who discovered the ghost." Hua Qianyuan Liuli, being seasoned, only needed a glance at Kobayashi Miku's shrine maiden outfit and Yutani Mitsuo's attire to realize they were two unlucky streamers who had encountered a real ghost while pretending to be ghost hunters. After all, which shrine maiden would dress so seductively? Looking at Kobayashi Miku, Hua Qianyuan Liuli asked, "How did you discover the ghost? And why didn't it attack you?" In Hua Qianyuan Liuli's view, it was strange that nothing had happened to Kobayashi Miku. Half an hour had passed since the ghost was discovered, and she was still alive? Could it be that the ghost couldn't deal with a fake shrine maiden? If she could find out why the ghost didn't attack them, then they could leave. At this moment, Kobayashi Miku, still shaken, appeared very scared. "I don't know either. Those ghosts just surrounded us and didn't attack. Please take us out of here." Hearing Kobayashi Miku's words, Yoshizawa Yuna thought to herself, "Humph, if we could leave, we would have done so already." Yoshizawa Yuna was still a novice, not as seasoned as Hua Qianyuan Liuli. "Then why did you choose to explore here? Did you know something in advance?" Trying to maintain her composure, Hua Qianyuan Liuli continued to ask. Kobayashi Miku now regretted it deeply and said with a bitter face, "How could I have known? If I had known there were ghosts here, I wouldn't have come. It was Yutani-kun who wanted to come here." As soon as Kobayashi Miku finished speaking, Hua Qianyuan Liuli and Yoshizawa Yuna turned to Yutani Mitsuo. Sensing the unfriendly gazes from the two, Yutani Mitsuo quickly waved his hands to explain. "It's not my fault. I didn't know. I just heard rumors that this place is haunted, so I wanted to attract traffic with the gimmick. How would I know there are real ghosts here?" Yutani Mitsuo also looked regretful. Initially, Yutani Mitsuo had been pleased with his idea, but now he regretted it, wishing he could slap himself. This really was a case of, if you don't ask for trouble, you won't get into trouble. They had merely planned to use the ghost story to fake a witch hunt to get some tips. Who would have thought they would actually encounter a ghost? When did his luck become so good? He had never even won a 1,000 yen lottery in his life. "Then what's with your outfit?" Yoshizawa Yuna suddenly asked. I originally planned to dress up as a ghost to attract traffic." Yutani Mitsuo forced a bitter smile, looking very helpless. Unlucky. Hearing this, Hua Qianyuan Liuli finally understood. They were just two unlucky people who had stumbled into this situation. Chapter 22. Shamelessly Scheming Chief. What should we do now? The ghost outside might not have left yet. Next to her, Yoshizawa Yuna asked with a worried expression. Originally, she thought these two ghost hunting streamers were special in some way, but it turned out they were just two unfortunate, unlucky people. However, at this moment, Yoshizawa Yuna didn't have the mood to talk about others' misfortune, because she was also an unlucky person. Although she had joined the Supernatural Investigation Club, she encountered a supernatural event right after starting, and it was a terrifying ghost at that. Wasn't that too thrilling? She wasn't prepared for this. With Yoshizawa Yuna looking at her expectantly, Hinazono Ruri felt equally uncertain. But as the chief, even if she felt insecure inside, she had to pretend that everything was under control. "Let me think for a moment." Turning her brain like a top student, Hanazono Ruri pondered deeply. In the end, her gaze landed on Kobashi Miku. Although Kobashi Miku was a fake shrine maiden, the ghost didn't attack her, which was real. Perhaps there was something about her that frightened the ghost, or maybe there was some other reason. But no matter the reason, she hadn't been attacked by the ghost. So, Hanazono Ruri quickly thought of a way to persuade her. Miss Kobashi, the ghosts are surrounding you, but not attacking. So I suspect you might really possess the bloodline of Shrine Maiden. What? Impossible. As soon as she said this, 3 exclamations rang out. Yoshizawa Yuna and Yutani Mitsuo were thinking, could this fake Shrine Maiden actually have the bloodline of Shrine Maiden? How could that be possible? Meanwhile, Kobashi Mika thought, how could she possibly have the bloodline of a Shrine Maiden? Her family wasn't in the countryside, running a takoyaki shop as small business owners. If she had a Shrine Maiden's bloodline, how could she not know about it? That's right. Hanazono Ruri nodded at Kobashi Miku's reaction and continued to speak seriously. Miss Kobashi, think about it. The ghosts are surrounding you, but not attacking. It must be because your Shrine Maiden bloodline is intimidating them. Otherwise, it wouldn't make any sense. How could this be? Kobashi Mika listened, still looking unconvinced. But Yutani Mitsuo and Yoshizawa Yuna, on the other hand, had their eyes light up and nodded. That's right. Chief's analysis is correct. If it weren't for this reason, how could those ghosts have let you go? So it must be like this. Yeah, Kobashi. If you think about it carefully, maybe you really do have the bloodline of Shrine Maiden. Yoshizawa Yuna thought. The chief is so smart. Her analysis must be right. And Yutani Mitsuo thought, if Kobashi Miku has the bloodline of Shrine Maiden, then she could deal with the ghosts. Now, Yutani Mitsuo just wanted to leave this cursed place, so he believed anything. But, with the two saying this, Kobashi Miku began to doubt herself. Perhaps she really did have the bloodline of a Shrine Maiden. Seeing that Kobashi Miku was moved, Hanazono Ruri quickly seized the opportunity and said, that's right, Miss Kobashi. You are the one with the Shrine Maiden bloodline. Dealing with those ghosts should be easy for you. So this time, please help us leave here. Hearing Hanazono Ruri say this, Kobashi Miku was somewhat surprised. That's right, it's you. As someone with the Shrine Maiden bloodline, you possess powerful spiritual energy. As long as you bravely fight against the ghosts, you might even have the chance to awaken and master true divine arts. Being so flattered by Hanazono Ruri, Kobashi Miku felt a bit dizzy, especially when it was mentioned that she could master true divine arts. Kobashi Mika became even more excited, because she was pretending to be a Shrine Maiden for the sake of money. If she became a real witch, mastering true divine arts, then she wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. In fact, although Kobashi Miku had a big chest, she wasn't brainless. However, her humble background and financial struggles made her extremely eager for success. She longed to become someone above others. Therefore, Hanazono Ruri's words kept echoing in her ears. However, in reality, Hanazono Ruri was indeed just trying to fool her. Because Hanazono Ruri, being an ordinary person without any supernatural abilities, couldn't possibly tell how strong the spiritual energy was. She was just completely out of options. She was just an ordinary person, although she had experienced a supernatural event once. She didn't have any supernatural abilities. This time was also unfortunate. What she thought would be a routine investigation turned out to be a real encounter with a ghost. Although she had a gun in hand, Hanazono Ruri didn't think this southern-style pistol, which couldn't even kill a dog, could take down a ghost. So she could only pin her hopes on this fake Shrine Maiden, hoping she could continue the good luck from before and help her avoid the ghost. Although it was somewhat shameless for a civil servant to do this, Hanazono Ruri didn't think so, because she was not only a civil servant, but also an official. Isn't that what officials do? They let others charge forward while they command from behind. So it makes perfect sense. Beside her, Yoshizawa Yuna looked at Hanazono Ruri with admiration, thinking, the chief really is amazing. She managed to analyze so much in an instant. Even Yutani Mitsuo felt much more at ease after hearing this. Under the expectant gazes of the three, Kobashi Miku felt a bit dazed. She wanted to say something, but with everyone looking at her like that, she couldn't find the words. On the other side, through the ghost perspective, Yagami Kid saw this scene and said with interest, this beautiful police officer is a bit shameless. Yagami Ki didn't expect that this seemingly righteous, beautiful woman had such a scheming side. Truly, one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. But isn't that what makes it interesting? Looking at the soul energy value, he was very satisfied with the rate of increase. Earlier, when the ghost made its appearance, it just so happened to be streamed by Kobashi Miku, which brought Yagami Ki a delightful surprise. Just that instant, the increased soul energy value was almost 100. It was enough to unlock a new skill. So he was looking forward to this scene unfolding to various extents, to prevent the show from falling flat. He didn't mind playing along a bit. At this moment, without waiting for Kobashi Miku to react, Hanazono Ruri pushed her to the front. All right, Miss Kobashi, let's hurry and leave. Don't worry, I will be your strongest support. With that, Hanazono Ruri raised her gun. That's right, Miss Kobashi. With me and the chief supporting you from behind, you can confidently deal with the ghosts. Yoshizawa Yuna also said while holding her gun. Fine. Kobashi Miku originally wanted to refuse, but seeing the guns in their hands, she fell silent. Great, Kobashi! Yutani Mitsuo exclaimed with excitement. He didn't care about anything else. He just wanted to survive and get out of here. Moments later, Kobashi Miku took the talismans and prepared to charge out. It was only at this moment that her mind finally registered. It seemed like she had been treated as a weapon. Chapter 23 Breakthrough, suddenly realizing. Miku Kobashi turned around to take a look. She wanted to refuse, but when she saw the gun in Lioli Wachiyuin's hand, she didn't dare. It was only at this moment that Miku Kobashi understood the principle that the higher you hold something, the harder it falls. In the end, she could only curse under her breath with a bitter face. Damn it! Behind Miku Kobashi, Lioli Wachiyuin and Yuna Yoshizawa instinctively touched the protective charms in their pockets. May Buddha bless us. God is with me. These two were praying to God and seeking help from Buddha, which was quite something. All right, let's go. I'm a person with a shrine maiden bloodline. Taking a deep breath, Miku Kobashi steeled her heart and rushed out. Evil spirits begone. Evil spirits. Begone. Evil spirits begone. After rushing out, Miku Kobashi randomly scattered talismans and chanted incantations, completely unaware of the situation outside. It wasn't until a long while later that she realized that there were no ghosts outside. No ghosts? Just when Miku Kobashi was puzzled, Lioli Wachiyun stepped out and asked, Miss Kobashi, have the evil spirits been repelled? Yes, they have been repelled. Miku Kobashi nodded, as if she had truly repelled the evil spirits. That's great, Kobashi. You really have a shrine maiden bloodline. Mitsuo Yutani was so happy he felt even more elated than if he had the shrine maiden bloodline himself. Even Yuna Yoshizawa looked at Lioli Wachiyuin with admiration and said, Captain, you are amazing. Miss Kobashi really has the shrine maiden bloodline. We have made a significant discovery of a supernatural ability holder with a shrine maiden bloodline. At this point, Yuna Yoshizawa curiously asked, by the way, Captain, how did you know Miss Kobashi has the shrine maiden bloodline? How would I know? Lioli Wachiyun silently cursed in her heart. But on the surface, she pretended to be profound. Of course, it's the intuition of a police officer. I have to say, Lioli Wachiyun was quite reliable when she pretended. As expected of the captain, Yuna Yoshizawa admired her, truly feeling she had made the right choice. After enjoying Yuna's admiring gaze for a moment, Lioli Wachiyun quickly said, All right, let's not waste time. We need to leave here quickly. The ghost may appear at any moment. Yes, let's hurry. Quickly. The few of them nodded, not wanting to stay in this place for even a moment longer. However, Yagami Ki, seeking soul energy, would not let them leave so easily. So, just as they passed through a corridor, several ghosts emerged, blocking their path. Oh no! Evil spirits. Then they saw several ghosts twisting their heads in a strange manner, followed by a chilling aura that immediately swept over them. The frigid air caused frost to form on the walls and floor of the corridor in an instant. Clatter, clatter, Captain! Being attacked by the cold air, Yuna Yoshizawa's teeth began to chatter. Shoot! Lioli Wachiyun gritted her teeth and immediately ordered. Bang, 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 bang. But ordinary bullets were no match for the ghosts. The bullets passed through the ghosts without causing any harm. Damn it! Seeing this, Lioli Wachiyun immediately cursed under her breath. Keikobashi. At the same time, Mitsuo Yutani looked at Miku Kobashi in panic, hoping she could use the talismans to repel the ghosts like before. But courage is fleeting. Earlier, Miku Kobashi had been holding her breath. Now that the tension was gone, where was her courage to face the ghosts? I can't. Miku Kobashi shook her head, not daring to step forward. Roar. At this moment, the leading ghost let out a roar, and more ghosts emerged from the floor or walls, making the temperature drop even further. Damn it. Is this a nest of evil spirits? Seeing so many ghosts, Liuli Wachiyuan's face turned pale instantly. Run. Without time to think, Liuli Wachiyuan shouted and led everyone to retreat. Roar. The leading ghost roared and immediately led the other ghosts in pursuit. While fleeing, Yuna Yoshizawa pulled out a cross and shouted, God bless. However, the Western god seemed to have no control over Eastern ghosts, so it was ineffective. Damn, useless foreign gods. Seeing that the Western god was of no help, Yuna Yoshizawa angrily threw away the cross. Then, she took out a string of prayer beads and chanted, Buddha, show your power, Allah above. After that, Yuna Yoshizawa tried the beliefs of the other two major religions, but it seemed that these religious deities were too lazy to pay her any attention. Since foreign religions were ineffective, Yuna Yoshizawa decided to try the local gods. After all, local gods were one of their own and wouldn't just watch her get harmed by ghosts, right? O great deity of the heavens! O great deity, Susanoo! O great deity, take my Kazuchi! O great deity, Amaterasu! However, the reality was cruel. All the gods were too lazy to pay her any attention. At this moment, Yuna Yoshizawa felt that her money had been wasted. Yoshizawa, what are you doing? Hurry and run. Noticing Yuna Yoshizawa mumbling to herself, Liuli Wachiyuan immediately shouted, Captain, these gods are useless. What time is it now? And you are still worried about this? Under the pursuit of the ghosts, the few of them fled in a panic, contributing a lot of soul energy to Yagami Kid in their fear. In fact, Yagami Kid had already shown them a lot of mercy if he hadn't controlled the ghosts. These guys would have been finished long ago. Did they really think the ghosts summoned by Yagami Kid were weak? It was precisely because of Yagami Kid's leniency that the ghosts seemed to be in a movie-like chase, always missing them by a hair's breadth. In total, the amount of leniency Yagami Kid showed could fill an ocean. Ouch! Just then, Yuna Yoshizawa tripped over some debris on the ground. She accidentally fell to the ground. Captain, Yoshizawa! Yuna Yoshizawa exclaimed, and Liuli Wachiyuan gritted her teeth and hurried back to help her up. As for Miku Kobashi and Mitsuo Yatani, they were so panicked that they had long since disappeared. Damn it! Bang! 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 Although the bullets had no effect on the ghosts, Liuli Wachiyuan kept firing her gun. Hurry and go! Liuli Wachiyuan continued to shoot while helping Yuna Yoshizawa. Ouch! But Yuna Yoshizawa had twisted her ankle, and as soon as she stood up, she fell again. Rubbing her swollen and painful ankle, Yuna Yoshizawa said with a defeated expression, Captain, you go on ahead. Don't worry about me. Shut up. How could I abandon my subordinate? Although Liuli Wachiyuan was usually lazy at this moment, she radiated an extraordinary glow of humanity. Chapter 24. The Manifestation of Guanxing Dijuan. Looking at Hu Qianyuan Liuli, Yoshizawa Yuna couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. At this moment, she only wanted to follow the leader for a lifetime and serve her faithfully. Damn it! Why are there so many evil spirits running around? However, at this moment, Hu Qianyuan Liuli felt a deep frustration that she couldn't express, as the ghosts were about to charge at them. Yoshizawa Yuna didn't have time to think, and, disregarding whether the talismans would work, threw all of them out, hoping that this time a blind cat would stumble upon a dead rat. May the gods bless us. With Yoshizawa Yuna's chaotic throwing, crosses, prayer beads, talismans, holy salt, and charms flew toward the ghosts like rain. But none of it worked. Oh, it's over. We're doomed. Seeing that all the talismans were ineffective, Hu Qianyuan, Liuli, and Yoshizawa Yuna looked at each other in despair, just as countless ghosts pounced towards them. The two seemed to see the end of their lives and prepared to welcome death. However, there is a director for the show. If the director doesn't allow death, then no one will die. Therefore, Yagami Kid decided to go easy on them. At this critical moment, the last talisman left on Yoshizawa Yuna suddenly emitted a bright light. repelling all the ghosts. Whoosh! Huh. This sudden scene amazed the two who had already been in despair. Seeing this, Hu Qianyuan Lioli immediately asked, as if grasping the last straw for survival, Yoshizawa, do you have anything else with you? What? Yoshizawa Yuna was taken aback and quickly looked down. Sure enough, there was one last talisman on her waist that she hadn't thrown away. Without any hesitation, Yoshizawa Yuna immediately grabbed the talisman from her waist and shouted, Guanxing Dijuan, bless us, evil spirits retreat. Whoosh! As soon as Yoshizawa Yuna finished speaking, the Guanxing Dijuan statue in her hand instantly emitted golden light, completely repelling the ghosts. After shouting, Yoshizawa Yuna was a bit dazed. Huh, Guanxing Dijuan? When did I invoke Guanxing Dijuan? In the island country, Guanxing Dijuan is a well-known figure, with a reputation not inferior to that in Huaxia. Thanks to the developed gaming and anime industry in the island country, the image of Guanxing Dijuan is extremely popular. There are game representations, anime representations, and even gender-bent versions. So Yoshizawa Yuna recognized at a glance. But it wasn't until she shouted that she realized she hadn't actually invoked Guanxing Dijuan. However, this was not the time to think about such things. Seeing the ghosts repelled, Hu Qianyuan Lioli immediately shouted excitedly, Yoshizawa, well done. Yeah. Yoshizawa Yuna nodded in a daze, unable to believe that she had actually repelled the ghosts. All right, let us hurry and leave. Yes, let's go quickly. After the surprise, the two hurried to leave. Perhaps due to the influence of the Guanxing Dijuan statue, the two did not encounter any more ghosts afterward. It wasn't until they turned a corner that they discovered Koizumi Miku and Yutani Mitsuo, who had been cornered by the ghosts. Officer, help me. Save me. Seeing Hu Qianyuan Lioli and Yoshizawa Yuna, Koizumi Miku and Yutani Mitsuo quickly shouted. This time, Yoshizawa Yuna was full of confidence. She calmly raised the Guanxing Dijuan statue and shouted, Evil spirits retreat. Whoosh! Just like before, several beams of golden light immediately repelled the ghosts. Huh. Oh my! Seeing the ghosts being repelled, Koizumi Miku and Yutani Mitsuo looked astonished. When they realized what had repelled the ghosts, they were even more dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost themselves. It's actually Guanxing Dijuan. Does Guanxing Dijuan govern ghosts? The island nation's evil spirits were actually repelled by a deity from the dragon country. Are the deities of the island country just useless? This is too bizarre. Koizumi Miku, being a fake witch herself, found this even more bizarre. Ignoring the two who were in shock, Hu Qianyuan Lioli immediately said, All right, stop dazing off. Let us quickly leave here. Then, under the protection of Guanxing Dijuan, the four finally made it safely to the entrance of the main building. At this time, the special forces sent by the police department finally arrived. Form a tactical formation and search. Go, go, go. When they saw a group of special forces dressed in black tactical combat uniforms, Hu Qianyuan Lioli and the others were immediately filled with joy. Great, we're here. After discovering Hu Qianyuan Lioli and the others, the commander of the special forces immediately reported. Report, sir, target found. Through the cameras on the special forces, the command center behind also saw Hu Qianyuan Lioli and the others and immediately ordered, Bring them out immediately. Yes, sir. Under the cover of the special forces, everyone quickly retreated. When Yagami Kid saw that all the pieces were finally in place, he smiled lightly. The actors were ready, and the grand show could finally begin. Just now, Yagami Kid had been going easy on them, but he couldn't keep going easy forever. If he let go too much, others might really think their ghosts were weaklings. Now everything was in place, and he could finally unleash a massacre. It's time for the little ones to show their strength. With Yagami Kid's permission, all the ghosts could finally reveal their true power. Roar! Thus, just as Hu Qianyuan Lioli and the others joined the special forces, all the ghosts became frenzied, as if their restraints had been lifted. They all crawled out from the ground or walls, their crimson eyes emitting an extremely terrifying aura. The gathering of numerous ghosts also caused a layer of frost to form around them. Chatter, chatter. Yutani Mitsuo felt a tightness in his heart as his teeth chattered. Wow, so many evil spirits. At the same time, the special forces were also filled with fear. Although these special forces were rigorously trained, and even when facing terrorists several times their number, they wouldn't be afraid and would have confidence in annihilating them. But that was against humans. Facing supernatural beings like ghosts, even the special forces felt intimidated. Open fire. Suppressing the panic in their hearts, the commander of the special forces immediately ordered. Bang, 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 bang. Soon, dozens of submachine guns unleashed a fierce barrage of fire. Seeing this, Hu Qianyuan Lioli quickly reminded, "These evil spirits aren't afraid of bullets. This won't work. We must retreat immediately." Hearing Hu Qianyuan Lioli's reminder, the commander of the special forces also noticed that bullets were passing through the ghosts without causing any harm. Damn it, it really doesn't work. Retreat. But just as the commander of the special forces was about to give the order, a command from the command center came through. No retreat, continue the attack. We must capture a ghost sample. In the eyes of the officials in the command center, this was rare research material, a significant breakthrough in the field of the supernatural, and it must not be given up. Chapter 25, The Greatest Weakness, damn it. Upon hearing this, the Special Forces commander immediately turned pale. Their training was designed to deal with humans, not ghosts. However, despite the grim expression, the orders from the command center had to be obeyed. Fortunately, before they set out, they had already been informed that their mission target was a ghost, so they had made some targeted preparations. After calming down, the Special Forces commander ordered, "Immediately change into special equipment." Yes, all the Special Forces immediately took out a stack of talismans and affixed them to themselves, along with a series of peculiar special equipment, such as peachwood swords, ink lines, stun guns, flamethrowers, and holy water. In fact, since the establishment of the Supernatural Investigation Department, they had made some preparations for potential supernatural entities like evil spirits, customizing some seemingly professional equipment. However, these pieces of equipment were created based on the department's own understanding, as no one had ever dealt with evil spirits before, so who knew what would work against them? This had troubled the logistics department. The people in the logistics department had been educated in modern materialism, growing up learning mathematics and science, and never expected to be tasked with manufacturing weapons to deal with evil spirits. This was akin to forcing a duck to lay eggs. Fortunately, the logistics department had enough creativity to actually come up with something. While there was no real-world experience in dealing with evil spirits, there were plenty of mythological stories and movies. Many of the methods to deal with evil spirits were found in the myths left by ancestors. Previously, this might have been seen as superstition, but now with the emergence of supernatural events, it was no longer the case. Thus, methods to deal with evil spirits might very well exist within these mythological stories, which were ways ancestors had left behind to combat evil spirits. However, as evil spirits became less visible over time, people gradually stopped believing, treating myths merely as stories. Thus, inspired by mythological stories and films, the logistics department created a range of special equipment. Since they didn't know which equipment would be reliable, they prepared a bit of everything. For example, the protective talismans used by the special forces came from an island nation. The peachwood swords and ink lines were from Chinese zombie movies. And the holy water was from Catholic sources, along with even some holy salt that could expel spirits. As for the stun guns and flamethrowers, they were also drawn from mythological experiences. After all, in myths, gods could use various spells to summon thunder and flames during battles against demons and monsters. Although no one had yet discovered individuals who could wield supernatural abilities, modern technology could still harness thunder and flames. Additionally, under the creative thinking of the logistics department, the Supernatural Investigation Department even established a folklore research lab specifically to unearth clues from mythological stories and ancient texts. Attack. After changing their equipment, the Special Forces launched another attack. However, the ghost was under the control of Yashing Feng, who made the ghost fear whatever he wanted it to fear. Therefore, these outlandish creations posed no real danger to the ghost. Roar! The ghost let out a howl and launched an attack without fear. This time, there would be no mercy. Whoosh! A ghost screamed as it suddenly penetrated the body of one Special Forces member and pulled out a hazy, transparent, humanoid object, seemingly the soul of that Special Forces member. Bang! As the soul was extracted, the body of that Special Forces member was immediately covered in a layer of frost and then collapsed straight down. This scene completely stunned everyone. What is that? Damn it! Huai Qian Yuan Liuli and the Special Forces commander both looked extremely grim. Roar! Then, under the terrified gazes of everyone, the ghost attacked again. Quickly! Counterattack! Eliminate them! No! Don't come over! However, the Special Forces weapons were utterly useless against the ghost. The ghost's attacks felt like they were merely serving up dishes for the enemy. The most critical point was that the ghost's method of attack was too bizarre. It directly pulled out people's souls and then froze their bodies. The Special Forces had undergone strict training and might not fear death. But when it came to having their souls torn out by an evil spirit, that was another story. This was beyond the psychological tolerance of the crowd. I knew it wouldn't work. Run! Huai Qian Yuan Liuli shouted loudly and immediately retreated. She didn't want to die here because of the command center's foolish orders. Yoshizawa Yuna and others felt the same. At this moment, their lives were the most important. However, the Special Forces, after all, had undergone rigorous training. Although the situation before them was somewhat beyond their comprehension, they still didn't collapse. Damn, these things are completely useless. As they watched a Special Forces member wielding a peachwood sword and splashing holy water being pulled apart by the ghost, the commander looked furious and heartbroken. Commander, what do we do? Our weapons are completely ineffective. A Special Forces member shouted in terror, but just as he finished shouting, his soul was yanked out by a ghost. Damn ghost. Godi. Slap, slap, slap. This one-sided slaughter quickly shattered the morale of the Special Forces. Some out-of-control members didn't care whether the bullets were effective or not and sprayed bullets wildly with their submachine guns. Those with stun guns and flamethrowers also went into a frenzy. Coincidentally, the Special Forces commander noticed that while the ghosts were unafraid of bullets, they would avoid the flamethrowers and stun guns. This sparked an idea in his mind. Quickly, those ghosts fear thunder and flames. Everyone reorganized into a combat formation centered around the flamethrowers. Yes, it must be said that these Special Forces were quite well trained. Under the commander's order, they quickly regained their footing. However, after the earlier massacre, only a few Special Forces members were left able to fight. Thus, a dozen ghosts began to circle around the remaining Special Forces. This guy is quite clever. Behind the scenes, Yashing Feng muttered as he observed the scene. Indeed, ghosts were not afraid of ordinary physical attacks, but they had lower resistance to fire and thunder. Even so, ghosts were not something that ordinary people could combat using flamethrowers and stun guns. This was because ghosts carried a fear aura, and their roars could instill fear. Any ordinary person hearing it would feel deep-seated terror. While flamethrowers, stun guns, and other weapons could harm ghosts, no matter how powerful the weapon was, it still required a person to use it. Thus, as long as the user felt fear and trepidation, the weapons would be ineffective. In fact, it wasn't just stun guns and flamethrowers. All human weapons, even atomic bombs, were the same. Because no matter how terrifying a weapon's power, it was still wielded by humans. Which is the greatest weakness of ordinary people when facing ghosts, these supernatural entities. Chapter 26, Embarrassment Big Time. Roar! Suddenly, all the ghosts circled around the remnants of the troops, emitting howls that instantly struck fear into the hearts of the soldiers. At the same time, the chilling aura of the ghosts made everyone shiver uncontrollably. Under such circumstances, they couldn't unleash the power of their weapons at all. Bang! No! Don't come closer! After breaking the morale of the troops, the ghosts immediately launched an attack. They quickly breached the formation and snatched away the souls of several Special Forces members. No! Run! I quit! At that moment, even the rigorously trained Special Forces collapsed. Without the commander's orders, the remaining members turned and fled. Seeing this situation from the command center, an officer immediately issued an order. No retreat, continue the attack. We must capture a sample. Hurry back. In the eyes of the command center officials, the lives of these soldiers were far less important than a ghost sample. Even if the weapons were ineffective and they couldn't capture anything, engaging with the ghosts could still yield valuable data. However, they overestimated the courage of these soldiers, as it was no longer the Showa era. If these individuals hadn't undergone special training, they would have likely collapsed and fled long ago. Thus, the collapsing special forces completely ignored these orders. Damn it! I'll send you to a military tribunal. Watching the disheveled remnants flee, the command center could only yell helplessly. Bang! Ah! Ah! As the saying goes, kick a man when he's down, and since the special forces had already collapsed, the ghosts naturally took the opportunity to pursue. Thus, during the escape, more and more people were attacked by the ghosts. Although the ghost attack methods were singular, they were brutally effective, passing through their bodies and leaving behind frozen corpses. However, these special forces members did not die, as the ghosts sent by Yagami Kid were merely sleep ghosts. Being passed through by a sleep ghost would only put them to sleep for a month, not cause actual death. The souls that were pulled away by the ghosts were essentially the essence of the individuals. Although they wouldn't die, losing so much essence would leave them weakened for a long time upon waking, and they would lose part of their memories. Ah, don't come closer. Slap, slap, slap. At this moment, the remnants of the special forces had already run outside the main building. In the open area, the ghost attack methods became even more bizarre and cruel. Although the panicking special forces fired wildly, it had no effect whatsoever. Seeing this scene, the police surrounding the main building gasped in shock. Then, without the order from their superior, they instinctively turned and ran. After all, no one wanted to become a frozen corpse. Bastards! Who told you to retreat? Stand still. Seeing his subordinates retreat without an order, the on-site commander immediately yelled. But ordinary police officers were not special forces. They didn't possess their courage, so no one listened to his commands. Bastards! You cowards! I'm going to— My God! The on-site commander, while berating his subordinates for their cowardice, suddenly saw a ghost charging at him, causing him to scream and turn to run, his speed no slower than anyone else's. Thus, a group of police officers ran ahead while another group chased behind. The scene was quite amusing. It continued like this until they ran out of the nursing home's range, at which point the ghosts stopped their pursuit. Of course, this was not due to the ghosts' kindness, but because Yagami Kid had set a defined attack range. The ghosts were not allowed to leave the nursing home, or else the situation would be difficult to manage. Once they were out of the nursing home and confirmed that the ghosts had not followed, all the police officers breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming how lucky they were. Those who weren't lucky were already lying on the ground, seeing the scene of devastation. The on-site commander and the officials in the command center had ashen faces, dark enough to drip water. Bastards! Thus, in the first round of combat between the ghosts and the officials, the ghosts achieved a complete victory. When the situation reached the Supernatural Investigation Department and the police headquarters, everyone fell silent. Although everyone knew this was their first official confrontation with a supernatural entity, and that they were unlikely to gain any advantage. They did not expect to lose so terribly, especially the logistics department, who faced the scorn of the officials from the Supernatural Investigation Department and the police headquarters, feeling utterly humiliated, because all the equipment they developed to combat ghosts was useless. Aside from flamethrowers and electric guns, everything else was unreliable. Naturally, all the blame for this failure fell onto the logistics department. However, the logistics department felt quite wrong because they had been given very little time to prepare. Moreover, the police headquarters had almost zero understanding of the supernatural at that time. Thus, asking them to develop special equipment under such circumstances was simply absurd. The fact that they managed to produce anything at all was impressive. If it had been someone else, they might not have even done as well. However, they could only complain in their hearts, as the hierarchy meant that they had to take the fall for this. Shortly after, at the police headquarters, prominent figures like Nakamura Masao, Ono Junichiro, and Kujo Shuichi were listening to the on-site command report regarding this operation. The more they listened, the darker Nakamura Masao's expression became. This time, the police headquarters had completely lost face. Not only had the operation failed utterly, but the casualties were also severe. If the ghosts hadn't been restricted from leaving the nursing home, they would have likely been completely annihilated. Compared to Nakamura Masao, Ono Junichiro felt much better. He was currently thankful that he hadn't seized the initiative to form the Supernatural Investigation Department. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have fallen on the Public Security Bureau. Unlike the two, Kujo Shuichi appeared indifferent. After all, he was merely an observer. Nakamura, the police chief. After a moment of silence, Ono Junichiro spoke first. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Nakamura Masao interrupted, saying, "Ahem, although this operation was somewhat imperfect, overall, the gains were still substantial. We not only confirmed direct evidence of supernatural existence, but also engaged with it and obtained important data on this type of supernatural entity. This is an unprecedented major victory." Clap, clap, clap. As soon as Nakamura Masao finished speaking, everyone in the police headquarters applauded. Only Ono Junichiro cast a disdainful glance at Nakamura Masao, thinking to himself, losing so badly and still having the face to take credit. However, Nakamura Masao didn't care, as who in politics still had any shame. What Chief Nakamura said was correct. This was indeed an unprecedented victory. Since that's the case, the handling of the incident going forward will be continued by the police headquarters. Ono Junichiro said with a smile. Yes, Minister Ono is right. The police headquarters has experience handling such supernatural events. Exactly. As soon as this was said, everyone nodded in agreement. Chapter 27. The thick skin of the big shots. It has been proven that supernatural entities are not easy to deal with. Especially this time, they encountered a malevolent spirit. The bizarre and soul-tearing attacks of the evil spirit not only terrified the frontline officers, but even the big shots in the back were greatly frightened, so naturally. No one wanted to take on this hot potato. Just right, they could use the Metropolitan Police's authority to test the waters. After all, if there were results in the end, they could all share in it. In fact, Masao Nakamura also felt a bit regretful. After discovering the supernatural existence, he immediately realized it was a tremendous opportunity. So he instinctively grabbed the initiative. However, this failure splashed cold water on him. Once he calmed down, Nakamura realized that opportunities often come with risks, and he was likely helping others clear the mines. But since he had already seized the initiative, there was no reason to give it up. He couldn't afford to lose face. So what if he failed? It wasn't him who would die. There were plenty of cannon fodder in the Metropolitan Police to charge into battle. Thus, Masao Nakamura forced himself to say, this is only natural. In order to combat potential supernatural threats in the future and protect all citizens, our Metropolitan Police naturally does not fear sacrifice. Such patriotic rhetoric could be said by everyone present, so no one took it seriously. After finishing his empty words, Nakamura revealed his true intention. However, in order to better respond to supernatural threats, I believe we should quickly confirm the personnel for the head of the Supernatural Investigation Section. And it should be an experienced elite from the Metropolitan Police. Yes, although the Supernatural Investigation Section had officially been established, the position of section head was still vacant. Since all the big shots wanted to put their own people in, the selection for the section head had been stalled, and no suitable candidate had been chosen. No, the Supernatural Investigation Section is of great importance. I believe the choice for the section head must be made with caution and should be taken by a more excellent public security official. Just as Nakamura finished speaking, Junichiro Ono opposed him. In the struggle for control over the establishment of the Supernatural Investigation Section, the Public Security Ministry was slightly at a disadvantage, so they would not compromise on the selection of the section head. Why not? The Supernatural Investigation Section is under the jurisdiction of the Metropolitan Police and should be led by its elite. Nakamura glared angrily at Junichiro Ono. But Junichiro Ono was not intimidated at all, saying, "You are correct, Chief Nakamura. The Supernatural Investigation Section is indeed under the jurisdiction of your Metropolitan Police. But don't forget, our Public Security Ministry also participated in the establishment of the Supernatural Investigation Section and allocated a large number of personnel and resources. That is what you should do. For the future of the country, the Public Security Ministry should contribute, not act as if you deserve credit for a little contribution and demand this and that, showing no sense of the overall situation." Damn! After hearing Nakamura's words, Junichiro Ono was so angry he almost laughed. They say Junichiro Ono is shameless. But this Nakamura guy is even more shameless. What did you say? I said you're shameless. You clueless fool. Baka. The Metropolitan Police and the Public Security Ministry were already rife with conflicts. So soon the argument escalated into a shouting match. Watching the two men bickering, Shuichi Kujo merely rolled his eyes as if he had seen it all before. In fact, not just in this meeting, but in any level of meeting, these bureaucrats could easily turn it into a shouting match. They could even curse each other's ancestors in front of the emperor. Because behind each of these bureaucrats represented an interest group. It wasn't them arguing, it was the interest groups behind them that were in conflict. Thus, for any matter, it would not be settled without cursing each other's ancestors. Even sometimes, these bureaucrats, despite not wanting to argue, found it impossible not to. Because if they didn't argue, it would seem like they hadn't tried, and it would be hard to appease those below. Therefore, to show they had done their best and fought for their own interests, these bureaucrats, even if they didn't want to, had to put on a show and curse each other vehemently. This could be considered a unique characteristic of the island nation. While these big shots were busy cursing each other's ancestors, the Supernatural Investigation Section began its investigation into Miki Okajima and Mitsuo Furuya. After all, they were the ones who first discovered the existence of the ghost, and strangely, they didn't lose a single hair. It should be noted that this time, the Metropolitan Police suffered heavy casualties, yet these two were surrounded by ghosts for a long time without any harm. How could one not be curious? In an interrogation room, Mitsuo Furuya was sweating nervously, because the two police officers in front of him had eyes sharp as eagles, being stared at by them. Furuya felt as if he were completely naked, standing before them without any clothes, with no secrets or privacy whatsoever. Especially after what he had just experienced. He was very frightened. After all, movies have shown that once a small character learns a huge secret, they generally end up being silenced. As they scrutinized Mitsuo Furuya, the two police officers were also puzzled. According to the files, this guy was just an extremely ordinary person. How could he encounter a ghost? Did he specifically go to a haunted nursing home to investigate? Was this a coincidence, or was there some inevitable connection? The national machinery was extremely terrifying. So as soon as the ghost appeared, information about Mitsuo Furuya was thoroughly investigated. Not only his life history, education, social connections, and hobbies, but even how many times he had visited a brothel, what type of bathing girls he liked, and how much tip he had given were all investigated in detail. From the information, it could be concluded that this guy was just a lucky, unlucky person. However, despite the surface information being like this, to be cautious, they still needed to investigate. Even if he was just an ordinary person, the Supernatural Investigation Section had to uncover something unusual from him. Mr. Furuya, however, as soon as the two police officers opened their mouths, before they could even ask anything, Mitsuo Furuya, in fear, confessed everything. Officer, I'll confess. I'll confess everything. I stole from a convenience store, downloaded pirated movies, browsed foreign websites, sold counterfeit goods. Please spare me, officer. Mitsuo Furuya cried, tears streaming down his face, and even confessed about the time he urinated in a classmate's cup in school, fearing that he would be silenced. But the two police officers listened with a look of disbelief. Stop. We're not interested in these things. We just want to know why you went to that nursing home to investigate ghosts. Did you know something in advance? Now, confess honestly. Huh. After hearing the two police officers' words, Mitsuo Furuya looked completely bewildered. He then explained with a distressed expression, Officers, how would I know there were ghosts there? I only knew there was an abandoned nursing home, so I just made up a story to gain views. If I had known there were really evil spirits, even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't dare to go. Mitsuo Furuya looked quite aggrieved. He really had just happened to be unlucky. Chapter 28. Professional bureaucrats, however. This answer clearly did not satisfy the two officers. So, they cast a cold glance and said with an imposing tone, Mr. Yutani, I hope you understand that this is the Metropolitan Police Department. You are involved in a very troublesome matter, so you better tell us everything in detail. I really have told you everything. I have no idea there are evil spirits there. Mitsuo Yutani was on the verge of tears. He felt like he had fallen into a pile of mud. It was either shit or not shit. Just when Mitsuo Yutani thought he was going to be silenced, Miki Okaju was also being questioned. However, Compared to Mitsuo Yutani, the Metropolitan Police Department treated Miki Okaju much more gently. This was not because the police department was being chivalrous. After all, in a wartime period, a country that treated women as military supplies and relied on actresses' bodies to pay for military expenses could not be very respectful of women. The reason the police department was this way was entirely due to Ruri Hanakawa's previous deception, to let Miki Okaju take the spotlight. Ruri Hanakawa had deceived her into believing that she had a priestess bloodline. This not only fooled Miki Okaju, but also successfully deceived the police department. They could not figure out why the ghost did not attack Miki Okaju, so after hearing Ruri Hanakawa's theory, they couldn't help but think that Miki Okaju might indeed have a priestess bloodline. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Most importantly, the police department had suffered heavy casualties this time. If they came up empty-handed, how would they report to their superiors? So Miki Okaju had to have a priestess bloodline. Miss Okaju, regarding Officer Hanakawa's theory that you possess a priestess bloodline, what do you think? Upon hearing the officer's words, Miki Okaju immediately felt anxious. She didn't know what to say. Of course, she knew her own background. Her ancestors were just common folks. In this generation, they merely ran a takoyaki shop. Even going back 18 generations, there hadn't been any notable figures. If her ancestors were impressive, would she need to pretend to be a fake priestess? Well, I once worked as a priestess during the school festival, and I was very devout, going to the shrine every year to pray. Miki Okaju tried to fabricate a story to quickly divert the situation. Seeing the nervous Miki Okaju, the two officers smiled and said, Miss Okaju, you don't need to be nervous. According to our investigation, your great-great-great-grandmother was once a priestess, and your great-great-great-grandfather also practiced at shrine. Therefore, we believe you indeed have a priestess bloodline. The officer's words left Miki Okaju dumbfounded. How many greats was that? Did it even relate to her? Moreover, were you sure that the witch and the practice you mentioned weren't just conscripted by the shrine? In any case, Miki Okaju's priestess bloodline was ultimately confirmed. In fact, aside from Mitsuo Yutani and Miki Okaju, there was another person under scrutiny, the rookie female officer Yuna Yoshizawa. The reason for Yuna Yoshizawa's examination was simple. She had a statue of Guan Yu that could repel ghosts. Originally, Yuna Yoshizawa wanted to keep this matter a secret, as having such a treasure meant she wouldn't be afraid of encountering ghosts in the future. However, during her escape, someone saw her using the statue to repel a ghost. So as soon as she appeared, someone demanded she hand it over. However, Yuna Yoshizawa was ultimately one of their own. So the police department did not take it for free, but offered her some compensation. Although she was reluctant, seeing the generous compensation plan from the police department, Yuna Yoshizawa was very patriotic and handed over the item. There was no choice. The compensation plan offered by the police department was too tempting, and she was too poor. Eventually, when a statue of Guan Yu was presented to the bigwigs, each of them wore a strange expression. After all, Guan Yu from the Dragon Kingdom repelled ghosts from the island nation. This was quite absurd. It was as if it implied that the island nation's gods were not as effective as those from the Dragon Kingdom. Fortunately, Guan Yu held a very high status in the island nation. Therefore, although the bigwigs found it ridiculous, they could accept it. Meanwhile, Yuna Yoshizawa was mumbling to herself. As the owner of the Guan Yu statue and someone who had repelled a ghost, Yuna Yoshizawa also came to the police department to report directly to the bigwigs, which made her very nervous. After all, it was her first time facing so many influential figures. Officer Yoshizawa. Hi. Hearing one of the bigwigs call her name, Yuna Yoshizawa quickly stood at attention and responded. Noticing her nervousness, Masao Nakamura waved his hand and said, Officer Yoshizawa, you don't need to be nervous. Can you tell us where you got this Guan Yu statue? Yes. Yuna Yoshizawa replied, It's like this, Mr. Chief. Ever since I was transferred to the Supernatural Investigation Division, I have made ample preparations. I not only read various folklore and myths, but also sought many talismans at shrines and temples to better understand the supernatural and conduct investigations. This Guan Yu statue was brought back by my father when he went on a business trip to the Dragon Kingdom. Yuna Yoshizawa spoke earnestly. However, she had no idea where the Guan Yu statue actually came from. But since she had already accepted the benefits offered by the police department, there was no way she would spit it out, so she could only bluff her way through. Ah, I see. So that's how it is. It seems that visiting shrines and temples is indeed useful. The island nation was already quite superstitious, and now, with Yuna Yoshizawa's example of repelling ghosts with talismans, the bigwigs present all felt a surge of excitement. All right, Officer Yoshizawa, you may go now. Hi. After signaling Yuna Yoshizawa to leave, the bigwigs turned their attention to the Guan Yu statue, and everyone's eyes were filled with fervor. At this moment, all the bigwigs were thinking about how to get their hands on the item. As the only officially recognized treasure with the ability to repel ghosts, these bigwigs were not thinking about assigning it to frontline officers to resolve the ghost crisis in nursing homes. Instead, they wanted to keep it for themselves to ensure their own safety. After all, they were the elites and pillars of the island nation. As for sacrificing some officers, they didn't care at all, as they were merely lower-class citizens. Just as Masao Nakamura was contemplating how to solemnly take the Guan Yu statue for himself, Shuichi Kujo directly pocketed it. Looking at the shameless Shuichi Kujo, everyone was stunned. But everyone present was a professional bureaucrat with skin thicker than a city wall, so facing the disdainful gazes of others. Shuichi Kujo didn't mind at all and instead declared grandly, "Everyone, in today's world where supernatural entities are reviving and threats are becoming increasingly severe, I believe we must first ensure the absolute safety of His Majesty the Emperor. What do you all think?" Damn. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone felt a twitch in their eyes. This guy was too shameless, with him saying that. Who would dare to object? Chapter 29. The arrival of the section chief knight Godphone was unaware of the little thoughts of these bureaucrats. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care, because he was busy counting his gains. This time he could strike it rich. Looking at the balance number behind his soul energy, Knight Godphone couldn't help but grin foolishly. Ever since he stopped being lenient and went on a killing spree against the special forces, his soul energy value had been skyrocketing. What surprised Knight Godphone even more was that every time a ghost attacked, the essence that was taken would transform into soul energy, which was quite valuable. Looking at this, Knight Godphone really wanted to summon 100 ghosts for a night of 100 demons. However, that was just a thought. As with his current level of development with the Ling Ling fruit, he was unable to summon that many ghosts. Let's talk about that later for now. Let's open a few treasure chests. Now Knight Godphone was quite wealthy, so he wiped his saliva and directly exchanged for 4 treasure chests. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the clone fruit. Description: the full name of this fruit is the superhuman clone fruit. After absorption, the host can gain the ability to control clones. Congratulations on obtaining swordsmanship. Description: the swordsmanship of the pirate world, powerful slashes capable of shattering anything. Congratulations on obtaining the transformation fruit. Description: the full name of this fruit is the superhuman transformation fruit. After absorption, the host can gain the ability to change body forms. Congratulations on obtaining the cat demon fruit. Description: the full name of this fruit is the animal type cat fruit, mythical beast species, cat demon form. After absorption, the host can transform into a demon cat. It's actually a mythical beast type. Upon seeing the cat demon fruit, Knight Godfang's expression changed instantly. Because this is a mythical beast type, it's rarer and more powerful than the natural type devil fruits. This time his luck has exploded. Knight Godphone was extremely satisfied with the results of this treasure chest opening. Afterward, he glanced at his soul energy balance and couldn't help but feel an urge to exchange for a few more treasure chests. It must be said that opening treasure chests is indeed quite addictive. However, he couldn't just exchange for treasure chests. He also needed to use soul energy to upgrade his skills. Let me think for a moment. After some contemplation, Knight Godphone decided to upgrade the Ling Ling fruit first. After all, the grand performance of the nursing home still needed the Ling Ling fruit to sing. He then opened the skill list, checked it, and unlocked the skills of Super Ghost and Ghost Bomb. At the same time, all the skills of the Ling Ling fruit were upgraded to level 2. Next was the cat demon fruit. But Knight Godphone was surprised to find that the mythical beast-type cat demon fruit only had 1 skill. Cat Shadow. Only 1 skill? That's too few, right? Stroking his chin, Knight Godphone felt a bit strange. By rights, the flame fruit has 10 skills. There's no reason for the cat demon fruit to have so few. Could it be because the flame fruit is one of the main character's fruits? Thinking of this, Night Godfang's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, main character fruit. The skills of the flame fruit all come from one of the main characters, Ace. Because of the main character's development, the fruit skills are very comprehensive. But original fruits, like the cat demon fruit, haven't been deeply developed by a main character, so they have fewer skills. Although he wasn't certain, it was the only explanation he could come up with. Forget it, one skill is one skill. It's not a big deal, I'll just develop it. Shaking his head, Night Godphone decided not to dwell on this matter any longer and unlocked Cat Shadow in the following days. Damn, this soul energy really doesn't last long. After unlocking the skills, Night Godphone closed the system panel. The next day, he went to school. Perhaps because he had taught Kamezeo and Murayama Daiko a lesson. No delinquents had bothered him since then, so Night Godphone quietly enjoyed his high school life. On the other side, the ghost incident at the nursing home had left the Metropolitan Police Department in a state of turmoil. Although the ghosts had stayed in the nursing home for various reasons, no one could guarantee that they would always stay there. After all, the big shots didn't want to wake up one day to find their souls snatched away by ghosts. Therefore, the ghosts had to be dealt with. But how to deal with them? The Supernatural Investigation Division had no clues at all. However, after arguing all night, the big shots did reach some conclusions. At the very least, after all the bickering, the candidate for the section chief of the Supernatural Investigation Division was finally determined. They couldn't keep dragging it out, otherwise those ghosts would come rushing out. The chosen section chief was Aoki Ryuichi. Aoki Ryuichi was originally the head of the Violent Crimes Investigation Division at the Bunkyo Police Station. The first time Night Godphone used his abilities, it was under Aoki's supervision. The big shots chose Aoki Ryuichi not only because of his impressive resume and significant achievements in the Violent Crimes Investigation Division, but also mainly because he had no background or connections. While the position of the head of the Supernatural Investigation Division was important, everyone understood after yesterday's events that it was a hot potato. Currently, the Supernatural Investigation Division was newly established and lacked experience and means to deal with supernatural entities, so it was foreseeable that they would encounter many setbacks. Especially with the ghosts still lingering at the nursing home, the position of section chief was not easy to hold. At any moment, he could be sacrificed to take the blame. Therefore, these big shots certainly wouldn't let their subordinates take the risk. Naturally, they would send someone without a background to take the hit and then reap the benefits later. Thus, after some compromise, Aoki Ryuichi was appointed. Upon learning that he had been appointed as the head of the Supernatural Investigation Division, Aoki Ryuichi was immediately thrilled, especially when he found out that the Supernatural Investigation Division was highly valued, directly under the Metropolitan Police Department, and that its members were all elites from various departments. He became even more excited. Because he had no connections, if he didn't have a benefactor's help, it would be hard for him to achieve anything significant in his life. Therefore, this appointment was undoubtedly a major breakthrough and opportunity in his career. Of course, this was before he understood the real situation. Once he grasped the reality, Aoki Ryuichi was instantly dumbfounded, because he realized he had been tricked. This was not an opportunity at all. It was simply a bottomless pit. No wonder such a huge benefit fell into his lap. Although they were all section chiefs, the chief of a mere Bunkyo police station and the chief of the Metropolitan Police Department were not the same. He knew that if it were a good thing, how could it possibly come to him? Looking at the dire situation on site, Aoki Ryuichi finally spat out one word. Damn. Although he had no background, Aoki Ryuichi's own abilities were not to be underestimated. Otherwise, those big shots wouldn't have made him the section chief. However, even so, Aoki Ryuichi still felt a bit at a loss. If it were dealing with gangs and the underworld, he had plenty of methods and means. But now it was about dealing with ghosts, and no one had taught him that. This was a mismatch of expertise. Chapter 30. Playing sick while Aoki Ryuichi was deeply troubled, Yamada Ryosuke was quite at ease. After all, he had arrived at a new department and naturally needed someone he was accustomed to working with. So Aoki Ryuichi waved his hand and brought Yamada Ryosuke along as a subordinate. This was a privilege he still had as a section chief. Thanks to Aoki Ryuichi's support, Yamada Ryosuke was promoted as well. However, unlike Aoki Ryuichi, Yamada Ryosuke did not have the troubles of a promotion, as he was merely a subordinate. As the saying goes, the sky won't fall. Even if it does, there are taller people to hold it up. So with the section chief around, it was not his worry. The office is really big. Sitting in the office, Yamada Ryosuke was excitedly grinning foolishly. As the trusted aide of the new section chief, he also had his own office. Of course, this was also due to the Supernatural Investigation Department's ample resources. Looking around at the beautiful office, Yamada Ryosuke thought to himself, this could be considered a rise in status, right? If someone from his hometown got into trouble, he could just make a phone call to get them out. Now that he had status, could he not indulge a bit? In his happiness, Yamada Ryosuke began to daydream, feeling like a poor person suddenly rich, wanting to show off. Do. Just then, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. Moshi. Yes, section chief. Understood, section chief. I'll take care of it right away, section chief. Yamada Ryosuke's expression turned serious as he spoke on the phone, as if receiving an imperial edict. It was no wonder. After all, the person on the other end was his boss who had promoted him. If he wanted to progress, he needed the boss's support. So he had to make sure the boss was pleased, and whatever the boss instructed, even if it was difficult, he had to get it done, even if it meant creating difficulties. Click. Strange? Why did the section chief want to find a shrine priest and a monk? After hanging up the phone, Yamada Ryosuke murmured to himself. However, he quickly brushed aside his doubts. Whatever the section chief instructed, he had to get it done well. As for the reason, who cares? So after tidying up a bit, Yamada Ryosuke immediately went to fulfill Aoki Ryuichi's orders. At this moment, Aoki Ryuichi wore a defeated expression. He understood he was being used, but even though he realized this, it was still a rare opportunity. So he decided to seize the moment. As long as he could successfully resolve the ghost crisis, his future would definitely be bright, so he had to go for it. Although he wasn't a specialist in dealing with ghosts, he could find professionals. So with the phone call, he had Yamada Ryosuke gather Tokyo's famous shrine priests and monks. He couldn't believe that with so many priests and monks, there wouldn't be one with real skills to exorcise ghosts. Besides the monks and priests, he also thought of two other people, Hanazono Ruri and Yoshizawa Yuna. After all, they were the only two officers who had successfully repelled ghosts before. Picking up the phone, Aoki Ryuichi exercised his authority as section chief. Hello, have Hanazono Ruri come to see me immediately. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he received some bad news from the other end. What? She's hospitalized? Nonsense. Tell her if she doesn't want to be dismissed, she must come back right away. Aoki Ryuichi didn't care. He wouldn't let her off the hook. Even if she was hospitalized, he expected her to crawl out of her coffin if she was dead. Since his life was hard, he wouldn't allow others to have it easy either. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Hanazono Ruri lay in a luxurious hospital room, leisurely eating fruit, looking nothing like someone who was injured. Her explanation for this was that due to the ghost attack, her spirit was traumatized, so she had to rest in bed. As for how long she needed to rest, with so many ghosts attacking them, a half-month break wasn't excessive, right? Looking at Hanazono Ruri shamelessly playing sick, Yoshizawa Yuna was speechless. After meeting several big shots, she heard that Hanazono Ruri was hospitalized. Initially, she thought she was genuinely injured. She didn't expect it to be a ruse. Section chief, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to play sick? What if the section chief finds out? I heard the new section chief is not an easy person to deal with. Yoshizawa Yuna, being a rookie police officer, lacked the thick skin of someone like Hanazono Ruri and was quite worried. However, Hanazono Ruri shot her a glance and said, "What do you mean playing sick? How can this be playing sick? With so many ghosts attacking us, I have evil energy in my body, so I must rest well." "But why don't I have evil energy in my body?" Yoshizawa Yuna asked. "Because you're hot-tempered," Hanazono Ruri replied, then pretended to cough a couple of times. Do. Just after she coughed, her phone rang. Moshi. At first, Hanazono Ruri didn't think much of it because she was a patient. But after listening for a few seconds, her expression changed instantly. "Nanny, you want me to go back to work right now?" Hearing the voice on the phone, Hanazono Ruri immediately defended herself. I'm a patient now. The doctor said I was attacked by ghosts, resulting in evil energy in my body, so I must rest. However, the person on the other end of the line did not listen to her defense and directly conveyed the section chief's orders. No, you must come back to work immediately. Even if you're dead, you have to crawl out of your coffin. Do. After that, the call was disconnected. Moshi. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Hanazono Ruri angrily cursed. Damn it, even patients are being exploited. This is truly the evil of capitalism. Seeing the furious Hanazono Ruri, Yoshizawa Yuna weakly asked, Section Chief, should we go back now? Although she hated this evil capitalism. Thinking of her salary and benefits, Hanazono Ruri still didn't dare to say she was quitting. Damn it, let's go back. In helplessness, Hanazono Ruri had to end her sick leave. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yamada Ryosuke had successfully gathered Tokyo as famous shrine priests, monks, spiritual mediums, and exorcists. Yes, gathered is the right word. Currently, news about the revival of supernatural entities was strictly sealed by the authorities in Japan, and Yamada Ryosuke did not dare to disclose anything casually. He was also worried that if he told the truth, these spiritualists would be too scared to come. So Yamada Ryosuke only brought them in under the guise of being a folklore consultant for the police department. He didn't know if these people realized that Yamada Ryosuke had called them to deal with ghosts. Would they be furious and want to kill him? In any case, there was the section chief to take the blame, so Yamada Ryosuke didn't mind. Chapter 31 Professionals among those who had been invited. There was even a Taoist from the Dragon Kingdom. In the conference room, Zhang Renjia surveyed the other attendees and felt inexplicably uneasy. These people were either priests from famous shrines or monks from major temples. At the very least, they were well-known exorcists with appearance fees in the 5-figure range. Compared to them, his status felt embarrassingly low. It's important to note that Taoism is not a thriving religion in the island nation, with very few believers. Over the years, Zhang Renjia had only met a handful of Taoists in Tokyo. Compared to these big shots, who commanded 5-figure appearance fees, the business he usually took on barely covered his living expenses. Yet now, he found himself in the same room as these top-tier professionals, which left him feeling rather uncertain. In fact, it wasn't just Zhang Renjia who felt this way. The others were equally puzzled. Although they were here at the official invitation to serve as folklore consultants. Was there really a need for so many consultants? After all, the high-level psychic circle in Tokyo was quite small, and most of the attendees knew each other and had some connections. However, this time felt particularly strange as they hadn't heard any news about it. Of course, Zhang Renjia, as a Taoist, was not part of this elite psychic circle. Master Yuan Wei, do you know what we are here to consult about? I have no idea either. It's truly strange that even people from Meiji Shrine are here. Yes, and folks from Asakusa Temple too. In confusion, some familiar faces began to whisper among themselves, occasionally casting glances at the representatives from Meiji Shrine and Asakusa Temple. There are quite a few shrines and temples in Tokyo, including Meiji Shrine, Kamaido Tenjin Shrine, Yadori Tenmangu, Yaho Tenmangu, Asakusa Temple, Zojoji, Hokakuji, and K-Eiji, among others. Among them, Meiji Shrine is the most prestigious among shrines, while Asakusa Temple holds the highest status among temples. Feeling the attention from the crowd, Ito Junji and Mayashin pretended to be calm on the surface, but internally, they were just as clueless. However, one was the chief priest of Meiji Shrine, and the other was the abbot of Asakusa Temple. With the status of Meiji Shrine and Asakusa Temple, as long as they maintained a high profile, no one would know their uncertainty. Ignoring the small talk around them, Ito Junji and Mayashin exchanged glances. As seasoned priests and monks, they even had a pretentious method, speaking less and using obscure language, because speaking less made them appear more sophisticated, and being hard to understand gave an air of zen and depth. If they spoke too much and too clearly, wouldn't that make them no different from idle old men on the street? How could they then seem like enlightened masters? Don't you see? The famous monks in history did this. They would speak only a sentence that seemed nonsensical or half understood, leaving others to interpret it however they wished. If someone grasped a meaning they accepted, it was a sign of deep fortune. If they couldn't figure it out, it was simply a matter of not being destined to understand Buddhism yet. In short, by spouting incomprehensible nonsense, they could remain unassailable. As top-level con artists, they understood this principle all too well. Thus, after their exchange of glances, they established a mutual flattery strategy. As the saying goes, everyone lifts the flower-laden sedan. They were all professional con artists. So, you praise me, I praise you, and together we prosper. Soon after, Aoki Ryuichi entered with Yamada Ryohei. Upon seeing a Taoist, Aoki Ryuichi couldn't help but feel puzzled, as Taoists were quite rare in Tokyo. Yamada, why is there a Taoist? Yamada Ryohei replied softly, Boss. Officer Yoshizawa Yuna drove away, a ghost using a statue of Guan Shengdi-jun. So, I thought the deities from the Dragon Kingdom might be better at dealing with ghosts, so we invited a Taoist. It might be useful. Ah, that makes sense. Aoki Ryuichi paused for a moment after hearing this. It seemed a bit far-fetched, but there was some logic to it. After all, he was out of options, so trying it out wouldn't hurt. As soon as Aoki Ryuichi walked in, a few people couldn't contain their curiosity and asked, Officer, may I ask why we were invited this time? Yes, everyone here is from the supernatural community. Is there some supernatural issue that requires our advice? All eyes in the room were on Aoki Ryuichi, with no hint of anxiety among them. After all, they were all professional con artists, the best at deceiving people. No matter how much they tricked, no one could prove they were being deceived. As long as it couldn't be proven, they remained authoritative. In contrast to the confident presence of others, Zhang Renjia felt very low-key. He truly felt he had no right to speak in front of these seasoned con artists. Aoki Ryuichi did not respond directly, but said very solemnly, Everyone, I know you are all masters at handling supernatural events, and indeed, we have a matter we would like to ask for your help with. However, I must first state that this matter is a government secret, so you must sign a confidentiality agreement. After saying this, Aoki Ryuichi gestured for Yamada Ryohei to distribute the confidentiality agreements. Most people took a cursory glance and signed hastily, as they instinctively thought it wouldn't be anything serious. After all, in modern society, with advanced science, would they really send them to catch ghosts? Nonsense. If anyone in this world is the most skeptical about the existence of ghosts, it would likely be these masters. 4 generations. They had made a living by catching ghosts and deceiving people, yet they had never seen even a strand of ghost hair. Only Ito, Junji, and Mayashin had some doubts. As a typical ritual would require a confidentiality agreement, but they too just murmured and signed, thinking it wouldn't be anything serious. After all, what era is this? We're the ghosts. Once everyone had signed the confidentiality agreements, Aoki Ryuichi finally revealed the truth. Now that everyone has signed the confidentiality agreement, I can be honest with you. Please look at the big screen. As the big screen lit up, the tragic events at the nursing home began to unfold before everyone. Pointing at the screen, Aoki Ryuichi explained, Last night, we discovered a ghost in a nursing home and immediately dispatched a special unit to engage. However, due to the ghost's bizarre attack methods and its immunity to physical attacks, the special unit suffered a devastating defeat. As he spoke, Aoki Ryuichi's tone grew somber. But soon he perked up and said, Therefore, this time, we hope to leverage your professional skills in exorcism to help us eliminate the ghost threat in the nursing home. Chapter 32. The Enlightened Monk. However, Aoki Ryuichi spoke passionately, yet everyone was left confused, with only one question in their minds. Where am I? What do I see? Am I still dreaming, or is this guy insane? Everyone thought about the reasons the officials had invited them, but they never considered the possibility of exorcism. Yes, as professional exorcists, what they were least skilled at was exorcism. Not to mention them, even their ancestors for generations had never encountered a ghost. Or rather, they thought they were here to exorcise spirits, but their idea of exorcism was to perform a ritual in front of thin air, recite some scriptures, and then take the money and leave. It was no different from their usual routine. They never thought they would face real ghosts. Looking at the images on the big screen of ghosts passing through bodies and taking souls, everyone felt their worldview shatter. After all, even con artists need some credentials, so everyone present had a high level of education. After pretending to be a con artist for decades, now they were being told that ghosts really exist, and they had to exorcise them. This was truly a dilemma for these old men. They knew nothing about exorcism. Their ancestors had never taught them. At this moment, everyone present was deeply skeptical. Could it be that there are really ghosts in this world? Did their ancestors really possess supernatural abilities? Why couldn't they? Were they too stupid? Or had the supernatural arts been lost? Only their own family knew their own business. Others did not. But everyone present, one by one, were all money-making con artists. So everyone instinctively looked towards Ito, Junji, and Mayashin. As the leaders of the con artist community, Meiji Shrine and Sensoji Temple had the longest history and the highest appearance fees, so they were the ones to shoulder the blame. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, Ito, Junji, and Mayashin cursed inwardly. They understood what these guys meant and would not be fooled. Usually, they would just engage in some mutual flattery to make money. But now they were facing real ghosts, and they had no real skills. So they absolutely could not step forward. However, just as Ito Junji was about to refuse, he saw Inu Kaitai of Kamaido Tenjin Shrine say, Director Aoki as priests, "It is our duty to deal with these evil spirits. Unfortunately, I have recently encountered some issues in my training, leading to unstable spiritual energy, and I am truly powerless. However, with the long history of Meiji Shrine, and with Priest Ito's powerful abilities, he should be able to exorcise the ghosts." That old fox Inu Kaitai first elevated himself, and then found a way out, finally praising Meiji Shrine and throwing Ito Junji under the bus, which was quite shameless. However, he was not the only one being shameless. Next, Murakami Aki of Temanoya Shrine also said, "Inakai's words are correct. To deal with these ghosts, we must rely on Meiji Shrine. Unfortunately, Temanoya Shrine is not skilled in exorcising ghosts. Otherwise, we would surely restore Tokyo to its former glory." Makes sense. Otherwise, how could I have allowed these ghosts to wreak havoc when I recently hit a bottleneck in my training? It all depends on Priest Ito. Other shrine members also put on a show of wanting to kill ghosts, but claiming their own circumstances did not allow for it, pushing everything onto Ito Junji. "You bastards." Listening to everyone's excuses, Ito Junji was furious. These bastards retreating was one thing, but they push him out to take the blame. Just because you can't exorcise spirits, does that mean I can? Seeing Ito Junji's expression, Mayashin felt something was off. He knew the character of Tokyo's priests and monks all too well. They were all the type who would abandon their fellow companions in times of trouble. They only showed up when there were benefits and ran away when there were difficulties. Seeing the various shrines pushing Ito Junji out to take the blame, Mayashin quickly assessed the other temple members and found that they had the same intention. So he hurriedly spoke up to distance himself. Ahem. Mayashin cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, exorcising demons and dispelling evil is also my duty as a disciple of the Buddha. I, too, have a deep-seated grudge against these ghosts. Even if I have to risk my old bones, I will eradicate these ghosts. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will?" Good. Master Mayashin is indeed compassionate. Upon hearing Mayashin's speech, Aoki Ryuichi immediately praised him. However, just as he finished praising, Mayashin's tone suddenly shifted. "But alas, I am willing to kill ghosts, yet I am powerless to do so. These past days, Sensoji Temple has had numerous rituals, and my spiritual power has already been exhausted. So this time I can only ask the high monks of Hokuzen for help." Damn it. Shameless. Unbelievable. As soon as these words came out, everyone turned to look at Mayashin. This was too shameless. Even Inu Kaitai was dumbfounded. He thought he was already quite shameless. He never expected there would be someone even more shameless than him. As for the Hokuzen Temple members, they looked at Mayashin with anger. This old bald donkey lost his power because he made money, and now he wants him to step up? Is this even humane? Even Aoki Ryuichi and Yamada Ryohei in the corner were left speechless. Only Zhang Ranjia, the invisible person in the corner, felt a sense of reflection, thinking that his skills were still shallow. He must learn from the old seniors. Although he was very angry, Sensoji Temple was the leader of Tokyo's temples, and damaging its reputation would be damaging all temples' reputations. So they could not flip the table. You can't say they weren't high monks. Even though they wanted to slap someone, their outward composure was very much in place. Then, the monk Jiejin from Hokuzan Temple spoke. Master Myashin's words are incorrect. Sensoji Temple has a long history and profound foundations, incomparable to ordinary temples, and Master Myashin has deep cultivation. A few minor spirits are nothing to worry about. Master Myashin should not be so humble. Listening to Jiejin's flattery, Myashin's mouth twitched involuntarily. In order to compete for incense, the major temples in Tokyo were in a competitive relationship. If he had heard such words before, he would have been very pleased. But now it was different. Before Myashin could decline, the people from Zhongshan Temple, Hugwa Temple, and Kinai Temple also began to flatter him, treating Myashin as the scapegoat. Jiejin's words are correct. To exorcise demons and dispel evil, we must rely on Sensoji Temple's Buddhist teachings. Yes, I am but a novice and truly unworthy of use. It all depends on Master Myashin now. Listening to everyone's flattery, Myashin was about to explode with anger. He really wanted to scold them all. Damn it, you bastards. You weren't this obedient when competing for incense, but now that something has come up, you all shrink back. At this moment, both Ito Junji and Myashin were in a predicament. They had pretended to be too high and mighty. Now, with others flattering them, it was indeed a bit difficult to step down, especially for Ito Junji, who had reacted a beat too late and underestimated the shamelessness of his peers. He and T even had time to open his mouth. Chapter 33. Driving ducks onto the rack, the two old foxes exchanged glances and decided to use the method of pretending to be sick. After all, they were elderly, and it was normal for their health to be poor. However, they were old foxes, and the other people present were also quite skilled. Just by looking at them, it was clear that these two old guys were definitely up to no good, so they preemptively blocked their words. Master Miaoshin spoke with high moral standing, willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of the world's common people. This poor monk admires him. Please allow this monk to bow on behalf of the world's common people. Monk Jiejin had a righteous expression, visibly moved. At the same time, Inu Kaitai also stood up and spoke to Ito Junji. Ito, the divine priest. The centuries-old prestige of Meiji Shrine rests upon you. I, a useless old man, can only wish you a triumphant return. That old bastard. Looking at Inu Kaitai, Ito Junji really wanted to slap him. Just a moment ago, this old bastard had him roasted over a fire, and now he was pushing him to his death. Did he really think that if he got him killed, Kamido Tenjin Shrine would be the top dog? What a delusion. Inu Kai said, you don't need to be modest. Although Kamido Tenjin Shrine's foundation is slightly inferior to my Meiji Shrine, I still greatly admire your skills, especially your methods of exorcism, which even I cannot match. That old man wants to drag me down with him. If I can't have a good time, neither can you. The two exchanged glances, seeing through each other's malicious intentions. You are too humble. No, this is not humility. At the same time, Masters Miaoshin and Jiejin also began to decline. Miaoshin Master, I leave everything to you. Master Jiejin, you need not belittle yourself. Your Buddhist teachings surpass mine by far. No, I dare not claim to be equal to Master Miaoshin. Masters, I lack the strength and must take my leave first. Wait, if you lack strength, then what does my meager cultivation count for? Everyone began to decline, not wanting to face the ghost. Seeing this scene, Aoki Ryuichi and Yamada Ryosuke were dumbfounded. They usually saw these priests and monks looking profound and skilled, but they never expected this side of them. However, whether they were being humble or pretending, they were professionals. And when ghosts appeared, it was up to them to deal with it. No matter how one looked at it, these priests and monks were more professional than the police. Thus, Aoki Ryuichi directly interrupted everyone's refusals. Masters, you need not argue. There are many ghosts appearing. Each of you can handle a few. Let's all go together. Everyone has a chance to showcase their skills. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions subtly changed. Only fools would argue. Their reluctance to take on the task was clear. Aoki officer. Ito Junji wanted to cling to his seniority and distance himself from the situation. But Aoki Ryuichi had made up his mind to send these professionals to deal with it. So he disregarded Ito's words and said directly, Ito, I know your skills are profound and you look down on these ordinary ghosts. However, Our police department truly lacks means to deal with ghosts. So for the safety of the citizens of Tokyo, and for the safety of His Majesty the Emperor, we entrust everything to you. Thank you. After saying this, Aoki Ryuichi and Yamada Ryosuke bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Now everyone was thoroughly trapped in a dilemma. While everyone looked anxious, Zhang Renjie appeared quite relaxed, as the matter was settled and he could leave. As for exorcising demons, forget it. He was just trying to make a living in Tokyo. There was no need to risk his life. Moreover, as a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, the ghost problems of the island had nothing to do with him. He wasn't going to kick someone when they were down. That was already showing compassion. But just as Zhang Renjie was planning to slip away, he was stopped by Yamada Ryosuke. Master Zhang, please wait. Is there anything else? Seeing Yamada Ryosuke, Zhang Renjie couldn't help but feel a bit scared, fearing he would come up with some other trick. Master Zhang, we still need your help to remove the ghosts. Please, use your spells to exorcise them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Renjie was stunned. Didn't they already have so many priests and masters? Was he really needed? Yamada Ryosuke said, better safe than sorry. Who knows? Maybe ghosts are afraid of Taoists. Damn, you really think highly of me. Zhang Renjie's expression turned sour. Zhang Renjie had never thought that one day, a down-and-out Taoist would be regarded so highly by the authorities. He wanted to refuse, but when Yamada Ryosuke shot him a glare, he didn't have the courage to speak up. Well, fine. With no choice, Zhang Renjie could only agree. Thank you, Master Zhang. Seeing Zhang Renjie comply so readily, Yamada Ryosuke felt quite gratified. Yamada Ryosuke wasn't afraid of Zhang Renjie, refusing him because he was giving him face. If Zhang Renjie didn't care about face, there were ways to compel him. Otherwise, do you really think the police department is just idling around? Thus, a group of reluctant professionals embarked on their journey. At this moment, the nursing home had been completely sealed off. The authorities had closed it down under the pretext of a gas leak, evacuating all nearby residents to prevent any accidents. When these professionals arrived, the officers responsible for the lockdown breathed a sigh of relief. God knows how much pressure they had been under while maintaining the lockdown. The police department had already used police robots to drag everyone out of the nursing home. While it was confirmed that these people were not dead, it still didn't relieve everyone's anxiety, because although these people were alive, they couldn't be awakened. Moreover, those who had been attacked by the ghost all had yellowing hair and dull faces, as if they had aged 20 years in an instant. So, while it was uncertain whether the ghost took away their souls, no one wanted to test it. Damn, what should we do? Unlike the relieved police, Ito Junji, Miaoshin, and others wore anxious expressions. They had never encountered a ghost before, so no one was sure whether the methods left by their ancestors would work. If they didn't work, wouldn't that be a disaster? It should be known that in the island nation, shrines and temples are not only religious sites, but also family businesses that can be inherited. So, priests and monks not only hold high status, but are also extremely wealthy. Unlike those impoverished soldiers, they couldn't afford to die. At this moment, everyone hoped that their ancestors were not complete frauds and that the methods left behind really worked against ghosts. Unlike these priests and monks, Zhang Renjie was completely forced to come. Thus, his expression was even worse, and his heart was even more anxious. Chapter 34. Showpiece at the same time. Huchi Nyu and Liel returned with an unhappy expression. As soon as she got back, she was appointed by Aoki Ryuichi as the leader of this operation, responsible for directing these professionals in exorcising spirits. Huchi Nyu and Li was quite dissatisfied with this. After all, she had been recuperating in hospital and was doing just fine, only to return and be made a cannon fodder. This was too much. Section Chief. I have evil energy in my body, and the doctor advised me to rest on time and not overwork myself, so I really am not suitable for this. Huchi Nyu and Liel pretended to be pitiful and even coughed deliberately after speaking. However, Aoki Ryuichi was not an ordinary person. He also came from the Bunkyo Police Department and had heard of Huchi Nyu and Liel's reputation. He knew what kind of person she was, so he completely ignored her. Huchi Nyu, this ghost incident at the nursing home is of great significance, and everyone is watching. You and I both started from humble beginnings. This incident is both an opportunity and a test, so you must seize it. Otherwise, you should understand what you will lose. Aoki Ryuchi said, with a serious expression, full of warning. But my body, Huchi Nyu Enli, I was not foolish. As a top student, she understood Aoki Ryuchi's meaning. However, when it came to choosing between her future and her life, she found it hard to decide. Because while her future was what she wanted, she was even more afraid of dying. There's no but. This exorcism must succeed. If we succeed, we all get promotions and raises. If we fail, Aoki Ryuchi didn't say what would happen if they failed, but they all understood. If they failed, they would definitely be scapegoated. Not only would they have to pack up and leave, but their careers would also be over. After appointing Huchi Nyu Enlil, Aoki Ryuchi left. Once he was gone, Huchi Nyu Enlil began to vent her frustrations. Damn it, the evil capitalist system. The bureaucratic style is infuriating. Those in power all act like this, making others take the risks while they take the credit. After cursing, Huchi Nyu Enlil felt a bit better. Although she was angry, she had to admit Aoki Ryuchi was right. For people like them, who had no background or connections, the only way to get promoted was to risk their lives. Section Chief, what should we do? The statue of Guanxing Emperor has already been submitted. At this moment, Yoshizawa Yuna timidly asked. Yoshizawa Yuna looked troubled because the statue of Guanxing Emperor had already been surrendered, and now they had no means to confront the ghosts. What else could they do? If they wanted to get promoted and make money, they could only go for it. Huchi Nyu Enlil sighed, and her eyes suddenly became sharp. Oh! Yoshizawa Yuna nodded upon hearing this, feeling very regretful. If she had known it would turn out like this. Even if the compensation from the police headquarters was tempting, she wouldn't have surrendered the statue of Guanxing Emperor. Now, they could only hope these professionals truly had skills. Soon after, under the expectant gazes of all the police officers, Huchi Nyu Enlil and these professionals embarked on their journey to exorcise the ghosts. On the other side, after noticing the officials were taking action, Yagami Kid also perked up. He had been waiting so long that the flowers were about to wither. Sigh. So slow to react. Yagami Kid was directing this grand performance for two reasons: to gather soul energy and to test the depths of the official side, to see if there were any hidden supernatural powers. What he didn't expect was that the official performance would be so lackluster. It was really disappointing for his script and the effort put into it. Please don't let me down this time, he muttered, then quietly watched the show unfold. Arriving at the entrance of a nursing home, Huchi Nyu Enlil pointed at the door and said, "Masters, the ghosts are inside. Please prepare to take action." After saying this, she stepped back a step alongside Yoshizawa Yuna. The priests and monks exchanged glances, seeing the unease in each other's eyes. At this moment, Ito Junji suddenly said, "Inuin Shinkan, you're the best at dealing with ghosts, so you take the lead, and we will cover you from behind." "Aye." Inuin Tai pointed to his own nose, somewhat in disbelief. "Yes." Ito Junji nodded affirmatively. At this moment, Ito Junji thought, "Let this old man take the fall for me." Yes. Inuin Shinkan, you go first. We will definitely protect you." Others chimed in, as long as it wasn't them going up. Inuin Tai looked helplessly at Murakami Aki, hoping he would speak up for him. But Murakami Aki seemed to not understand Inuin Tai's meaning, wearing a face that said, "You bravely go forward, and I will support you from behind." Damn it. There was no choice. The duck was forcibly pushed to the front, so he could only bite the bullet and go. "Inuin Shinkan, please." Huchi Nyu Enli, I had no intention of going in with Inuin Tai either, because she was an official, and R&T officials always the ones sending others to charge in a battle while they take the credit from behind, afterward holding the talismans and charms. Inuin Tai stepped into the nursing home under the gazes of everyone. Phew! As soon as he stepped into the nursing home, a gust of cold wind blew over, making Inuin Tai shiver involuntarily. Seeing someone finally arrive, the impatient Yagami Kid immediately became interested. "Great, they finally came. Let me measure your worth." With a thought from Yagami Kid, 3 ghosts immediately floated out from the nursing home. Oh my god! Upon discovering the ghosts, Inuin Tai was instantly scared and shivered. He hurriedly waved the talisman, preparing for the exorcism ritual. "Evil spirits, leave quickly. Evil spirits, leave quickly. Evil spirits, leave quickly." As a professional priest, Inu and Tai's skills were quite good. However, no matter how excellent his skills were, without supernatural powers, they were just useless showpieces. So, watching Inu and Tai perform the ritual, Yagami Kid was dumbfounded. Is this what a priest is like? He can't be faking it, right? Not feeling any supernatural power, Yagami Kid felt a bit disappointed. He thought the old man was deliberately feigning weakness, so he decided to scare him a little. Roar. Then, the three ghosts let out a loud roar, fully releasing their cold energy. The chilling energy immediately covered the surroundings with a layer of frost. Help! Help me! Under the onslaught of cold energy, Inu and Tai shivered and immediately dropped the talisman, turning to run away in a very embarrassing manner. Damn it! It seems this old man really has no supernatural powers. Yagami Kid looked at Inu and Tai as panicked escape, feeling speechless. What a waste of caution. He turned out to be just a fraud. And so, the confrontation between Yagami Kid and the police headquarters began. After escaping through the main door, Inu and Tai put on a look of exhaustion, saying, "I'm not talented, my powers are insufficient. These ghosts are too strong." Saying this, Inu and Tai quickly pretended to faint. Seeing this, the people around immediately became anxious and shouted, "Quick, call an ambulance." Someone. Chapter 35. The true colors of a charlatan, the old foxes like Inukai, Tai managed to escape a calamity by pretending to be dizzy. However, they passed the trouble onto others. It's important to note that everyone present was also an old fox, so their eyes quickly turned to mischief. All the shamans and monks exchanged hostile glances, each thinking of pushing the other out as cannon fodder. After all, shamans and monks in the island nation have never gotten along. Everyone relies on harvesting the incense offerings from their followers to make a living. If you harvest all the followers, then I won't have any money to make. Thus, both sides looked at each other with disdain. At that moment, both sides inadvertently spotted Zhang Renjia, who was burying his head in the sand like an ostrich. The evil thoughts began to brew. This Taoist friend, the celestial master from the Dragon Kingdom, is renowned for his ability to exterminate ghosts. Today, let us leave these spirits to the celestial master. Yes, indeed, the Taoist methods from the Dragon Kingdom have unique advantages. I believe this friend won't refuse. Ito Junji and the others were unaware that Inu Kai Tai was intentionally pretending to be dizzy. However, they had indeed seen the ghost roaring and releasing cold air, so they knew how strong the ghost was. This made them even more cowardly. As the saying goes, if a dead friend won't die, then the Taoist will, of course. They would push an outsider to their doom. "Ah, let me go." Hearing the crowd's words, Zhang Renjia pointed incredulously at his own nose. Yes, damn it. He cursed inwardly, thinking how these islanders were truly shameless. Without hesitation, he refused, saying, "This is the island nation, your own territory. Why should I go and be cannon fodder?" Zhang Renjia felt he was justified. As a person from the Dragon Kingdom, why should he risk himself for the island nation? Even if he were to joke, it shouldn't be this ridiculous. Once he said this, Ito Junji and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. After all, doing so was indeed shameful, as if admitting that the shamans and monks of the island nation were inferior to the Taoists of the Dragon Kingdom. Although it was embarrassing, it was nothing compared to their lives. Your words are misguided. Ghosts harm the world. How can this only be a matter for the island nation? You're right. As practitioners, we should prioritize righteousness. How can we allow ghosts to wreak havoc simply due to national differences? The Taoists see it as their duty to exorcise evil and protect the way. Please do not refuse. At this moment, Zhang Renjia felt that his own cultivation was indeed too shallow. How shameless must one be to say such irritating words? When he usually suppressed him and looked down on the Taoists of the Dragon Kingdom, why didn't they say such things? Now that trouble had arisen, they started talking. Compared to these shameless old charlatans, his own cultivation was still lacking. "I won't go, not even if you beat me to death." Zhang Renjia resolutely refused. If it were in the Dragon Kingdom, he might have the heart to take a risk. But this was the island nation. He wasn't a saint. There was no need to take risks for others. If it came to it, he could just go back to the Dragon Kingdom. He could still find a way to make a living there. After being rejected by Zhang Renjia, the group of old charlatans looked somewhat displeased. Meanwhile, Hanasaki Ruri displayed a disdainful expression. She realized that these old guys were all frauds. They were unwilling to take risks themselves, but forced others to charge ahead. Truly shameless. However, Yoshizawa Yuna didn't think too much. Ever since she received the protection of the statue of the god of the barrier, she had held great respect for the Dragon Kingdom, especially its deities. After all, when in trouble, the deities of the island nation all shrank back, while only the deities of the Dragon Kingdom protected her. Everyone stopped arguing. After calming the crowd, Yoshizawa Yuna looked at Zhang Renjia and said, "Celestial Master, although you are from the Dragon Kingdom, you are now living in Tokyo. You must have many friends here, right? Surely you wouldn't want them to be harmed by the evil spirits. So please, help us drive away these ghosts." Saying this, Yoshizawa Yuna earnestly pleaded with Zhang Renjia. This. Zhang Renjia initially wanted to refuse, but when Yoshizawa Yuna raised her head, revealing a genuinely admiring and cute face, he found it hard to say no. She's so cute. Zhang Renjia was momentarily struck and could not bring himself to refuse. At this moment, Hanasaki Ruri was also feeling annoyed by these old charlatans. They were all so eager to take money, yet when trouble arose, they would retreat. So she directly commanded, "Everyone stop talking. These ghosts must be dealt with today, so let us all go together." How can this be? As soon as this was said, before Zhang Renjia could refuse, the faces of those old charlatans turned green. Although no one was willing, Hanasaki Ruri had made up her mind. She still had to go back and take care of her sick leave. There was no time to waste here. Under Hanasaki Ruri's strong command, everyone had no choice but to launch an attack together. Monsters, leave quickly. Monsters, leave quickly. Monsters, leave quickly. Upon entering the nursing home, before the ghosts even arrived, those old charlatans began their rituals. But the effect? Night God Feng felt nothing at all. Were these people all fake? Not a bit of extraordinary ability? Since it was confirmed that these people were all charlatans, Night God Feng no longer held back. He directly sent out all the ghosts. After all, having gone to such great lengths, he had to gain something in return. Even if he couldn't extract extraordinary abilities, he needed to squeeze out some soul energy. With a thought from Night God Feng, all the ghosts immediately revealed fierce glows. Whoosh! Then, all the ghosts charged towards the group of charlatans. Oh no! The ghosts are coming. Quick, run! Oh no! My shoes! Although they were numerous, these charlatans were not much stronger than Inukai Tai. With just a little scare, they fled in panic. Don't come over! An old monk, due to his poor legs, fell to the ground and could only watch as the ghost passed through him, taking his soul away. Master Fame. Seeing the old monk's body freeze and his soul being taken, everyone gasped in horror. Don't come over! Soon after, 2 more charlatan monks had their souls taken. With Night God Feng no longer holding back, could a dozen ghosts not catch a bunch of old men over 50? Those ghosts would be too useless. Great Amaterasu, save me. Buddha, save me. Spare my life. Under the pursuit of the ghosts, these high monks and shamans all shed their usual disguises. Each one was more terrified than ordinary people. However, among the crowd, one person stood out. That was Zhang Renjia. All the ghosts seemed to be unable to see him, as if they were blind, avoiding him entirely. This was certainly not because Zhang Renjia had profound Taoist skills, but because Night God Feng had intentionally spared him. After all, he was also from the Dragon Kingdom, and Night God Feng naturally wouldn't harm his own people. Chapter 36. The Taoist's Fury. Hurry. Run over there. The ghost isn't attacking him. The unusual situation around Zhang Renjia immediately drew the attention of others. As a result, everyone rushed towards Zhang Renjia. What the heck? Don't come over here. Seeing everyone running towards him, Zhang Renjia panicked instantly, because behind all of them, there was a ghost. Originally, the ghost wasn't paying any attention to him, but now it was all drawn over. However, everyone was currently in a state of panic, only thinking about how to survive, with no consideration for anything else. Therefore, no one cared about what Zhang Renjia was saying, and they all flocked towards him. Damn it! With no other choice, Zhang Renjia had to turn around and run, making a detour. Thus, a comical scene appeared in the courtyard of the nursing home. A Taoist running in front, followed by a group of monks and priests, with a group of fierce-looking ghosts trailing behind. Hee. Interesting? Watching this exciting scene, Ye Shenfeng also found it quite amusing. He wondered if he should help this fellow from another dimension. On the other side, Hu Qianyuan Liuli and Aoki Longi also witnessed this scene, both wearing expressions of extreme speechlessness. These frauds, although they were frustrated with these con artists, they also knew that these frauds had some status in society. If they all got killed here, it would be a troublesome matter. Thus, Aoki Longi quickly ordered Hu Qianyuan Liuli to rescue them. After receiving the order, Hu Qianyuan Liuli immediately dispatched a special forces unit. Go, go, go! Knowing that ghosts were completely immune to physical attacks, this time, the special forces did not carry firearms. Instead, they were all equipped with flamethrowers and stun guns. Quick, spread out. Draw the ghosts over here. Yes. The commander of the special forces ordered as they charged into the nursing home. Then, all the special forces formed groups of 3 and executed a plan to lure the ghosts away, hoping to create an opportunity for the priests to retreat. However, while the plan was good, Ye Shenfeng had no intention of letting them succeed. So the ghosts completely ignored the special forces and continued to chase after the monks and priests, determined to go all the way. Thus, this amusing chase gained even more participants. Back at the command center, Nakamusa Masao watched this unfold and felt his eye twitching in anger. Is this exorcism? It looks more like a game of hide and seek or a hawk catching chicks. Aoki, what are you doing? Hurry up and end this farce. In his anger, Nakamusa Masao immediately contacted Aoki Longi. Yes, police superintendent. Aoki Longi quickly assured him. These idiots. After hanging up the phone, Aoki Longi cursed under his breath. He felt like he had lost his mind for thinking of bringing these fools along. Seeing Aoki Longi's expression, Yamada Ryosuke felt a bit guilty, as this idea had been his. Hu Qianyuan, what are you doing? Hurry and get them out. The pressure from above fell on Aoki Longi, who passed it on to Hu Qianyuan Liuli, since that's how the hierarchy works. Whoever had a lower position would bear the brunt. Yes, section chief. After hanging up, Hu Qianyuan Liuli also wore a grim expression. Section chief, shall we go in? Yoshizawa Yuna, who had also heard Aoki Longi's roar, asked. Go in? No way. I don't want to die. Hu Qianyuan Liuli replied. She wasn't foolish. She was just someone earning a salary. While the future was important, her own life was even more so. More importantly, she had seen the terrible condition of the special forces ahead. Although they hadn't died, they were in a sorry state, looking decades older. Now that her protective statue of Guan Shangdijun was gone, she definitely didn't want to end up like that. In the nursing home, after a round of chasing, the surviving priests and monks were dwindling. After all, these people were not young and had been living comfortably, so their stamina couldn't compare to the younger ones. I can't run anymore. Me neither. What do we do? As they increasingly struggled to run, despair filled everyone's hearts. Having had enough of the game of hawk-catching chicks, Ye Shenfeng immediately controlled a few ghosts to flash right in front of Zhang Renjie. Oh no, this is bad. Zhang Renjie's face changed instantly as the path ahead was blocked. No, there's no way to escape. What to do? Heaven wants to take my life. As for Ito Junji and Miao Xian, their expressions were even more desperate. But with the path blocked, it also ignited a trace of ferocity in Zhang Renjie. He could die, but not in this place. Damn it, I'm going all out. Take this as sword strike. Zhang Renjie threw a stack of talismans and then formed a sword flower as he chanted. Heavenly Yang, the sun rises in the east. I command this talisman to sweep away the ominous. Spitting out the flames of Samadhi, eyes shining like the sun, capturing ghosts with the strength of the heavenly general. Dispelling illness with the power of the Golden King, subduing monsters and transforming them into auspiciousness. Taishan Lao Jun, urgent as the law commands. Chanting the exorcism incantation. Zhang Renjie waved his peach with sword wrapped with several talismans and immediately lunged at the ghost in front of him. As a Taoist, Zhang Renjie's basic abilities were quite good. Thus, when he performed the spell, it indeed had a bit of Taoist charm. Originally, Zhang Renjie was just fighting back out of desperation, but unexpectedly, when the peachwood sword struck the ghost, it let out a scream and vanished. What the heck? Seeing this scene, Zhang Renjie was dumbfounded. He never expected it to actually work. However, even more shocking were Ito Junji and the others following Zhang Renjie. Initially, they all thought they were frauds, but it turned out that he could truly exorcise ghosts. Can we still play together nicely now? More importantly, if he could exorcise ghosts, why didn't he do it from the start? In fact, not only were these monks and priests surprised, but Nakamusa Masao in the command center, as well as Aoki Longi and Hu Qianyuan Lioli, were even more astonished. They had originally believed that these people were all frauds without extraordinary abilities, but unexpectedly, at the last moment, a Taoist who could eliminate ghosts appeared. This was truly unexpected. Section Chief, I knew that the Taoists from the Dragon Country were more powerful than the priests and monks. In excitement, Yoshizawa Yuna exclaimed. Hearing this, Hu Qianyuan Lioli couldn't help but feel a wave of doubt. First, there was the protective statue of Guan Shangdijuan, and now there was a Taoist who could eliminate ghosts. Could it be that the deities of the Dragon Country were truly more formidable than those of the island nation? Just when everyone was bewildered, Zhang Renjia stood tall. Huh, so you ghosts are so vulnerable to attack. Then let you taste the power of my Taoist skills. Hey. Chapter 37. Harming others without benefiting oneself, previously chased like a dog. Zhang Renjia never expected to be so impressive. He quickly became arrogant and stabbed 2 ghosts to death in succession. Seeing his prowess, the remaining ghosts soon fled. After eliminating the ghosts blocking the road, Zhang Renjia did not pursue them further, but instead made a quick getaway. This left the others, including Ito Junji, dumbfounded, as they never expected the young Taoist to reveal his true colors after just a few displays of power. However, they quickly regained their senses and ran after him. Phew, that was close. I'm exhausted. After bursting out of the nursing home, everyone was panting heavily, their faces showing fatigue. Looking back, Ito Junji and the others felt lucky to be alive. Many of the priests and monks had been killed by the ghosts, lying in disarray in the doorway. But the good news was that, since the ghosts had primarily targeted the priests and monks, the special forces had suffered no losses. Just as everyone caught their breath, a command came from the rear command center. It turned out that Nakamura Masao had seen that Zhang Renjia could indeed eliminate ghosts. So he wanted him to clear all the ghosts in the nursing home. What? You want me to eliminate all the ghosts? Zhang Renjia was instantly shocked and dumbfounded upon hearing this news. He knew his own capabilities well, although he had just taken down several ghosts. He had no idea how he had managed to do it. Even though he had killed the ghosts, he felt nothing at all. I know this is a lot to ask, but please, Hanasaki Ruri earnestly requested. In the past, Hanasaki Ruri had overlooked Zhang Renjia, not knowing he had real abilities. But now that she was aware, she had to change her attitude toward him. After all, she was from the Supernatural Investigation Division, and she might often deal with ghosts and monsters, so it was essential to befriend a true Taoist who could eliminate ghosts. Zhang Renjia was just about to find a suitable reason to refuse. But Hanasaki Ruri continued, Master Zhang, if you can eliminate the ghosts, the police department is willing to pay a reward of 10 million yen. 10 million. Upon hearing this, Zhang Renjia found it hard to refuse. Yes, Master Zhang, we're counting on you. You're the only one who can eliminate the ghosts. At this moment, Yoshizawa Yuna also pleaded. But, with a reward of 10 million in front and a cute girl behind, Zhang Renjia was truly in a dilemma. Zhang Renjia was afraid of death. And perhaps the only thing that could make someone who feared death ignore it was poverty. All right, I agree. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Renjia nodded with a pained expression. There was no choice. He was too short on cash. Compared to Zhang Renjia, Ito Junji and Miao Xin were much more relaxed. This time, the police department only called on Zhang Renjia and had nothing to do with him. Now, they just wanted to hurry home and recuperate. After such a fright, it would take them at least half a month to recover. But Ito Junji and the others were thinking too soon. Zhang Renjia's eyes rolled, and bad ideas began to form in his mind. He thought, since I can't leave, then you old folks have to stay with me. So Zhang Renjia said, Officer Hanasaki, although I have the intent to kill the ghosts, my magic power is low and has already been exhausted. Therefore, I still need the assistance of you priests and monks. Otherwise, it might be difficult. Nanny. As soon as Zhang Renjia finished speaking, Ito Junji and Miao Xin were stunned. What was going on? This guy want to drag them down with him. No. Master Zhang is powerful enough on his own. We would only be a burden if we stayed. Yes. My magic power has already been exhausted. I have no strength left. At this moment, Zhang Renjie was intent on harming others without benefiting himself, as he felt quite unbalanced. Although he agreed to stay and kill ghosts for money, this was an island nation, and there was no reason for him to fight to the death while these people enjoyed their comfort. Even if these people were frauds, they could still help drain the ghost strength. So he ignored their protests and firmly decided to drag them down with him. You priests don't need to belittle yourselves. I see that you're all highly skilled and powerful. It was only with the help of you priests that I could slay the evil ghosts. So I still need your assistance with the remaining evil ghosts. Damn it, how despicable. Ito Junji and the others finally understood that this kid was determined to harm them. Just as they were about to protest, Hanasaki Ruri said, "Everyone, the higher-ups have spoken. The ghosts in the nursing home must be dealt with quickly. Since Master Zhang says you are powerful, please stay and assist him." But Ito Junji was about to object when Hanasaki Ruri decisively said, "All right, this matter is settled. Now, please rest well and recover your magic power. If you need anything, just let me know." In fact, whether these priests and monks truly had magic power was uncertain even for the higher-ups at the command center, as their earlier performance had been lacking. But now, Zhang Renjie was the authority. So if Zhang Renjie said they had power, then so be it. They then proceeded to recover their magic power. And the ghost incident at the nursing home came to a temporary conclusion. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yagami Kid also finished school. Considering his counterpart from another dimension, Yagami Kid felt he had been quite generous. With his help, things should go much smoother for him in the future. On the way home, Yagami Kid calculated the benefits of soul energy. Although he had restrained himself and did not go on a killing spree against those charlatans and special forces, the soul energy gains were still quite substantial. So Yagami Kid had a thought and opened the system panel. Infinite Devil Fruit System Host. Yagami Kid, Li Chunfeng, age, 17 fruits, Flame Fruit, Spirit Fruit, Clone Fruit, Transformation Fruit, Catmore Fruit Martial Arts, Soft Fist LV1, Swordsmanship LV1 Apostle, Nun Soul Energy, 853 Treasure Chest. Warehouse. Gazing at the system panel, Yagami Kid pondered for a moment. Although he now had enough soul energy to exchange for a fruit treasure chest, he did not plan to mindlessly redeem it. After all, having more fruits was not necessarily better, as unlocking and upgrading skills also required soul energy. After some thought, Yagami Kid decided not to redeem the treasure chest, but to use the soul energy to unlock and upgrade the existing fruit skills. As the main attack method and a means to showcase his extraordinary identity, upgrading the Flame fruit skills was the most important. After some hesitation, Yagami Kid decided to unlock 2 more skills for the Flame fruit. Chapter 38 Candy-Coated Shells. So expensive. Looking at the skill list of the burning fruit, Yashing Feng frowned slightly. Although some of the basic skills unlocked earlier were relatively cheap, the powerful ultimate moves later on were all very expensive. For example, the strongest skill, Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor, required 1,000 soul energy. Moreover, the soul energy needed for upgrades would double with each level, which seemed manageable at first, but the cost would become increasingly expensive as one progressed. After some hesitation, Yashing Feng spent 400 soul energy to unlock 2 skills, Firefly, Fire Demo, and Mirror Fire Flame. As for the remaining 400 soul energy, he upgraded his Soft Fist and Swordsmanship to make up for his shortcomings in physical techniques. After this series of actions, the accumulated soul energy was completely exhausted. Sigh. Still not enough. With a slight sigh, Yashing Feng felt he was too poor. It seemed he had to find a new source for increasing soul energy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Renjie was also preparing to exorcise spirits again. Although he had promised to deal with the ghosts in the nursing home for a reward of 10 million, he was uncertain about how to resolve the situation. Sigh. If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed. Scratching his head, Zhang Renjie felt a bit regretful about yielding to money. However, he wasn't the only one feeling conflicted. Ito Junji and others, whom he had dragged into this, were even more troubled. Due to Zhang Renjie's self-serving actions, these old fellows, who clearly had no ability, had to risk exorcising spirits alongside him. After what had just happened, these old gentlemen were unwilling to go in again. Thus, the quick-witted Ito Junji quietly approached Zhang Renjie. Master Zhang, can we talk about this? Facing the approach of Ito Junji, Zhang Renjie pretended to be profound and said, Ito priest, why are you not focusing on restoring your magic power? What brings you to me? Heh, you know very well what I want. Looking at Zhang Renjie, Ito Junji really wanted to spit in his face. If it weren't for you dragging me down, would I be so humble? At this moment, Ito Junji was extremely annoyed because there was a hierarchy in the spiritual world of Tokyo. Meiji Shrine and Sensoji Temple were at the top, while other shrines and temples were in the middle tier. Although the Gospel Church was not very prominent, it still held a middle-tier position due to its connection with the great nation. As for the Taoists from Longwa, they were at the very bottom of the hierarchy. If it weren't for this situation, Zhang Renjie wouldn't even have the right to meet him, Ito Junji. However, since only Zhang Renjie had shown the extraordinary ability to exorcise spirits, Ito Junji had no choice but to lower himself this time. Otherwise, if he went in again, he would truly be finished. Seeing Ito Junji suppress his dissatisfaction, he forced a smile and said, Master Zhang, I am old and my magic power is insufficient. So the following matters may be beyond my capabilities. I hope you can accommodate me. However, upon hearing this, Zhang Renjie put on an act, as he had often suffered from the arrogance of these priests and monks. If it weren't for their joint exclusion, how could his business be so poor? Ito priest, your words are misguided. Your magic power is profound and your cultivation unfathomable, while my little abilities are shallow. If it weren't for your assistance, I would truly struggle to deal with so many spirits. Zhang Renjie wore a troubled expression and lifted Ito Junji up high. But such flattery in Ito Junji's eyes felt like a death sentence. Damn long with Taoist. Ito Junji immediately cursed inwardly, but fortunately, being an old hand, he knew what to do. Then, Ito Junji quietly took off his luxury watch and discreetly slipped it into Zhang Renjie's pocket. This. Feeling the weight in his pocket, Zhang Renjie's expression became hesitant. He thought to himself, these old fellows are all wealthy. Is a watch really worth it? Greedy guy. This expression fell into Ito Junji's eyes, and he naturally understood what it meant. So, Ito Junji quietly slipped in a ring as well. Now, Zhang Renjie was satisfied. Well, Ito priest is right. You are old, so matters of exorcising demons should be left to us young people. Seeing Zhang Renjie relent, Ito Junji's heart immediately relaxed, and so he entrusted everything to Master Zhang. As a priest of Meiji Shrine, Ito Junji still held a significant position and had decent connections. So as long as Zhang Renjie agreed, he could naturally find a way to leave this place. After Ito Junji left, Zhang Renjie immediately took out the watch and ring from his pocket to look at them, and the more he looked, the more he liked them. These old fellows really are rolling in wealth. In fact, anyone who could be a high-level priest in Tokyo wasn't lacking in brains. So as soon as Ito Junji left, the monk Miaoxin from Sensoji Temple came. Master Zhang, I have something to discuss with you. What to talk about? Like Ito Junji before, Miaoxin also shared his troubles. However, Miaoxin was much better at handling things than Ito Junji. He didn't need Zhang Renjie to orchestrate anything and was very straightforward. So, feeling the things in his pocket, Zhang Renjie succumbed again. Slap. But as soon as Miaoxin left, Zhang Renjie smacked his own hand in frustration. Damn it. Why can't I control myself? Just after cursing himself, Zhang Renjie looked at the things in his hand with surprise. Weighing the Rolex, Zhang Renjie sighed. This is the last time? After all, the old man has a heart too. But soon, another person came knocking. After a moment, Zhang Renjie muttered to himself with a conflicted expression. This isn't me being greedy. It's just that his mother is giving birth today. Zhang Renjie secretly decided to control himself next time. However, not long after, another person left. Damn it, this isn't me being weak-willed, but these island ghosts are too cunning, actually using candy-coated shells to attack me. In the end, Zhang Renjie overestimated his own integrity, underestimated the wealth of these priests, and even more underestimated the price these priests were willing to pay to escape and save their lives. So, although every time Zhang Renjie told himself this was the last time, he always fell victim to the next person's candy-coated shell. The result was that after being bombarded by the candy-coated shells, Zhang Renjie became rich. But similarly, the priests he intended to drag down as cannon fodder had mostly slipped away, to the point that when the sweetness of the candy-coated shells faded, he could only face the spirits alone. Woo-woo, what a sin! Realizing he had done something foolish, Zhang Renjie regretted it so much that he just wanted to cry. Chapter 39. The Ghost God appears through the perspective of the ghost. After witnessing Zhang Renjie's reckless actions, Yi Shenfeng looked on with envy. No, it was disdain. This guy had such good luck. With his fellow townsmen giving him a helping hand above and below, he could collect tribute money from those charlatans. Why didn't he have such good fortune? Seeing what Zhang Renjie held in his hands, Yi Shenfeng felt a pang of jealousy. Although he had a system and commanded powerful supernatural abilities, he was quite broke. Otherwise, he would have to ask those delinquents for money. As a result, the behind-the-scenes mastermind was poor as a church mouse, while Zhang Renjie, the pawn, was getting rich off collecting tribute money. Damn, isn't that disgusting? Just wait, I'll deal with you. Feeling unbalanced, Yi Shenfeng decided to take care of this guy. He quickly summoned a clone, transforming it into a crow, and flew toward the nursing home. One had to admit that the clone fruit and the transformation fruit were extraordinary abilities. With these two powers, Yi Shenfeng was becoming more and more like a behind-the-scenes mastermind. These two fruits were perfect for creating an alias and stirring up trouble. At that moment in the nursing home, due to the foolish actions taken earlier, the cannon fodder was gone, so Zhang Renjie had to face the ghost alone. After setting up the altar, Zhang Renjie steeled himself and began his ritual. At this moment, he could only think, "May the three pure ones bless me." He hoped that the immortal who had helped him earlier would assist him once more. Gulp. Although he felt a bit regretful, there was nothing he could do now. He could only take it one step at a time. "Hey!" Zhang Renjie shouted, putting all his energy into it. "Supreme Lao Jun, teach me to kill ghosts, grant me divine assistance. Call upon the Jade Maiden, collect the ominous. Mountains break, with seals to wear. Wearing a glorious canopy on my head, stepping on the auspicious path, left supporting the sixth Jia, right guarding the sixth Ding. Before me the yellow god, behind me the Yuzhong. The divine master slays, not avoiding the powerful, first slaying evil ghosts, then cutting down the night light. Which god does not submit, which ghost dares to stand? Urgent, urgent as the law commands." With his gestures, there was indeed a hint of a Taoist master's demeanor. However, after the performance, there was a sudden silence. Looking at the scene, Zhang Renjie felt a wave of uncertainty. There was no response, and he didn't know if he had driven away the ghosts or not. Although Zhang Renjie was unsure, in the eyes of Qingmu Longyi and Huai Qinyuan Liuli, it seemed he had frightened all the ghosts into hiding. After all, he was a Taoist master. The 10 million spent was truly worth it. Damn it, let us do it again. Zhang Renjie muttered in his heart and switched to a new routine. 5 stars suppress colors. Light illuminates the dark. Thousands of gods and saints protect my true spirit. Giant heavenly beasts subdue the 5 soldiers. 5 heavenly demons extinguish bodies and forms. Wherever I go, all gods obey. Urgent, urgent as the law commands. Yet after performing the new routine, the silence continued. Damn it, what is going on? The more the ghosts didn't respond, the more uncertain Zhang Renjie felt. As time passed, his confidence was nearly depleted. Feeling increasingly insecure, Zhang Renjie muttered to himself, "All right, I performed 2 sets of ghost-repelling spells. That should account for your 10 million. I'm not playing along anymore." After making up his mind, Zhang Renjie planned to pack up and leave. Ahem, officer, all the ghosts here have been. Just as Zhang Renjie was about to say that all the ghosts have been dispelled, a chill suddenly emanated from a main building of the nursing home. Immediately after, a dozen ghosts emerged. This scene left Zhang Renjie dumbfounded. Wah! What's going on? He felt these ghosts were truly shameless. This was clearly unacceptable. Since he had set up the altar and performed the ritual, they should have quickly fled. How could they appear right after he claimed to have driven them away? But what Zhang Renjie didn't know was that the ones who couldn't handle it were not the ghosts, but another person. As a dozen ghosts emerged, a larger, more ferocious ghost appeared, illuminated by the moonlight. Looking at the display, even a blind person would know this was the leader of the ghosts. Seeing this, Zhang Renjie felt even more uneasy. Outside the nursing home, Huai Qianyuan Liuli sensed the appearance of the ghost leader and felt a wave of unease. This ragtag bunch couldn't even handle ordinary ghosts, let alone the ghost leader. However, Jizi Yuna had a mysterious confidence in Zhang Renjie. Team leader, don't worry. Zhang Tianshi will definitely be able to drive away this ghost. Let's hope so. Although she felt a bit anxious, they had to rely on Zhang Renjie now. But the two didn't know that Zhang Renjie was already so scared that his legs were weak. Facing the ghost, he had no courage to fight back. This was going to be bad. Who? As a cold wind blew, the ghost leader emitted an extreme chill. My God, I'm done for. Stimulated by the chill, Zhang Renjie could no longer hold on and turned to run. Roar! But the ghost leader wouldn't let go of this false Taoist who dared to challenge its authority. With a howl, it launched an attack. 3 pure ones, save me. Feeling the chill behind him, Zhang Renjie immediately shouted in fear. Who? Just as the ghost leader was about to reach Zhang Renjie, a pillar of fire suddenly blocked its path. The 3 pure ones have manifested? Zhang Renjie, who had already been in despair, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope at this unexpected change, thinking it truly was the manifestation of the 3 pure ones. Yet, as the fire pillar receded, what came into view was a person in a black trench coat wearing a clown mask. Although Zhang Renjie didn't recognize this person, Huai Qianyuan Liuli immediately recognized him as the fire ghost god who had appeared earlier. It was him, the fire ghost god. At the same time, the scene was being transmitted back to the command center through the cameras. And this fire ghost god was, of course, the clone of Yi Shenfeng. Originally, Yi Shenfeng directed this grand show because he wanted to test the official S capabilities. Now that it was confirmed that the officials truly had no supernatural powers and that those priests and monks were just money-grabbing charlatans, his purpose was naturally achieved. However, since the show had reached this point, it couldn't be allowed to end badly. As a qualified director, he had to design a spectacular finale for every performance. After making a flamboyant entrance, Yi Shenfeng quickly scanned the surroundings, finding everyone staring at him in astonishment, which made him very satisfied. Hee, all you country bumpkins, hand over your soul energy. Now that Yi Shenfeng is as broke as a church mouse and has no worries behind him, he is completely ready to cause a big ruckus. Chapter 40, the climax, comes to an end. The stage is set. The actors are ready. The audience is ready. The performance begins. Roar! Once everything was in place, under Night God Feng's control, the ghost boss was the first to launch an attack. With a furious roar, more than a dozen ghosts immediately charged towards Night God Feng. Firefly! Fire Dharma! Night God Feng waved his right hand, summoning several firefly-like flames. These fiery fireflies charged at the ghosts, and soon the sky erupted with a series of booming sounds. Each firefly hit a ghost with missile-like precision. Boom! 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 As the smoke cleared, the originally aggressive ghost became dispirited. Good. Impressive. Seeing the long-rampaging ghosts being reduced to such a miserable state, the officers outside couldn't help but yell in excitement. God knows the psychological pressure they endured while sealing off the nursing home. Roar! After the failed attack, the ghost boss personally took action. Unlike ordinary ghosts, the ghost boss exuded a stronger aura. Each attack carried an aura that felt as if it could freeze the soul. Although the target of the ghost boss was Night God Feng, the shockwave from each attack made everyone present feel as if their souls were being frozen. Divine Fire. Unknown Fire. Night God Feng manifested a flaming spear and engaged the ghost boss in combat. Roar! To enhance the visual effect, after exchanging a few moves, the ghost boss retreated and unleashed a large-scale cold attack. Boundary Fire Flame. Sun Flame. Night God Feng also unleashed powerful moves, refusing to fall behind in momentum. However, while Night God Feng was enjoying the battle, the police officers sealing off the nursing home were in deep trouble. They were shivering from the ghost's coldness one moment, and then being scorched by Night God Feng's flames the next. This constant switching between ice and fire was unbearable. Captain, I can't take it anymore. Gritting her teeth, Yoshizawa Yuna looked pitiful. I can't take it either. In fact, it wasn't just Yoshizawa Yuna. Hanazono Ruri had also reached her limit. However, the big shots in the back showed no concern for the struggles of the frontline personnel. Watching the fierce battle between Night God Feng and the Ghost Boss, Nakamura Masao felt a mix of shock and anger. Because these two were acting recklessly while the Metropolitan Police could only watch from the sidelines, it was hard for Nakamura Masao to maintain his composure. More importantly, the commotion was growing louder, exceeding Nakamura Masao's control. Aoki, what are you doing? How long are you going to let them cause trouble? Eliminate those two immediately. Nakamura Masao's roar came through the earpiece, leaving Aoki Ryuichi dumbfounded. What? Eliminate them? Hearing this, Aoki Ryuichi wore a bitter expression. He too wanted to quickly end the situation. But they needed the capability to do so. These were two supernatural beings, and the Metropolitan Police had no means to counter supernatural abilities. The so-called professionals they gathered were just a bunch of incompetent frauds. The only ones with some ability couldn't get involved in a battle of this level. Sending in the special forces would just be sending them to their deaths. Chief, the current situation is not suitable for an active attack. We should wait a bit. Aoki Ryuichi was not a bureaucrat who viewed lives as expendable. He genuinely couldn't bear to send his subordinates to their deaths, so he desperately explained. But Aoki Ryuichi was not Nakamura Masao. He understood, which was more important, some expendable lives or his own career interests. Thus, Nakamura Masao completely ignored Aoki Ryuichi's explanation and directly ordered, "Shut up. Immediately send in the special forces. We cannot let the situation worsen." Ah, yes. Although Aoki Ryuichi wanted to avoid casualties among his subordinates, authority trumps all. Reluctantly, he had to give the order to attack. As soon as the order was issued, Hanazono Ruri was furious. Those damn bureaucrats. What should we do, Captain? Yoshizawa Yuna also looked fearful. She didn't want to die, but she didn't dare defy the order. However, the ones who were even more afraid were the members of the special forces. After all, everyone has limits, and they all witnessed the earlier tragedy of the special forces. Originally, fighting ordinary ghosts was already a huge pressure. Now they were being asked to attack the Ghost Boss, which was tantamount to sending them to their deaths. That scene of flames flying and freezing cold was something they could approach. Baka, glancing at the distant battlefield, the Special Forces commander threw away his earpiece. Deciding he wouldn't go, they could go if they wanted, but he certainly wouldn't. Right, not going. Life is the most important. Other members of the Special Forces nodded in agreement. Thus, Hanazono Ruri and the Special Forces members began to fish for opportunities. They advanced and retreated, merely circling at the entrance. These bastards. Seeing this scene from the command center, Nakamura Masao was so furious he wanted to slap each of these cowards across the face. On the other side, after battling with the Ghost Boss for a while, Night God Feng felt it was time to create a climax and end this performance. After all, multitasking was quite exhausting. So Night God Feng controlled the Ghost Boss, preparing to unleash a big move. Roar! The Ghost Boss let out a roar and suddenly began to devour other ghosts. As the Ghost Boss consumed them, its body became more solid, its aura grew fiercer, and its power increased at a visible rate. This is bad. Oh no! In this situation, even a fool could tell that the opponent was about to unleash a big move. Captain, what should we do? Yoshizawa Yuna was still in a daze. But when she came to her senses, she found that Hanazono Ruri had already slipped away without her noticing. Idiot, hurry up and run. Wait for me, Captain. Prompted by Hanazono Ruri, Yoshizawa Yuna turned and ran. The special forces also retreated. At this point, they couldn't care less about appearances and ran as fast as they could. Seeing this scene, the ordinary officers had even less reason to stay. Good, come on. Ha! Faced with the Ghost Boss's rampage, Night God Feng pretended to be excited and laughed. Then he gathered his strength, preparing to clash with it. Sun Flame, Divine Fire Pillar, Roar! With a loud shout, several fiery pillars shot towards the Ghost Boss. The Ghost Boss also roared, unleashing a burning green skull. Soon, the two forces collided. Boom! When the two energies, red and green, crashed together, the shockwave blew away the police cars that were sealing off the nursing home. Chapter 41. Hanachi and Ruri achieves merit as the shockwave sent police cars flying. The intense explosion also alarmed nearby residents. Although the Metropolitan Police Department had cordoned off the area, The commotion was simply too great to ignore. Damn it, those cursed ghosts and deities. Aoki Ryu's face turned a terrifying shade of pale as he surveyed the surroundings. If this incident wasn't handled properly, it would surely be him who took the blame in the end. What happened? Where was the explosion? Look, it's on fire. What a huge blaze. Thanks to the developed social media, news about the incident at the nursing home quickly spread online, garnering a certain level of attention. After all, people in the island nation love to gather around for excitement. Fortunately, while the Metropolitan Police Department was quite useless against supernatural beings like ghosts, they were experienced and skilled in managing public sentiment and deceiving the populace. Soon, the Cyber Intelligence Division of the police came out to cover up the incident, ultimately attributing it to a gas pipeline explosion. Ouch, my leg. Help me. Pull me up. As the dust from a shockwave settled, all the police at the scene were in a sorry state. Captain, are you okay? Yuzuki Yuna asked with concern as she helped the dazed Hana, Chin, and Ruri to her feet. I'm fine. Just a bit dizzy. Hana, Chin, and Ruri shook her head and stood up, initially calm. However, upon catching a glimpse of herself in the rearview mirror, she immediately exploded in anger. Ah, who is that? At that moment, Hana, Chin, and Ruri looked disheveled, with her hair in disarray, resembling a female beggar. Every woman cares about her appearance, and even if she were to die, she would want to look beautiful. This is especially true for a beauty like Hana, Chin, and Ruri. Damn it, you two bastards. How dare you do this to me? I'll make you pay. The furious Hana, Chin, and Ruri began cursing at the nursing home. Captain, watch your words. Yuzuki Yuna was frightened by her outburst. Watch my words, my ass. These two scumbags have made me look like this. I won't let them off. Hana, Chin, and Ruri, blinded by anger, ignored her and continued to rant. This is what a woman's fury looks like. However, after a few curses, Hana, Chin, and Ruri suddenly hesitated. She realized that the once menacing ghost had vanished. The main building of the nursing home looked as if it had been struck by a meteor, engulfed in flames and badly damaged. Only the fire deity remained, flapping its fiery wings and hovering in midair. As if it had heard her cursing, the deity turned its gaze towards her. Oh no, this is bad. Feeling the deity's stare, a chill ran down Hana, Chin, and Ruri's spine. An inexplicable coldness instantly enveloped her, bringing her back to her senses. It was only then that she regretted her impulsiveness. Woo-woo. Lord Deity, I was just joking earlier. Just as Hana, Chin, and Ruri was filled with regret, thinking the deity was about to deal with her, the command center's Nakamura Masao roared again. Aoki, what are you all waiting for? Quickly arrest that extraordinary being. At this moment, Nakamura Masao's eyes were ablaze with excitement as he looked at Yagami Kid. This was indeed an extraordinary being, a being with genuine flame abilities, comparable to a deity. If they could capture him, it would be a monumental victory. Nakamura Masao trembled with excitement at the thought of the benefits of capturing the extraordinary being. Everyone move immediately. Take the chance to apprehend him. He ordered, his voice booming. Yes, Chief. Aoki Ryu braced himself and replied before issuing the command. However, after receiving the order, the police at the scene began to dawdle, moving slower than turtles, which made Nakamura Masao jump up and down in frustration. Damn it! Damn it! Fortunately, Yagami Kid had already had his fun and did not make things difficult for the police. He dispelled his clone and vanished without a trace. Huh, the deity has disappeared. Seeing the figure in the air vanish, Hanachin and Ruri was momentarily stunned. But soon she realized the deity was gone, which meant she was safe. Moreover, she could still take credit for the situation. So, Hanachin and Ruri drew her pistol and authoritatively commanded, everyone, move out immediately. Quickly clear the scene and search for any remaining suspicious ghosts. Don't let any potential threats slip away. Go, go, go. With that, she led the charge and rushed forward. Captain, wait for me. Yuzuki Yuna, a bit naive, hadn't fully grasped the situation yet. But seeing Hana, Chien, and Ruri dash out, she quickly followed suit. The others weren't fools either. Seeing the deity leave, they understood it was their chance to shine. They rushed out one after another, appearing fearless in the face of danger. Seeing the performance of the island nation's police, Yagami Kid was speechless. Once inside the scene, Hana Qian and Ruri first found Zhang Renjie. After all, Zhang Renjie was currently the only one who had shown expertise in dealing with ghosts, making him extremely valuable. Reporting, Section Chief, I've located Master Zhang, and there is no threat to his life. After reporting, Hana Qian and Ruri hurriedly left with her achievement. Yagami Keed had caused a ruckus and then left without a care for the consequences. After all, there was an official cover-up. In the following days, Yagami Keed didn't stir up any trouble. Instead, he focused on making money. It's a bittersweet situation as a behind-the-scenes mastermind. Even though Yagami Keed played the island nation's officials like puppets, he found himself in an economic crisis. Thus, over the past few days, he had been looking for part-time work to cover living expenses. Although the island nation didn't prohibit high school students from working, suitable part-time jobs were hard to come by. Either the working hours were too long, the pay too low, or the job content was unappealing. Therefore, Yagami Keed had yet to find a suitable part-time position. One day, on his way home from school, Kajizaki Shigeo asked, "Yagami, are you still looking for a part-time job?" "Yeah," Yagami Keed nodded. "What kind of part-time job are you looking for? Maybe I can keep an eye out for you." Yagami Keed thought for a moment before replying, "Actually, my requirements aren't high. As long as the pay is good, the work is easy, and the hours are short, that would be great. It would be best if it's close to home, so I don't have to take the train." Kajizaki Shigeo rolled his eyes at this, saying, "I want a job like that too." "All right, then you find two, and we'll each take one." Yagami Keed patted Kajizaki Shigeo on the shoulder, not feeling that his requirements were high at all. "Give me a call. Teach them a good lesson. Let them know how powerful our Ghost Flower Group is." Just after they walked a short distance, a sudden commotion reached their ears. Chapter 42. Muyama Daiko and the Demon Flower Group hearing the noise. Yagami turned his head and discovered several very familiar figures in the nearby alley. ISNT that Murayama and Kameo. Shigeo Kajisuji also recognized them. Indeed, the figures in the distance were Murayama Daiko and Kameo Z, two delinquents, along with their underlings. However, compared to their imposing appearance at school, the two looked utterly miserable now. They were being cornered and kicked by another group of delinquents. Their underlings were also getting beaten up badly. Seeing the scene in the distance, Kajisuji quickly tugged at Yagami Keed's sleeve. "Let us go, Yagami-kun. It's a gang fight." "Yeah, let us go." With that, Yagami was about to leave, wanting no involvement with these delinquents. However, despite his desire to avoid trouble, the delinquents were too arrogant. "What are you two looking at?" A brash delinquent with yellow hair shouted. Yagami didn't want to stir up trouble, but the yellow-haired delinquent mistook his reluctance for weakness. Seeing that they ignored him, he felt his authority was being challenged and became even more arrogant, treating them like easy targets. "I'm asking you a question. Didn't you hear me? Do you know whose territory this is? Dare to ignore the Demon Flower Group? Are you tired of living?" Yagami frowned at the words. This delinquent was clearly looking for trouble. He was about to leave, yet he kept yelling. If it wasn't intentional, then it was a bit forced. Yagami was right. The yellow-haired delinquent was deliberately targeting him. He had just joined the Demon Flower Group and was excited to participate in his first gang fight. But as a newcomer, he could only wave flags and shout slogans, with no chance to show off. Thus, seeing Yagami and Kajisuji ignited a desire to prove himself. It wasn't surprising that the yellow-haired delinquent picked on Yagami. After all, Yagami and Kajisuji looked weak. "Yagami-kun, let us go. Let us go." Kajisuji didn't want to attract trouble and lowered his head to leave. Although Yagami was unhappy, he didn't want to drag his friend into this mess. But those intent on causing trouble wouldn't be stopped. The more silent Yagami and Kajisuji were, the more arrogant the yellow-haired delinquent became. "Dare to ignore me. If you don't hand over 10,000 yen in tribute today, don't even think about leaving. That's the price for angering me." The yellow-haired delinquent looked smug, as if he had already secured victory over the two. Nakajima is bullying people again. Who told them to be unlucky, right? Nakajima, don't go too hard. As the yellow-haired delinquent bullied them, the members of the Demon Flower Group laughed. "You, despicable." At that moment, Murayama Daiko, who had been beaten badly, struggled to stand up. Although he was in a terrible state, Murayama was the leader of the delinquent group at Namika High School and wasn't one to easily back down. Just as he stood up, he saw the yellow-haired delinquent provoke Yagami. Maruyama had a deep impression of Yagami, especially since last time Yagami had taken down their entire group by himself. J-Kai, the one you should be dealing with is me, not anyone else. If you have the guts, come at me. Maruyama shouted at the leader of the Demon Flower group, J-Kai Hayato. Hearing this, J-Kai sneered dismissively. Maruyama, at a time like this, you're still thinking about others? Stop wasting breath. This is between us. Don't drag anyone else into it. Maruyama stared defiantly back at J-Kai. Fine, you got guts. Teach him a lesson. J-Kai grinned maliciously and ordered his underlings to go after Maruyama. Got it, J-Kai. Teach him a lesson. Go. Several delinquents rushed forward to pummel Maruyama with punches and kicks. Maruyama. Seeing Maruyama being surrounded and beaten, Kameo, who was already on the ground, hurried to get up and help. But as soon as he stood, he was knocked down again by several delinquents. J-Kai, this kid isn't giving in. Beat him up. Let him know our strength. After a round of beatings, J-Kai pressed Maruyama against the wall and said, Maruyama, if you know what's good for you, just give in and hand over your territory. Otherwise, you'll be in the hospital next month. Huh, never. You guys from the Demon Flower group think you can come to Namika High School to collect tribute? Not unless I'm dead. Maruyama shouted defiantly. Maruyama is right. We will never submit. Namiko High School is ours. Hearing Maruyama's words, Kameo and the others immediately echoed him, especially Takeda Toro and Watanabe Asami. Despite being beaten to a pulp, supported each other and refused to give in, looking for death. Boom, boom, boom. Faced with Maruyama's defiance, J-Kai was enraged and unleashed a flurry of punches that left Maruyama groaning. Although Yagami and Maruyama had their grievances, they were classmates, and watching a classmate being bullied by outsiders made Yagami feel uncomfortable. Damn it, these are members of the Demon Flower group. They actually came to bully our Namiku High School people. At this moment, Kajisuji recognized these delinquents and felt furious. What? Do you know them? Yagami asked, turning back. Yeah, they are from the neighboring high school's delinquent group, the Demon Flower group. They've been coming to harass our classmates for tribute lately. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Yagami shook his head. He had no interest in disputes between delinquents. But when he heard that Maruyama was so responsible, willing to take a beating to protect innocent people, his impression of him changed significantly. So he shouted, stop. That shout immediately drew the attention of everyone in the Demon Flower group. Yagami-kun. Even Kajisuji was surprised, astonished that Yagami would stand up for Maruyama. Yagami. Similarly, Maruyama and Kameo looked at him in astonishment. Ignoring the gazes of the Demon Flower group, Yagami casually said, That's enough? You're going too far. Haha. Seeing these two weaklings standing up, J-Kai couldn't help but laugh. Maruyama, are all the people from Namika High School fools? Just two weaklings trying to be heroes? J-Kai looked down on them completely, as Yagami and Kajisuji had the faces of weaklings. These people had no other skills besides crying and begging when bullied. Chapter 43. Night God Boss is mighty. Muroma Daiko disdainfully glared at Sakai Hayato and said, Sakai, isn't it only weaklings who realize their strength after a fight? But I advise you, when facing Night God, it's better to admit defeat first. That's right. Do you really think you can fight against Night God? Just hurry up and admit defeat. Kamezeo shouted, looking down on Sakai Hayato. All you guys have left is tough talk. Sakai Hayato didn't believe them at all. In his eyes, this was just the pathetic barking of two losers. Sakai Hayato then ordered Sato, teach those two weaklings a good lesson. Don't worry, brother Sakai. The blonde-haired guy responded arrogantly after receiving the order. Kid, running into me is your bad luck. The blonde guy was very excited, as it was finally his turn to be imposing. Lie down, kid. With a loud shout, the blonde guy swung a punch at Night God Kid. Too much nonsense. Night God Kid didn't take the soft punch seriously at all. Bang! With just a slight flick of his right hand, the blonde guy lost his balance and fell. No way. This can't be real, right? Did that Sato kid's legs go weak? The members of the Ghost Flower group looked on with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Although the blonde guy had just joined, he was still a delinquent. How could not even beat a weakling? This was too strange. Sato, I told you to take him down, not to fall yourself. Ha! Did you overdo it yesterday? Take it easy next time. The members of the Ghost Flower group began to mock the fallen blonde guy. Damn it! Hearing the mocking laughter, the blonde guy's face immediately turned red. How dare you embarrass me? In a fit of anger, the blonde guy quickly got up and swung another punch. This time he wasn't holding back. He wanted Night God Keed to pay the price. You want he dead? You aren't worthy. Night God Keed's expression remained indifferent, not taking the blonde guy seriously at all. What a joke. If I were to be taken down by a delinquent, it would be the biggest disaster in history since I crossed over. Bang! Ouch! Just like before. The blonde guy fell to the ground again. However, this time he hit the ground harder and groaned for a long time before he could get up. This kid. The members of the Ghost Flower group stopped mocking and their faces turned serious. They hadn't even seen clearly what happened before the blonde guy was taken down. Ha! I told you not to provoke Night God. You wouldn't listen. Now you know who the weakling is, right? Good job, Night God. Teach them a lesson. Night God Boss is mighty. In contrast, Murayama Daiko and Kame Zeo laughed excitedly. Takeda Taro and Watanabe Asami even cheered for Night God. Night God Keed couldn't help but curl his lips, thinking, TCH, I'm not your boss. Seeing Murayama Daiko's mocking face, Sakai Hayato's expression turned ugly, and he immediately yelled at his subordinates, You idiots! Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and take care of them. Yes, let's go. Take him down. Upon hearing this, the members of the Ghost Flower group immediately rolled up their sleeves and surrounded them. Night God, what should we do? The aggressive demeanor of the opponents startled Kajizaki Shigeo. It's fine, just give me a minute. Night God Keed casually replied. He then threw his backpack to Kajizaki Shigeo and stretched his limbs. Just in time, I need to loosen up. Facing the incoming delinquents, Night God Keed's eyes showed a hint of excitement. After all, possessing powerful strength naturally incites a killing intent. With great power in his hands, Night God Keed was not someone to be timid. So when someone asked for trouble, he naturally wouldn't hold back. Everyone lie down. With a cold snort, Night God Keed charged at the members of the Ghost Flower group. Beat him. Hit him. Ouch. Although the delinquents of the Ghost Flower group were seasoned fighters, they were completely outmatched in front of Night God Keed. Night God Keed moved gracefully, like a swimming fish, weaving through the delinquents. Each strike would hit a weak point of a delinquent. He truly showcased the essence of soft boxing to its fullest. Ouch! This kid is tough. Everyone, don't hold back. Let's gang up on him. Get him. Ouch! Who are you talking about? Night God Keed smiled disdainfully, then grabbed the loudmouth and took him down with a smooth combo, twisting and dislocating his jaw in the process. Woo, woo! With his jaw dislocated, the loudmouth's expression immediately turned panicked. In just a moment, most of the originally arrogant members of the Ghost Flower group were lying on the ground. The few who escaped also retreated in fear, completely losing their previous bravado. At that moment, everyone realized that the weakling in front of them was actually a big shark. How is this possible? Watching the scene unfold, Sakai Hayato was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that his subordinates had been taken down in an instant by someone who seemed like a weakling. This is too surreal. Night God, well done. Haha. I forgive you for beating me up a few days ago. Take them down. Show them the power of Nanmuki High School. Seeing this, Mario Madaiko instantly felt a lot of pent-up frustration being released. Even Kame Zeo, Takeda Taro, and Watanabe Asami felt that the beatings they received a few days ago didn't seem so unjust anymore. After venting their frustrations, Murayama Daiko provocatively challenged Sakai Hayato. Sakai, if you're smart, hurry up and admit defeat and promise not to harass us at Nanmuki High School anymore. Otherwise, Night God will definitely beat you up so badly that even your mom won't recognize you. Although Murayama Daiko had also been beaten up by Night God Keed, that was an internal issue at Nanmuki High School, a conflict among the people. When facing the Ghost Flower group, they were on the same side. So Murayama Daiko didn't hold back in flaunting Night God Keed's prowess. Shut up. In a fit of anger, Sakai Hayato yelled at Murayama Daiko. Clang. Then, Sakai Hayato picked up a baseball bat with an unfriendly expression. A baseball bat is indeed a great tool, considered the best weapon for delinquents and small-time thugs in street fights, even if they flaunted it everywhere. The police couldn't do anything about them because loving baseball is not illegal. As a sports item, the lethality of a baseball bat is also extremely high. Kid, you asked for this. With a sinister smile, Sakai Hayato immediately swung the bat towards Night God Kid. Chapter 44. Shigeru Kajisuji's Imagination Huff. As the leader of the Ghost Flower Group, Hayato Sakai undoubtedly had some skills. His swings with a baseball bat were both fierce and precise. However, in the eyes of Feng Yeshin, such attacks seemed rather crude. Do all you delinquents enjoy talking tough? Bang! With a light laugh and a slight sidestep, Feng Yeshin effortlessly avoided the heavy swing, appearing extremely relaxed. You look down on me? D. Originally frustrated by his missed attack, Hayato Sakai was even more enraged by Feng Yeshin's indifferent attitude. Bang! 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 Hayato Sakai then swung the baseball bat like a whirlwind. Each strike aimed directly at Feng Yeshin, determined to make him pay. Yet each time, the bat barely grazed Feng's body, just missing him. Huff! Huff! After chasing Feng Yeshin for a while, Hayato Sakai's energy waned. Seeing Feng Yeshin handle his attacks so easily, Shigeru Kajisuji exclaimed in admiration, "Yeshin, you're amazing." He, just average, third in the world. Feng Yeshin waved his hand, appearing very humble, as if it were no big deal. How infuriating. However, Hayato Sakai became even angrier seeing Feng Yeshin's demeanor. Who do you look down on? D. With that, Hayato Sakai roared and launched another attack. Yeshin, take him down. If you take him down, I'll recognize you as the boss. Over there, Daiko Murayama and Z Kameo were fueling the fire. Huff! Huff! After a while, Hayato Sakai exhausted his strength with repeated attacks. Noticing him stop, Feng Yeshin advised with a good-natured smile, "Hey, let's call it a day. You beat Murayama and Kameo, and I dealt with your underlings, so we're even now. You look like a student too. Since you're a student, you should focus on your studies. Always thinking about fighting is not good." Feng Yeshin's expression was very sincere as he looked at Hayato Sakai. Feng Yeshin swore he genuinely didn't want to continue fighting with these delinquents. He wasn't bored enough to waste his time. But he didn't expect that his sincerity would be seen as an insult by Hayato Sakai. "You bastard, that's too much bullying." In a fit of rage, Hayato Sakai swung the baseball bat again. Bang! But this time, Feng Yeshin caught the bat with one hand. "All right, I'm done playing. I still have homework to do," he muttered, casually pulling the bat away from Hayato Sakai. Homework? Hayato Sakai was dumbfounded, staring at his empty hand in disbelief. Did I just get disarmed? Beat him. Take him down. Seeing Hayato Sakai lose his weapon, Murayama and Kameo immediately shouted. They had just been beaten badly by Hayato Sakai, and now was finally their chance for revenge. But Feng Yeshin cast a glance at the two and said, "Enough, shut up." After being yelled at by Feng Yeshin, Murayama and Kameo immediately fell silent. "TCH, I'm not a delinquent," Feng Yeshin muttered, tossing the baseball bat aside. Then he said, "All right, this matter ends here." With that, Feng Yeshin turned to leave. Watching Feng Yeshin's back, Hayato Sakai was furious, because this was blatant disregard. This was more insulting than getting beaten up. Feng Yeshin swore he did not intend to insult Hayato Sakai. He really didn't want to get involved with these delinquents. He was merely displeased to see someone from his school being bullied. I'll kill you." In a blind rage, Hayato Sakai launched a surprise attack from behind, trying to choke him. Feng Yeshin instinctively executed a joint lock and then threw him away. Bang! Hayato Sakai flew through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. He didn't respond for a long time. Are you all right?" Noticing he had been a bit too rough, Feng Yeshin felt a bit embarrassed. "It's not my fault. You attacked from behind. And also, don't think about framing me. Everyone saw it. You attacked me first, not me being heavy-handed. You all need to testify for me." "Testify." With that, Feng Yeshin muttered as he quickly left the scene. As a traveler from the Dragon Kingdom, he had an instinctive fear of people lying on the ground, because getting involved in such matters usually meant you'd have to pay up. Hurry. After grabbing his backpack, Feng Yeshin quickly called out to Shigeru Kajisuji. At this point, the members of the Ghost Flower Group looked at Feng Yeshin with a hint of fear, so no one dared to stop him. Shigeru Kajisuji was still in a daze, only reacting after Feng Yeshin had walked far away. Yeshin, wait for me." Watching Feng Yeshin's back, Taro Takeda and Meiko Watanabe murmured, Yeshin is amazing. Originally, Taro Takeda and Meiko Watanabe harbored resentment towards Feng Yeshin. But this time, they genuinely admired him. He actually subdued the elite members of the Ghost Flower group all by himself. It's known that people in the island nation have a deep-seated admiration for the strong. As long as you demonstrate powerful strength, they will forget about being bullied and start to admire your might. This trait has not changed in 1,000 years. On the other side, Shigeru Kajisuji was excitedly talking about what had just happened. Yeshin, you are incredible. You took them all down by yourself. Let us see if the Ghost Flower group dares to bully anyone again. And Maruyama and Kameo are such weaklings. While praising Feng Yeshin, Shigeru Kajisuji also expressed disdain for Maruyama and Kameo. This was also very typical of the island nation. Actually, it's not that I'm strong, but that they are too weak. Feng Yeshin habitually downplayed his own abilities. Is that so? Shigeru Kajisuji didn't quite understand this Dragon Kingdom-style humility. But then he said, oh, by the way, Yeshin, you were deliberately ignoring Hayato Sakai just now, right? What do you mean? Feng Yeshin was a bit confused. When did he deliberately ignore anyone? Shigeru Kajisuji continued talking to himself just now. You must know that Hayato Sakai is very competitive, so you intentionally ignored him to deal a fatal blow to his pride. I have to say, that move of yours was really ruthless. He must be furious. Wait, what did you just say? Feng Yeshin suddenly realized that Shigeru Kajisuji seemed to have overimagined the situation. He absolutely did not think that way. Chapter 45, The Cat Master. You're overthinking it. I really didn't mean that. Night God, when do you think I can become as strong as you? Also, I've been exercising according to what you said these days, but it doesn't seem to have any effect. Although Night God Feng explained a bit. Yingshan Zhao Fu clearly didn't take it in. Forget it. Let him think what he wants. Yingshan, getting stronger isn't something that can be achieved overnight. It requires perseverance, so you should keep at it slowly. Night God Feng said seriously, giving Yingshan Zhao Fu some motivational words. I will definitely persevere. Originally, Yingshan Zhao Fu was a bit discouraged, but after what just happened, he firmly believed in the methods Night God Feng taught him. After parting ways with Yingshan Zhao Fu, Night God Feng returned to the apartment. Meow, meow. As soon as he arrived at the apartment door, he suddenly heard a faint meowing sound. A cat. Hearing the cat's meow, Night God Feng quickly looked around. Sure enough, in the bushes next to the apartment, he found an injured cat. Little guy, what happened to you? Night God Feng squatted down to observe. This should be a British Shorthair. Moreover, it was a beautiful golden-shaded cat. Most of its body was golden yellow, with a hint of white. Due to its cute appearance, the golden-shaded cat is a favorite among many cat lovers. However, this golden-shaded cat looked a bit miserable, dirty, with matted fur, especially the left front leg, which was covered in blood. Meow, meow. Sensing someone approaching, the golden-shaded cat lifted its head and meowed a couple of times. But due to its weakness, its meow sounded very powerless. Injured? Looking at the golden-shaded cat's left front leg, Night God Feng felt a bit distressed, because he also really liked cats. So after considering for a moment, he picked up the golden-shaded cat. All right, little guy, you're lucky to meet me. Come with me. Meuv Sobi. Although it was down on its luck, the cat master was still a cat master. No matter how down it was, the innate pride of the master remained unchanged. So as soon as it was picked up, the golden-shaded cat started to struggle and meow, as if feeling that Night God Feng wasn't worthy of touching its body. Quite proud. But cat lovers are masochists. The prouder the master, the more they enjoy it. Luckily, the golden-shaded cat was very weak. So after a couple of wriggles, it resigned itself to its fate. However, as soon as Night God Feng brought the master inside, he was a bit dumbfounded, because he didn't know how to treat a cat's injury. As for going to pet store, Night God Feng indicated that he didn't have the budget for that. Meow. It seemed that the golden-shaded cat sensed Night God Feng's poverty and meowed at him. It seemed to say, since you picked up this master, you have to be responsible for this master. All right, I got it. Strangely, Night God Feng really understood the cat master's meaning. Sigh. Isn't this making it difficult for me? Rubbing his head, Night God Feng thought hard about any ways that wouldn't cost money. In the end, he really thought of something. That is right, I got it. Night God Feng suddenly remembered that he could recruit apostles by sharing devil fruits. So as long as he shared a devil fruit with the master, he could recruit it as an apostle. And with the recovery ability of the devil fruit, this little injury is nothing. It's just that I wonder if a cat can be an apostle. Forget it. Let us try it first. After making up his mind, Night God Feng immediately took action. He first calculated the fruits he currently had. Soon he decided on the target to share, which was the cat demon fruit. After all, the master is a cat, and the cat demon fruit is simply a perfect match. Apostle share, with a light murmur from Night God Feng. A faint glow immediately emanated from the master. At the same time, Night God Feng felt a very wonderful connection formed between him and the master. Ding! Apostle recruitment successful. When the prompt sound rang out, Night God Feng knew he had succeeded. I did it. I am indeed a genius. After the moment of joy, Night God Feng quickly opened the Master's Apostle interface. Apostle, cat demon fruit. Skill, cat shadow. Description, a pet cat merged with the cat demon fruit. Looking at the Apostle interface, Night God Feng chuckled. Does this count as creating a monster? Meow. Soon after, the cat master stood up, and its injuries had completely disappeared. Little guy, why don't you thank me? I gave you a huge opportunity. As he spoke, Night God Feng wanted to pet the master. But the master is the master. How could it be petted just because you want to, even if you saved it? Meow. So the cat master vanished in a flash and appeared on the distant wardrobe. Meow. Then the cat master disdainfully glanced at Night God Feng and began to lick its fur. Oh, so you're turning your back on me? After being dismissed by the cat master, Night God Feng's stubborn temper flared up. If you want to let me pet you, then I must pet you. Whoosh. So Night God Feng also flashed and appeared next to the wardrobe. Meow. But the cat master had merged with the cat demon fruit, so its agility was far beyond that of an ordinary cat. Therefore, it was really not easy to catch it. Oh, pretty fast, huh? Let us see. But Night God Feng was not someone who would easily give up, so he made another attempt. Meow. Damn it, I must catch you. Meow. Although the cat master was agile, it was still newly merged with the cat demon fruit. Therefore, it was not Night God Feng's opponent, and in just 2 rounds, he had grabbed its neck. Meow. 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 With its neck grab, the cat master immediately began to struggle and glared fiercely at Night God Feng, as if to say, how dare you grab this master? Bang! Are you convinced? But Night God Feng wouldn't indulge it and directly gave it a flick on the head. Meow! Getting its head flicked, the cat master became even angrier. Hee. Not convinced, huh? Let us see how many times you can take it. Bang! Are you convinced? Meow! Bang! Are you convinced? Meow! Although the cat master was very proud, pride ultimately succumbs to power. Plus, after merging with the cat demon fruit, the cat master's intelligence had greatly improved, so it naturally understood that a good cat does not suffer losses in front of it. So it conceded. Meow. That's right. Seeing the cat master submit, Night God Feng nodded in satisfaction. Then he stroked his chin and said, since you have become my apostle, let us give you a name. Let's call you Jeanzy. Looking at the cat master, Night God Feng blurted out, Meow, meow, meow. Upon hearing this name, the cat master immediately began to protest. Looks like you like it too. Seeing Jeanzy so satisfied with this name, Night God Feng felt very happy. Chapter 46. The plot unique to specialty films after naming it. Night God Feng released Jeanzy's neck. Meow. Once freed, Jeanzy immediately resumed its usual meowing. Meow. However, Night God Feng merely glanced over, causing Jeanzy to shrink its head in fear. Meow. How dare you bully this master? You, the litter scooper, have been remembered by this master. Due to the difference in strength, Jeanzy could only silently note down this grievance. Retracting his gaze, Night God Feng sat down. From Jeanzy's earlier behavior, it seemed to be either an abandoned pet cat or a stray cat, thus it had no owner. Naturally, he could take it in. Not long after, Night God Feng bought a bento for dinner from convenience store and also got a bag of cat food for Jeanzy. As a result, his living expenses shrank again. It seemed he really needed to find a part-time job. Counting the remaining money, Night God Feng realized his financial situation was not optimistic at all. So he dispatched several clones, transforming them into crows to fly out. This way, He could enhance the effectiveness of the fruit's development and also gather part-time job information. A win-win situation. Woo! Awesome. The clone transformed into a crow. Overlooking the city from high above, the feeling was truly marvelous. As the clone flew past an apartment, a hot-bodied beauty was practicing yoga in her room. A scene that could make anyone's nose bleed. This girl has a nice figure. Stopping outside the window to observe for a moment, Night God Feng gave a high evaluation. Inside the apartment, Jinzi looked at Night God Feng's expression, sometimes serious, sometimes lewd, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. It thought this guy can't be stupid, right? It wasn't worried about Night God Feng. It just felt that it had finally found a litter scooper, but ended up with a fool. How could a fool serve this master? The main business is important. Fortunately, Night God Feng still knew to handle serious matters, so he only appreciated it for a while before leaving. There's a part-time job. Thanks to the crow's supervision, Night God Feng quickly discovered a part-time job recruitment information. After glancing at it, he shook his head. Unfortunately, not suitable for me. Disappointed, Night God Feng continued searching. Subsequently, he found several more recruitment notices. Some are not suitable for him, but some are quite good. He could keep them as alternatives. Quack! Feeling a bit tired from flying, Night God Feng landed on a tree. Creak! What are you doing? Let me go. Help! Woo! At that moment, a sudden screech of brakes came from afar. Soon after, he saw two men in black dragging a passing woman into a car. The woman tried to call for help, but had her mouth covered. Then the car sped away without a trace. From the abduction to the departure, the two acted swiftly and decisively, clearly familiar with the procedure. Night God Feng observed the scene and felt it seemed somewhat familiar. It was as if he had seen this more than once in specialty films from the island country. So he turned his head to look around, but did not spot a cameraman. Aren't they filming? Could this be real? Confused, Night God Feng couldn't help but feel curious. Previously, he often saw such story openings in specialty films. But in reality, this was his first encounter. Let's take a look. With curiosity piqued, Night God Feng immediately flapped his wings and followed the car. Meanwhile, inside the car, Sada Michiko was trembling in fear. She had no idea why these people were trying to abduct her, especially the bald man beside her, with his lewd gaze. Made her heart race as if he wanted to eat her alive. Woo! What's going on? Help! In her fear, Sada Michiko couldn't stop the tears from flowing. As a woman from the island country, she was quite familiar with the specialty films from her homeland. Among them, there were plots of gangsters kidnapping beautiful women and forcing them to shoot films. Was she experiencing the same thing? The bald man saw Sada Michiko trembling and crying. So he grinned lewdly and said, this woman is shaking. Could it be that she's scared? Let's make her shoot a film. Woo! Woo! Hearing the words shoot a film, Sada Michiko became even more terrified. The bald man laughed and said, don't be afraid, beauty. As long as you cooperate with us, we won't force you to shoot a film. Woo! Woo! However, such reassurances did little to ease Sada Michiko's anxiety. At that moment, the driver said, all right, Kato, stop scaring her. If she pees in the car, I won't clean it. The driver was quite disgusted by the bald man's twisted humor, as there were several instances where he had scared their targets into wetting themselves. Filling the car with urine smell. Okay. The bald man casually responded, then groped Sada Michiko's chest. Not long after, the car stopped in front of an old office building. We're here, get out. Ignoring Sada Michiko, the bald man roughly dragged her out of the car. Woo! Sada Michiko's face was filled with terror, but her mouth was taped shut, so she couldn't make a sound. Soon, she was pulled and dragged to outside a room. Smack! Please don't hit me. Ouch! Just as they reached the door, Sada Michiko heard a scream from inside. She became even more frightened. Creak! At this moment, the door opened, and a middle-aged man with a bruised face walked out. Go, get in. Pushed into the room. Sada Michiko immediately saw a man sitting on the sofa. The man had a fierce look, and his fists were even stained with bright red blood. Huff! Taking a deep drag from a cigarette, Yamaguchi Koichi then looked at Sada Michiko. His fierce gaze made her tremble. Indeed, this fierce-looking man was Yamaguchi Koichi, the older brother of Yamaguchi Koji, a senior cadre of the New Moon Gang. Unlike his younger brother, who was a petty thug, Yamaguchi Koichi was a real yakuza. currently responsible for debt collection for the financial company under the New Moon Gang. As a Yakuza member, Yamaguchi Koichi's methods of debt collection were certainly not gentle. With his ruthless approach, he was currently the most efficient debt collector in the New Moon Gang. Rumor had it that a big boss in the gang was preparing to promote him. Boss Yamaguchi, the person has been brought. Looking at Yamaguchi Koichi, the bald man immediately reported, You are Sada Michiko? Assessing Sada Michiko, Yamaguchi Koichi's eyes were extremely aggressive. Chapter 47, AV Actress Reserve Woo-Woo. Feeling the gaze of Inokuchi Yuichi, Sada Michiko was filled with panic. The bald man beside her saw this and ripped off the tape from her mouth. Sizzle. With her mouth unsealed, Sada Michiko exclaimed in shock, then fearfully nodded. I'm Sada, but I don't know you. It doesn't matter if you don't know me, as long as you know him. Inokuchi Yuichi sneered, then threw out a photo. Sada Michiko took the photo and immediately recognized the person in it. Sakurada-kun. As long as you know him, that's good. Sakurada Masao owes our Tsukujetsu group a sum of money, and as his girlfriend, you will pay it back. Crossing his legs, Inokuchi Yuichi said with a smirk that didn't reach his eyes. No, I'm not his girlfriend. Upon hearing that she had to pay back money, Sada Michiko hurriedly denied it. But Inokuchi Yuichi pulled out an IOU. The guarantor on this loan is you, right? Since he has run away, then naturally you will pay. How is this possible? Looking at the signature and seal on the IOU, Sada Michiko was dumbfounded, because she had never signed anything, let alone acted as a guarantor. No. Suddenly, Sada Michiko remembered that once after drinking, Sakurada Masao seemed to have made her sign something. At that time, he said it was a delivery receipt, so she hadn't paid it any mind. Realizing this, Sada Michiko quickly denied, No, this is fake. I never signed it. He forged it. Slap. Stupid woman. Don't push your luck. You have to acknowledge this debt whether you like it or not. You should know, Inokuchi Yuichi is not a man who shows mercy. As a professional debt collector, he is ruthless. So when he heard Sada Michiko refuse to pay, he immediately stood up and slapped her. Woo, you have misunderstood. I really am not his girlfriend. At this moment, Sada Michiko was extremely frightened because Sakurada Masao really wasn't her boyfriend. They were just ordinary friends. Although Sakurada Masao had been pursuing her these days, she had not agreed. But Inokuchi Yuichi didn't care whether the signature on the IOU was forged. He only knew that since Sakurada Masao had run away, Sada Michiko had to pay the money. No one could default on the Tsukujetsu group's debts. I don't care whether the signature is forged or not. Since you guaranteed it, you can't back out. Sakurada Masao borrowed a total of 10 million from us, including principal and interest. It amounts to 50 million. What 50 million? Upon hearing she had to pay back 50 million, Sada Michiko was momentarily stunned. Inokuchi Yuichi could tell at a glance that this woman couldn't pay back the money. However, he wasn't worried because the Tsukujetsu group had plenty of ways to collect debts. No, I don't have that much money. Sada Michiko replied with a pale face. No money? That's fine. Our company is very humane and offers various ways to repay. Just so happens, our company also operates a professional AV production company and a brothel. As long as you're willing to debut, I believe you can pay back this money soon. Inokuchi Yuichi kindly provided Sada Michiko with a repayment plan. What? Debut? No, I don't want to. Hearing that she would have to shoot AV and go to a brothel, Sada Michiko quickly shook her head. Not willing? That doesn't matter. Inokuchi Yuichi sneered. They were Yakuza, not a charity. Kato, take her picture first. All right, brothers, let us get to work. The bald man grinned lewdly, then immediately called his companions to prepare to start. Already prepared, a bare-chested man walked in with a camera. No, I don't want to take pictures. Seeing the camera, Sada Michiko immediately struggled. But as a woman, how could she match up against 3 strong men? She was quickly cornered. Don't be afraid, beautiful. We are very professional when it comes to photography, the bare-chested man said with a relaxed smile while holding the camera. After handing Sada Michiko to his subordinates, Inokuchi Yuichi lit up a cigarette. He wasn't worried that Sada Michiko wouldn't cooperate because he had plenty of methods to deal with disobedient women. In fact, As a large Yakuza organization, the Tsukujetsu Group had a wide range of business operations. AV production and brothels were just part of their business. Many of the actresses in their AV production company and the women in their brothels came from people who owed debts. Because many debtors couldn't repay their debts, they could only let their wives or daughters debut. Those who had beautiful wives or girlfriends were also more likely to borrow money. Financial companies were generally willing to lend money to these people without worrying about bad debts. Through their brothel business, financial companies could easily recover debts. So after Sakato Masao ran away, Inokuchi Yuichi didn't rush to find him, but first captured Sadamichiko. At the same time, upon learning that Sadamichiko was unable to repay the debt, he didn't feel disappointed. Because Sadamichiko was very beautiful, having her debut would earn even more. And this classic plot was vividly reflected in Yagami Kiid's eyes. Wow, this truly is the island country. Is this what they call art coming from life? Watching Inokuchi Yuichi's actions, Yagami Kiid felt his eyes being opened. Although he had seen similar plots in specialty films from the island country, witnessing it in reality was still a first. I have to say, this is very much the island country. Regarding the upcoming plot, Yagami Kiid could guess without even watching. But he had to interrupt quickly, otherwise it would be against the rules. In addition, there was another reason. That was because Inokuchi Yuichi was the older brother of Inokuchi Yujin. People from Long Country all know that if you kill, you must kill the whole family. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. So when he saw Inokuchi Yuichi, Yagami Kiid had already sentenced him to death. At this moment, Inokuchi Yuichi was looking quite pleased, as he had been quite successful lately. Not only was he about to be promoted, but he had also made quite a bit of money. If there was anything troubling, it would probably be his brother getting into trouble. Thinking of his brother Inokuchi Yujin, Inokuchi Yuichi's expression turned slightly cold. Although the police said Yujin died in an accidental fire, he didn't believe it at all, because he had been to the abandoned mall. How could there be an accidental fire there? These days, Inokuchi Yuichi had been investigating the truth of the matter, but unfortunately, he had no results. But he would give up easily. His brother Inokuchi Yujin couldn't just die without a reason. Help! I don't want to shoot. Help! Beside them, Sadamichiko was still struggling under the grasp of the three men. Stupid woman, looking for death. Slap! My time is very precious. If you don't cooperate, let me show you how I deal with you. The bare-chested man, feeling irritated, directly knocked Sadamichiko down and kicked her a few times. These Yakuza members had extremely brutal methods when dealing with women. All right, this woman was specifically requested by the production company for her debut. If you hurt her, how will you film? Seeing that the bare-chested man was being a bit rough, Amiyama quickly advised him. Amiyama was the Yakuza responsible for driving earlier. Chapter 48. The Descent of the Deity, You're Lucky. After being advised by the Mumu Mountain Temple, the shirtless man finally stopped. However, the kicks he delivered had twisted Sadamichiko's insides into a mess. In the end, she could only let the three of them act as they pleased. Oh deity, please save me. Sadamichiko, engulfed in despair, was praying helplessly in her heart. At this moment, she felt an immense devotion. She silently vowed that no matter which deity saved her, she would become that deity's most devout follower for the rest of her life. Oh deity! Just as Sadamichiko was praying, suddenly a crow crashed through the glass and flew in from the window. Bang! What was that? What happened? The sound of shattering glass startled Pig-Mouth Koichi and a Mumu Mountain Temple, and Sadamichiko was equally shocked. Could it be that the deity has come to save me? Sadamichiko looked up, her eyes showing a glimmer of hope. However, when she saw that it was just a crow that had accidentally entered, her expression instantly turned to despair again. Why is it a crow? Damn! What bad luck! It turns out to be a damned crow. Pig-Mouth Koichi and a Mumu Mountain Temple all revealed expressions of disdain upon seeing the crow. It was no wonder they were overly tense. The New Moon Group had recently been competing with another underworld organization for territory, so they thought it was an enemy group coming to ambush them. However, what happened next shattered their worldview. Whoosh! Suddenly, a blue, eerie flame ignited on the crow. As the flames burned, the ordinary crow transformed into a woman wearing a kimono, looking extremely alluring. At the same time, Two black cat tails swayed behind her. After the transformation, the night deity ignored the astonished pig-mouthed Koichi and the others, instead looking at Sadamachiko. "Are you the one who summoned me?" Night deity Keed asked coldly, her lips barely moving. I. At this moment, Sadamachiko was too frightened to speak. "Offer your tributes, and I will fulfill your wishes." As if a deity had descended, night deity Keed spoke again. This time, Sadamachiko finally reacted and immediately knelt down to plead, "Please, great deity, save me. I am willing to dedicate everything to you." After saying this, Sadamachiko anxiously looked up. At this point, she could only rely on the mysterious figure in front of her. "Human with the bloodline of the cat demon clan, I shall fulfill your wishes." Glancing at Sadamachiko, night deity Keed said arrogantly, "Bloodline of the cat demon clan? Me?" Hearing night deity Keed's words, Sadamachiko felt a wave of confusion. Watching night deity Keed putting on a show, pig-mouthed Koichi's expression changed. Though he found the situation strange, he didn't believe that there were any deities in this world. So this filthy woman must be pretending to be a deity to deceive him. "How dare you trick me? Just wait and see how I deal with you." Pig-mouthed Koichi thought fiercely. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and capture this woman who's pretending to be a deity." After saying this, pig-mouthed Koichi glared fiercely at night deity Keed, thinking, "How dare this filthy woman come before me pretending to be a deity? Today, I will let you experience the methods of the New Moon Group. I will teach you a lesson and make you star in a specialty film. Hee, filthy woman, I will make you famous overnight." When it came to the specialty film, Pigmouth Koichi couldn't help but grin lewdly. "Yes, brother Pigmouth. Filthy woman, you scared me half to death. Our filming skills are quite impressive." Hearing this, Demumu Mountain Temple and the others also looked at night deity Keed with lewd smiles. Although your character isn't great, your taste is quite good." Night deity Keed, upon hearing Pigmouth Koichi's words, not only didn't get angry, but also nodded in agreement. Because night deity Keed's new persona was using the abilities of the cat Waikai fruit. And this new persona was not an ordinary one. It was the infamous dark goddess from the original timeline, Pola. With Pola's acting skills and resources, it wouldn't be difficult to become famous overnight. This woman is crazy. She can't be insane, can she? Seeing night deity Keed's indifferent expression, Demumu Mountain Temple and the others felt something was off. They were part of the underworld. They were people who used violent means to gain benefits. Ordinary people would tremble in fear upon seeing them, especially women. Just a little intimidation and some slight violence would make those women obedient. They had never seen a woman so calm in front of the underworld. Disrespectful, damn it. Bang. Hearing someone call him a madman, night deity Keed's expression soured. She waved her right hand and sent several people flying. "Filthy woman, you're seeking death." Seeing night deity Keed make a move, the bald man immediately became furious. He grabbed a baseball bat and swung it at night deity Keed. Bang! Ouch! However, to the bald man's surprise, night deity Keed merely flicked her tail and sent him flying. Seeing this, Pigmouth Koichi's expression changed slightly. "Damn, this woman is a bit tough. Everyone, attack together. Yes, let's all go." At this moment, the Amumu Mountain Temple and the others also put aside their contempt and began to take it seriously. "Great deity, be careful." Seeing this, Sadamachiko immediately whispered a reminder. A mere ant dares to attempt to attack a deity. But night deity Keed didn't care. She just smiled disdainfully. Then, her two cat tails like agile steel whips instantly struck the attackers, leaving them disoriented. Bang! 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 Ouch! A bunch of useless trash. Seeing his subordinates so inept, Pigmouth Koichi's expression darkened. He then picked up the baseball bat from the ground and launched an attack. Pigmouth Koichi believed that with his strength, this filthy woman's tricks would be utterly ineffective. After all, this baseball bat had broken the legs of countless debtors. "Filthy woman, you're seeking death." With a sinister laugh, Pigmouth Koichi seemed to envision the scene of the woman's blood splattering everywhere. Bang! However, to Pigmouth Koichi's surprise, night deity Keed only used one finger to block his attack. Seeing this, Pig-mouth Koichi's expression turned incredulous. How? How is this possible? Pig-mouth Koichi stared in shock, feeling as if he had struck a wall. The powerful recoil even made his hands go numb. Chapter 49, Two-Tailed Cat Demon Ants. Looking at Zhu Ko Xiong Yi Shenfeng let out a cold snort. Immediately, a blue flame erupted from his fingertips, instantly igniting the baseball bat in Zhu Ko Xiong Yi's hands. Who? Under the scorching blue flames. Zhu Ko Xiong Yi immediately woke up in pain. Fire! Fire! At the same time, the blue flames also burned his hands, causing him to scream in agony. Amidst the screams, Zhu Ko Xiong Yi hurriedly thrust his hands into the nearby fish tank. However, as a cat demon is a legendary creature, it emitted demon fire and was therefore not afraid of water. So even though Zhu Ko Xiong Yi plunged his hands into the water, the blue flames continued to burn relentlessly. Fire! Save me! Amidst the screams, the blue flames in the water reflected Zhu Ko Xiong Yi's pained face, creating an extremely eerie and sinister atmosphere. In the end, Zhu Ko Xiong Yi could only writhe in unbearable pain on the ground. Gurgle. Watching this scene, everyone present swallowed hard in fear. Demon! Demon! It's a demon. The faces of Okima Temple and others turned pale with fright, and they immediately turned to run. Can you escape? Go repent in hell. Facing these extreme faction members, Yi Shenfeng's expression was cold and merciless. Then he smiled wickedly, and two black cattails began to lash out wildly, reducing the entire room to ruins. Bang! As for those extreme faction members, they died in a particularly tragic manner. Each one was left with broken bones, torn ligaments, and displaced organs. After killing a few people, looking at the constantly increasing soul energy, Yi Shenfeng let out a strange laugh, appearing extremely sinister. Against the backdrop of the room's devastation, it gave off a demonic feeling. Yi Shenfeng felt nothing after taking care of a few extreme faction members. After all, they were just a group of disgusting social scum. Living was just polluting the environment, and it was better to contribute soul energy to himself. This appearance of Yi Shenfeng fell into Sadamachiko's eyes, and an overwhelming sense of fear instantly engulfed her entire body. Is this really a deity? At this moment, Sadamachiko was unsure whether the one saving her was a demon or a god. Damn demon! Die! At this point, the not yet dead Okima Temple struggled to stand up. As an extreme faction member, Okima Temple had a hint of ferocity. Although he was scared, in a desperate situation, even if he were to die, he would drag this damned demon down with him. So Okima Temple let out a roar and pulled out a dagger to stab at Yi Shenfeng. Lord Deity, be careful. Seeing this, Sadamachiko immediately cried out in alarm. Oh no, there's still one alive. However, Yi Shenfeng simply smiled and pointed with his right hand. Boom! Immediately, a blue fireball blasted Okima Temple out of the room. Outside the room, a member of the New Moon group listened to the noise inside and felt puzzled, wondering, why is it so noisy in there? What is so strange about it? That woman must be acting up. Brother Zhu Ko is teaching her a lesson. Besides, what could happen to a woman? A guy next to him replied nonchalantly. That's true. Hearing this, the person nodded in agreement. Because the New Moon group was not composed of good people, encountering some unruly individuals, they would naturally deal with them properly, so such noises were common. Compared to these accustomed New Moon group members, the expressions of a few others were not so good. Because they were unfortunate individuals who had borrowed money from the New Moon group and had not repaid it on time. Therefore, hearing the commotion inside, everyone was extremely anxious and terrified. Some even regretted why they had borrowed money from the New Moon group. Did you hear that? This is the consequence of not paying back money. Glancing at those few people, a member of the New Moon group sneered. Boom! Just as he finished sneering, the door to the room was blasted open by a fireball. Accompanied by a scream, a humanoid figure engulfed in blue flames flew out and crashed heavily against the wall. Bang! Then, the humanoid figure, amidst all eyes, was burned to ashes by the blue flames while screaming. What is going on? What happened? Is it an enemy invasion? After a moment of surprise, The New Moon group members quickly reacted. Ah, they killed someone. Run. Everyone stop. Don't run. Those who owed money, upon seeing this, immediately turned in terror and ran away. But after just a couple of steps, they were stopped by the New Moon group members. Then all the New Moon group members picked up their weapons and surrounded them. Excuse me, are you also bad people? Just as everyone was puzzled, a stunning woman in a kimono stepped out and asked the crowd, Who are you? Who did this? The New Moon group members were not foolish. They would not think this mysterious woman's appearance was harmless. Why are all the bad people so rude? Yi Shenfeng did not answer, but casually remarked. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression turned cold, and then two cattails shot out, instantly piercing through two New Moon group members and nailing them to the opposite wall. Hiss! This scene shocked everyone, causing them to gasp in horror. Demon. It's a demon. Looking at the strange cattails, the members of the New Moon group exclaimed in fear. I hate being called a demon. Upon hearing this, Yi Shenfeng immediately cast a cold glance, and everyone he looked at inexplicably felt a bone-chilling coldness. Bang! Then, Yi Shenfeng's two cattails went on a rampage, and soon the members of the New Moon group turned into piles of mangled corpses. After dealing with those New Moon group scum, Yi Shenfeng then turned to the others. Feeling Yi Shenfeng's gaze, everyone else was filled with terror. No, we are not members of the New Moon group. Please spare us, Lord Demon. Idiots. It's not a demon. It's Lord Deity. The crowd immediately pleaded for mercy, with one person fearfully calling out to Lord Demon, and the person next to him quickly pressed down his head and corrected him. Yes, Lord Deity. Please spare us, Lord Deity. That person quickly reacted, remembering that the other party had said they hated being called a demon, and immediately changed his words. Although Yi Shenfeng needed soul energy, he was not a bloodthirsty person, so he did not pay attention to these people. Chapter 50. Offerings and Cash Dam. What on earth is that? On the other side, Pigmouth Xiong Yi, who had been knocked out by the demon fire, woke up under the cat demon's fire. All that remained of Pigmouth Xiong Yi's hands were mere bones. All the flesh and blood had been completely burned away by the demon fire. Although he was in unbearable pain, Pigmouth Xiong Yi gritted his teeth and dared not make a sound, afraid of alerting the monster. At this moment, he just wanted to escape. However, as soon as Pigmouth Xiong Yi got up, he heard a cold voice. Where do you think you're going? Looking up, Pigmouth Xiong Yi immediately saw the expressionless face of Night God Feng. Under Night God Feng's gaze, Pigmouth Xiong Yi could not utter a word. If anyone were to see him, they would never believe that this man, with a face full of fear, was the ruthless Pigmouth Xiong Yi. Please, spare me. Trash should die, and the whole family should be together, Night God Feng said flatly. A family? Hearing Night God Feng mention a family, Pigmouth Xiong Yi felt a bit puzzled, but he quickly recalled the strange circumstances surrounding his brother's death. Xiongye. Could it be that Xiongye was also you? Realizing this, Pigmouth Xiong Yi asked incredulously. Night God Feng did not answer, only smiled expressionlessly. No. In Pigmouth Xiong Yi's terrified gaze, a ball of blue flame instantly consumed him. Thus, with a scream, Pigmouth Xiong Yi turned to ashes. After dealing with the scum of the Crescent Moon Group, Night God Feng then looked at Sada Machiko beside him. Master. At this moment, Sada Machiko was almost scared silly, even more terrified than when facing Pigmouth Xiong Yi. After all, although Pigmouth Xiong Yi was brutal, he would not kill so many people without batting an eye. Sada Machiko did not know whether her prayer for the deity's salvation was right or wrong. Your wish has been granted. Now present your offering. Offering. Hearing Night God Feng's words, Sada Machiko immediately remembered. It seemed he really mentioned that to fulfill a wish, an offering was needed. But what should she offer? Could it be herself? It seems she really did say she was willing to give everything. Woo! Thinking of this, Sada Machiko immediately began to cry. Because she had completely been scared silly just now, she had said she would give everything without thinking. But in fact, she had not given up her life and did not have the resolve to offer herself as an offering to the gods. Woo! If only I had known, I wouldn't have spoken carelessly. Sada Machiko regretted immensely, wishing she could take back what she had just said. Helpless, she anxiously asked, hoping the deity would be lenient. Great deity, may I ask what offering you require? After asking, Sada Machiko waited anxiously. Her life was now in the hands of the great deity. If the great deity really wanted her as an offering, it seemed that apart from lying down and presenting herself nicely, there was nothing else she could do. But what Sada Machiko did not know was that the great deity was also in a dilemma, because he also did not know what offering to ask for. The reason Night God Feng mentioned offerings and called her a person with the bloodline of the cat demon clan was merely to make his appearance seem reasonable and more impressive. After all, a cat demon with supernatural abilities inexplicably appearing to save an unrelated person was too abrupt. But if it was a summon from someone with the bloodline of the cat demon clan, it would be much more reasonable. However, it was reasonable. But what offering should he ask for? Seeing that Night God Feng was silent, the scene became somewhat awkward. Sada Machiko was even more anxious, not knowing what to do. It felt like waiting for a death sentence. Sigh, what exactly should I ask for as an offering? Night God Feng hesitated for a moment, but quickly made up his mind. After all this trouble, he couldn't let it go to waste. After deciding, Night God Feng said, the offering is naturally the most precious item you have on you. This is the price for summoning me. The most precious item. Sada Machiko murmured, glancing at the ring on her hand. If she were to say what her most precious item was, it would definitely be this ring. But to offer it, that would be too much of a loss. Looking at the ring, Sada Machiko felt a pang of regret. But when compared to her life, the regret was nothing. Yes, great deity. Gritting her teeth, Sada Machiko reluctantly took off the ring. Then, she held it with both hands and offered it to Night God Feng. A ring? Night God Feng looked at the ring, somewhat dazed. I said, woman, the most precious item I meant is cash. What use do I have for a ring? This thing still requires effort to turn into cash. Night God Feng did not expect that the woman before him was so honest, truly willing to part with her blood. It wasn't that Night God Feng was not greedy, but turning the ring into cash was too troublesome. Moreover, it could easily be traced back to him, exposing his true identity. Cough, cough. Therefore, Night God Feng coughed a couple of times and said, foolish woman, what I meant by a precious item is cash. Do you have any cash on you? Cash. Sada Machiko was puzzled upon hearing this. She did not expect the deity to look down on her ring and instead ask for cash. This felt too down to earth. Right? Does the deity also need money? Yes, cash. Because what I value is not the amount but the sentiment. So, just a little cash to represent your sentiment will do. Night God Feng deliberately explained. I have it. Although she was confused, it was better for the great deity to ask for cash than a ring. So Sada Machiko quickly took out her wallet and pulled out all the cash she had. However, all her cash added up to less than 30,000 yen, which was truly pitiful. Looking at the cash in her hand, Sada Machiko couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. After all, although she was stingy, she knew that the great deity saved her, and she only had 30,000 yen worth of sentiment. This felt somewhat, great deity, I only have 30,000 yen. How about I go to the bank and withdraw some more? Sada Machiko said with a face full of embarrassment. But Night God Feng wanted to maintain his dignity. Asking for cash was already very low. If he had her go to the bank to withdraw money, what would that make him? Wouldn't the previous impressive image fall apart? No need, this sentiment is enough. Enduring a bit of awkwardness, Night God Feng waved his right hand and took all the money away. So fast. Sada Machiko was shocked. She didn't even react. The money had disappeared. After all, he was a deity. Chapter 51 Night God Group I made a profit. With a rather unrefined smile. Yeshin Feng was quite satisfied with these gains. However, he soon returned to his aloof and proud demeanor. Well then, goodbye. The offerings have been collected, and there is no need to continue pretending. With a mumble, Yeshin Feng dismissed his clone. Bang! With a bang, his figure instantly vanished. Phew! After Yeshin Feng disappeared, Sada Machiko immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Facing this inscrutable and ruthless deity, who knows how much pressure she had been under. Finally leaving. Was I dreaming just now? After experiencing so many shocking events, Sada Machiko felt an intense sense of unreality, as if she were still dreaming. But looking at the devastation in the room, she couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Not a dream. Sadamachiko couldn't understand why she had encountered such a situation. Could it be that she really possessed the bloodline of the Cat Demon clan? With the bloodline of the Cat Demon clan, Sadamachiko didn't know whether to be happy or scared. After calming down for a moment, Sadamachiko wanted to leave this place quickly. She didn't want to stay in this haunted place for even a moment longer. However, as soon as she stood up, her legs went weak and she fell back to the ground. Ouch, my legs. They've gone weak. Sadamachiko rubbed her legs, feeling a bit frustrated with herself. After a brief rest, she hurried to leave. Meanwhile, in the apartment, Yeshinfeng was counting his earnings from this time. Not bad, a total of 32,000 yen. Although it wasn't a lot of money, it would be enough for him for a few days. Playing the mystic indeed has its financial benefits. Should I really create a mystic persona and establish a cult? That way, I could have both souls and money. Looking at the cash in his hands, Yeshinfeng couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, a bold thought popped into his mind. No, that is too low. However, as soon as this thought emerged, Yeshinfeng immediately dismissed it. He hated mystics and cults the most, although he was short on cash. He didn't want to live as someone he despised. Most importantly, he wasn't that cheap. Meow. Watching Yeshinfeng's constantly changing expressions, Kinsey felt a bit puzzled. What is wrong with the master? As a cat, Kinsey didn't understand the troubles of being short on money. The next day, before heading to school, Yeshinfeng deliberately prepared a bowl of cat food for Kinsey. But Kinsey just glanced at it and turned away disinterestedly. This cat food was too cheap. As a noble golden-shaded cat, Kinsey came from a prestigious family. Its previous owner was an elite in the financial sector, so the cat food it ate was all top-tier pet food. Cheap stuff like this wouldn't have even caught its eye before. Although its previous owner fell on hard times and it became a stray, its noble lineage and character wouldn't change. It was one thing to eat leftovers while being homeless, but now that it found a new owner, Kinsey wouldn't demean itself or squander its noble bloodline. Meow. Oof. With a disdainful snort, Kinsey leapt out of the apartment. At this moment, Yeshinfeng was unaware that he had been rejected by his pet. Upon arriving at the classroom, as soon as Yeshinfeng sat down, Ingshan Mafu rushed over, saying, "Yeshin, you should leave quickly. Murayama and Kameo are here, and it seems they are looking for trouble with you." Oh, hearing this, Yeshinfeng immediately stood up to make a run for it. But as soon as he stood up, he realized, did he really need to run? Not to mention that he had saved them yesterday with his current strength. And having taught them a lesson before, even if they had their brains kicked by a donkey, they wouldn't dare to look for trouble with him. Ingshan, do you think I need to run? Yeshinfeng shot Ingshan Mafu a glare. It seems you don't need to. Ingshan Mafu hesitated before replying, because with Yeshin's skills, he really didn't seem to have anything to fear. TCH. With a click of his tongue, Yeshinfeng sat back down. Just then, Murayama Daiku and Kameo stormed in, creating quite an imposing scene. This news quickly spread throughout the entire second year. Look, it's the Murayama group. Yeah, all the Murayama group members are here. Who are they looking for trouble with? This is going to be interesting. The collective movement of the delinquent boys from the Murayama group was quite a spectacle. Among the onlookers, some were very curious, while others just wanted to see the drama unfold. But everyone wanted to know who was worth the Murayama group as collective action. This was big news. Soon after, the Murayama group arrived at Yeshinfeng's classroom and surrounded him, creating a powerful presence. The surrounding onlookers had expressions of excitement, thinking that Yeshinfeng was in big trouble for daring to provoke the Murayama group. However, what happened next shocked everyone. They thought their eyes were deceiving them, that they were hallucinating. Under the leadership of Murayama Daiku, the Murayama group collectively bowed and shouted, "Yeshin, big brother." What's going on here? Today isn't April Fool's Day, is it? Am I hallucinating? Everyone was stunned, their jaws dropping in disbelief. The Murayama group, known for their fierce reputation, wasn't here to teach Yeshinfeng a lesson, but to call him big brother? What on earth was going on? It was no wonder everyone was so astonished. Yeshinfeng was just a weak, invisible person someone with no presence at all. Not to mention in the entire Nama high school, even in his class, he was an unnoticed outsider. Usually, unless the teacher called his name, no one would pay attention to him. So if the Murayama group came to collect offerings or to teach Yeshinfeng a lesson, no one would be surprised. Even if they just wanted to show their presence or do a silly dance, everyone could accept that. But the notorious Murayama group actually called Yeshinfeng Big Brother. This was too shocking and unexpected. It was simply outrageous. No one could even imagine such a scene. What did you just call me? Not only were the onlookers shocked, but Yeshinfeng was also taken aback. He couldn't understand. Could these guys really have lost their minds? Yeshin Big Brother, we are sincere. Please be our leader. From today on, the Murayama group will officially be renamed the Yeshin group. Fearing that Yeshin wouldn't believe them, Murayama Daiku reiterated, please be our leader, Yeshin Big Brother. At the same time, Kameo and the others echoed the call. Chapter 52, The Humble Islander, oh my god. Looking at the row of delinquents under Brother Ren's command, Yi Shinfeng was completely stunned. What is going on here? Scared, he quickly refused, no, please don't. I'm not your big brother. Yi Shinfeng, we are serious. Just agree, Yi Shinfeng. Murayama Daiko looked up with a sincere expression. Damn. Feeling Murayama Daiko's gaze, Yi Shinfeng felt goosebumps all over, especially with the onlookers around him, all looking at him as if he were an alien, making him feel incredibly awkward. My god. So Yi Shinfeng is the real boss. This is what it means to have a boss beside me? Not good. I had him bring me lunch and bread before. He won't come after me, will he? What should I do? If I admit defeat now, can I get the boss's forgiveness? Meanwhile, the classmates in the class were also murmuring and casting looks at Yi Shinfeng, as if he were a delinquent. Hearing these voices, Yi Shinfeng immediately felt like his reputation was ruined. Shut up, don't say anything more. Gritting his teeth, Yi Shinfeng looked at Murayama Daiko with a fierce glare. But Murayama Daiko hesitated upon seeing this. Not giving him another chance to speak, Yi Shinfeng glanced at everyone and said, you all come with me. With a shout, Yi Shinfeng led the members of the Murayama group to the rooftop. Then, with a stern expression, he said, I am not your big brother, and I will not be your big brother. Don't ever show up in front of me again. Yi Shinfeng, you're stronger than us. You single-handedly took down the Ghost Flower group. We truly admire you, so please lead us. We believe that under your leadership, the Yi Shinfeng group can become big and strong, dominating the entire Bunkyo area and becoming the #1 delinquent group in Bunkyo. Murayama Daiko said, his eyes shining with ambition. Indeed, with Yi Shinfeng's strength, plus our brothers assisting, our future is bright. We can definitely be unbeatable in Bunkyo. Kamezeo was also daydreaming. At the same time, Takeda Taro and others also chimed in. That's right, dominate Bunkyo. Unify the world. Be unbeatable. Damn, a bunch of lunatics. Listening to everyone's grandiose words, Yi Shinfeng felt his eyes twitch in embarrassment. Although he had long known that Japanese high school students could be quite delusional, this was over the top. Please, Yi Shinfeng. Please. Murayama Daiko and Kamezeo earnestly requested again. They were very serious about having Yi Shinfeng lead the delinquent group at Kubo High. Although Yi Shinfeng had beaten them up and taken their money before, they held no grudges against him because he had won fairly and squarely. Moreover, Japanese people have a psychological tendency to admire the strong. If you beat them up, they might hate you. But if you crush them with overwhelming force, they will admire you. The more brutal you are, the more they worship you. Just like now with America. Because during World War II, America gave Japan a severe beating. Japan now treats America like a beloved father, completely forgetting the iron fist they experienced. Instead, they show their ugly side to those who forgive them. This national character can be described positively as admiration for the strong, but negatively as being humble. For example, right now, Murayama Daiko and Kamezeo were being humble. But the problem is, while these two guys wanted to be humble, Yi Shinfeng did not, because his envisioned high school life was not about leading a delinquent group. So taking a deep breath, Yi Shinfeng scanned the crowd and said, listen up, I will not be your leader, and I am not interested in dominating Bunkyo. Do not disturb me in the future. But Yi Shinfeng, Murayama Daiko still wanted to plead. Bang! But before he could finish, Yi Shinfeng stomped on the floor. With a loud bang, the floor cracked into many pieces. Seeing this, Murayama Daiko immediately dared not say anything. After warning everyone, Yi Shinfeng turned to leave. However, he seemed to forget the nature of the Japanese, which is that the stronger you are, the more humble they become. So even though Yi Shinfeng's display subdued everyone, it did not deter their thoughts. Instead, it only strengthened their desire to follow Yi Shinfeng. Wow, so impressive. That's definitely Yi Shinfeng. Everyone looked in awe at the crushed floor. What should we do, Murayama? If Yi Shinfeng doesn't join, how can we call ourselves the Yi Shinfeng group? Kamezeo said, a bit disappointed, because they had already put up the Yi Shinfeng group's banner. But the leader of the organization was unwilling to join. What kind of situation is this? But Murayama Daiko was not worried. It's okay. I believe that sincerity can move mountains. As long as our intentions are sincere enough, we can definitely persuade Yi Shinfeng to lead us and dominate Bunkyo. Yes, that's right. Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, they were professionals in being humble. Just as everyone was considering how to persuade Yi Shinfeng, a voice suddenly came from the side. Are you really going to change to the Yi Shinfeng group? Hearing this, Murayama Daiko and the others' eyes lit up. Of course. In that case, leave it to me. The newcomer confidently took it upon himself to persuade Yi Shinfeng to join. On the other side, Yi Shinfeng returned to the classroom and found that everyone was looking at him strangely, as if he were some rare animal. This made him, who wanted to keep a low profile, feel very uncomfortable. Damn Murayama and Kame. Feeling annoyed, Yi Shinfeng cursed those two guys in his heart. Just then, as soon as Yi Shinfeng sat down, a classmate walked over and nervously asked, Yi Shinfeng, it was my fault before. You won't hold a grudge against me, right? No. Yi Shinfeng glanced at him and shook his head. He didn't expect the aftermath of what those two guys did to come so quickly. Then thank you. I'll treat you to this. That classmate smiled and immediately relaxed. He took out a fried noodle bread and placed it in front of Yi Shinfeng. No wonder he was so generous. After all, being remembered by the leader of a delinquent group is quite unsettling. But this was just the beginning. What happened next left Yi Shinfeng dumbfounded. Chapter 53. Yuzin Shrine Night God. It was my fault regarding the past. Let this be my apology. And me. We are all classmates. You definitely won't blame me, right? As some classmates apologized, a pile of items quickly appeared in front of Night God Phone. There were drinks, yogurt, bread, and cigarettes. Looking at the cigarettes, Night God Phone was speechless. These guys really thought of themselves as delinquents. Angrily, he reiterated, I'll say it one last time, I am not a delinquent. But after what had just happened, who would believe him when he said he wasn't a delinquent? In everyone's eyes, Night God Phone had already become the hidden boss of Nama High School. At that moment, a very sleazy-looking guy approached and drove the others away, saying, Get lost. You guys, it's too late to try to curry favor now. Night God doesn't fall for that. This guy stood in front of Night God Phone like a loyal guard. But the others weren't having it. They all condemned him. Bayeno, what are you pretending to be here for? Exactly. You're the one trying to curry favor. Bootlicker, underhanded little man, facing the crowd as condemnation. Bayeno didn't take it to heart at all. Instead, he puffed out his chest and said, Tisich, who is trying to curry favor? Night God doesn't need that. I'm just driving away you opportunists who see which way the wind blows. You people don't recognize greatness, mistaking Night God's past low profile for uselessness. Only I see through the facade and discover Night God's true brilliance. This guy is just asking to be beaten up. Beat him. So infuriating. I have to say, Bayeno's sycophantic demeanor is really annoying. Fortunately, class was about to start, and everyone just gave him a disdainful look before dispersing. However, this guy shamelessly sat down next to Night God Phone. Night God, please take care of me from now on. Damn, this jerk. Seeing this guy being so familiar, Night God Phone was speechless. He naturally knew Bayeno, the ultimate jerk. Unlike transparent weaklings like Night God Phone, Bayeno was quite active in class. Just not in a good way. He was behind all sorts of beauty rankings in school, like the looks ranking, leg ranking, breast ranking, and butt ranking. He was nicknamed the girl's enemy, the ultimate jerk. To avoid becoming the girl's enemy, Night God Phone quietly shifted a bit to the side. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sadamachiko was in distress. Night God Feng had made a fortune and then just ran off without a care. But this left Sadamachiko caught in a whirlpool. After escaping from the New Moon Group, Sadamachiko had been on edge. After all, she had experienced something that shattered her worldview, and so many people had died. She was also afraid of the police coming to investigate her. So she spent the entire night in fear, unable to sleep. However, thankfully, she didn't see any police at her door until morning. At that moment, Sadamachiko could no longer hold on. She fell asleep, not knowing how long she had slept. A ringtone jolted her awake. Hello, Sadamachiko, still groggy, picked up the phone and said, Sada, do you still want to work? Do you know what time it is now? Manager. Hearing the voice, Sadamachiko immediately woke up with a start. Then she looked at the time and her face turned green. Oh no, it's so late. Just as Sadamachiko was thinking about how to explain herself, a barrage of angry shouts came from the other end of the phone. Sada, I'm telling you, you're finished. How dare you leave the client hanging? And you didn't even make a phone call. Do you know how much loss this has caused the company? You need to get here immediately, or I don't want to see you. Manager, let me explain. Machiko wanted to explain immediately, but as soon as she opened her mouth, the other side hung up, leaving her with a busy tone. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? Hearing the busy tone, Machiko angrily threw her phone onto the bed. At that moment, she felt like she was incredibly unlucky. First, she was tricked by a jerk and inexplicably burdened with a huge debt. Then she almost got forced into debuting due to debt collectors. Next, she got caught up in a bizarre supernatural incident and encountered a legendary monster. No, a deity. Moreover, the deity even killed several gang members to save her. Although she was somewhat concerned about the deity getting her into trouble, Sadamachiko wasn't ungrateful. She knew that if it weren't for the deity saving her, she would have definitely been forced to debut. But she still felt that her luck was just horrendously bad. I thought my bad luck was over. I didn't expect that today. Oversleeping would lead to another huge mess. Why am I so unlucky? Damn it. Am I being haunted by something dirty? Otherwise, how can my luck be this bad? Muttering to herself, Sadamachiko felt increasingly uneasy. Since I've already made a mess, there's no point in trying to fix it now. Sadamachiko decided to just let it go. After all, it was already like this. So she didn't rush to the company. Instead, she calmed down and thought about how to get rid of her bad luck. After all, compared to making money at work, her life was more important. However, after thinking for a while, Sadamachiko couldn't recall encountering anything dirty and didn't know where to start. At that moment, she suddenly remembered what the deity had said. Those who possess the bloodline of the cat demon. Could it be for this reason? Sadamachiko suddenly realized. Could it be because she had the bloodline of the cat demon that her luck was so bad? In Japanese mythology, cat demons are considered very unlucky. It must be so. Otherwise, there's no reason for the string of bad luck. Not finding a reason, Sadamachiko blamed all her misfortunes on the non-existent cat demon bloodline. Then Sadamachiko immediately got up, planning to find a priest to perform a ritual for her to dispel this damn bad luck. Not long after, Sadamachiko arrived at a shrine. Yuzen Shrine was a small shrine, very small in scale. Sadamachiko came here for two reasons. One, because it was close to where she lived, and two, because it was cheap. In addition, there was another reason. It was rumored that hundreds of years ago, Yuzen Shrine had sealed a cat demon. Since they could seal a cat demon, they must have some real skills. Chapter 54 8 Million Gods, I must say, Sadamachiko's thought process is quite bizarre. The reason the Yuzen Shrine is famous is that it once sealed a cat demon, and her misfortune comes from having the bloodline of the cat demon clan. People with the cat demon bloodline go to the shrine to pray for blessings. I really don't understand how she thinks like that. Gods, please remove my bad luck. Sadamachiko prayed as she dropped 1,000 yen into the offering box. After praying, she still felt insecure and specially asked a priest for an amulet. But even with the amulet, she still felt uncertain. So she said to the priest, Sir, I've been feeling a bit off lately. One amulet might not be enough. Do you have any other methods? Sadamachiko hinted that she believed if the Yuzen Shrine really had the ability, they should understand the meaning behind her words. But clearly, she was overthinking it. Miss, you worry too much. Our shrine's amulets are very effective and can dispel the unclean things troubling you. If you're not at ease, you can ask for another one. The second amulet is at a 20% discount, said the priest, Toma Tsukino, trying to use his usual sales pitch. Sadamachiko frowned slightly upon hearing this. It felt a bit strange, almost businesslike. Did this priest really understand what she meant? Sir, my situation is quite special and may be related to demons. Sadamachiko initially wanted to say demons, but remembered the tragic fate of those involved with the Yakuza and the debt of gratitude she owed them. So she quickly changed her words. No, it's the gods. It's related to the gods. So, do you have any rituals that can help me? Miss, rest assured, the 8 million gods will always protect their descendants. If you're not at ease, we have a blessing ritual that should resolve your troubles, costing only 10,000 yen. Toma Tsukino continued, still not catching on. That's so expensive. Sadamachiko's first reaction was that it was pricey. Why do all gods seem to be money-grabbing? However, in pursuit of peace of mind, she decided to go through with the ritual. Oh, 8 million gods, protect your descendants from the invasion of demons. Mommy ho. Demons and monsters, please leave. Finding a secluded spot, Toma Tsukino chanted a strange incantation and performed a bizarre blessing ritual. Before long, this so-called blessing ceremony was completed. All right, miss, the blessing ritual is done. The demons no longer dare to approach you. That's it? Sadamachiko was incredulous. The blessing ritual was over just like that? It was so simple. Was that 10,000 yen too easy to earn? Looking at the puzzled Sadamachiko, Toma Tsukino thought. TCH, what did you expect? 10,000 yen, and you want a grand spectacle. In fact, Toma Tsukino originally looked down on such small amounts of money. But recently, the shrine's business had been poor, so earning some was better than none. Although 10,000 yen was not much, it was better than nothing. After leaving the shrine, Sadamachiko felt a strange pang of regret. She felt like her 10,000 yen was wasted. What Sadamachiko didn't know was that as soon as she exited the shrine, she was being targeted. Target spotted. Should we capture? Immediately capture. Yes. A few men in black exchanged glances and then followed Sadamachiko. Sigh. How do I explain this to my supervisor? He wouldn't really fire me, would he? Damn it, this job was so hard to get. At this moment, Sadamachiko looked troubled. Although being off work felt great, calming an enraged boss would be quite troublesome. Just as she was lost in thought, several men in black blocked her way. Who are you? What do you want? Upon noticing she was blocked, Sadamachiko's expression turned serious. After experiencing yesterday's incident, she was now on high alert. Moreover, these men looked menacing. They clearly didn't seem like good people. Miss, please come with us. The men in black's expressions were very unfriendly as they looked at Sadamachiko. You're not the police, right? I'm not going. Sadamachiko shook her head defensively. I advise you to cooperate with us, or else. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, the threatening tone was evident in the black-clad man's voice. Fine. Glancing at the men surrounding her, Sadamachiko realized there was no escape. So she reluctantly nodded. Good, come with us. The men in black didn't take Sadamachiko seriously, as they believed women posed the least threat. However, just as the men in black relaxed their guard, Sadamachiko suddenly pulled out a can of pepper spray and turned to spray it at the nearest man, instantly blinding him. Thud! You filthy woman! The man in black, caught off guard, screamed in pain. Immediately after, Sadamachiko took off running, shouting help. There are bad guys trying to kidnap me. Call the police. Damn it, catch her. The man in front hadn't expected Sadamachiko to pull such a stunt. He quickly chased after her. Help! Someone save me. They want to kidnap me. Most people who saw Sadamachiko running and screaming quickly stepped aside. After all, those men in black clearly looked like bad news, and they didn't want to get involved. Who are you? How dare you commit a crime in broad daylight? Suddenly, a short, bespectacled chubby man rushed out and stood protectively behind Sadamachiko, looking quite righteous. Thank you, they want to kidnap me. Catching her breath, Sadamachiko said in a panic. Miss, don't worry, I'm here. Hey, fatso, get out of my way. However, before the chubby man could finish his sentence, he was kicked away by the man in black. It turned out that a delusional middle schooler was just a delusional middle schooler, of no use at all. Sadamachiko didn't expect this brave, chubby man to be so useless. Helpless, she had to run toward the shrine. Help! Thus, Sadamachiko and the men in black charged into the shrine. Despite Sadamachiko's desperate attempt to escape, she was no match for the men in black and was soon cornered under a cherry blossom tree, with no way out. Who are you? Why are you capturing me? In a state of panic, Sadamachiko shouted. She truly couldn't understand who she had offended that warranted such a concerted effort to capture her. She was just a small office worker. Chapter 55, The Appearance of the Two-Tailed Beast's Humph. The black-clothed man merely snorted coldly, not answering her words at all. Seeing that more and more people were gathering around, he didn't want to delay any longer, fearing that complications might arise and cause trouble. Quick, grab her. Yes. Help me. Are you just going to stand there and watch? Are you all dead? Seeing the black-clothed man rushing over, Sadamachiko cried out for help. But the onlookers completely ignored her, making her feel furious. Sadamachiko couldn't understand how the descendants of Amaterasu had become such cowardly and incompetent fools. Right? We can't just stand by and watch. Quickly upload this online. Let the netizens condemn them. A group of men bullying a woman. It's simply shameless. Exactly. They are acting disgracefully as descendants of Amaterasu. Hearing Sadamachiko's words, some people turned away in shame, but most still wore expressions of amusement. And some even took out their phones to film the scene. You all. Sadamachiko, upon hearing this, wished she could strike down this group of useless fools. Meanwhile, in a room inside the shrine, Tokima Tsukina was hiding and asked Shu, "Can you go check if those guys have left?" Oh, the part-time shrine priest named Shu leaned over the window to take a look and replied, "No." After speaking, Shu said somewhat shamefully, "Lord Shrine Master, this is our shrine after all. As shrine priests, shouldn't we be driving away the bad guys instead of hiding here? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? TCH, if you think it's inappropriate, then you go drive those black-clothed men away." Tokima Tsukina rolled his eyes at Shiyu. Never mind then. After hesitating for a moment, Shiyu shook his head. Thinking of the ferocity of those black-clothed men, he felt it was better not to play the hero. After all, he wasn't a real shrine priest. He was just a part-timer at the shrine. Yes, Shiyu was not a shrine priest. The only official shrine priest at Yusosen Shrine was Tokima Tsukina. Because Yusosen Shrine was just a small shrine, and its operating condition wasn't very good. It couldn't afford to hire a full-time priest, so it could only find an ordinary person to work part-time and make do. As the shrine master of Yusosen Shrine, Tokima Tsukina knew that hiding wasn't good, but what else could he do? Boldly rush in and fight against the bad guys? Don't be ridiculous. He, Tokima Tsukina, had neither the courage nor the skill for that. In fact, after graduating from university, Tokima Tsukina had also mixed around in society for a while. Later, when his parents grew older, he ended his carefree life and returned home to take over the shrine. Those black-clothed men always made him feel a sense of familiarity reminiscent of being pursued by the underworld for debts, so he didn't want to stir up trouble, which was why he hid. After all, as a shrine priest, if someone caused trouble in the shrine, he should step forward. If he didn't, how would he continue his business in the future? But he didn't want to cause trouble, so he naturally pretended not to know. At this moment, Sadamachiko, who was already pushed to a dead end, cried out in despair, "Great deity, if you are watching over me, please save me once more. I am willing to offer up my offerings again." Deity? Even the deity can't save you now. Hearing Sadamachiko's plea to the deity, the black-clothed man laughed disdainfully. Grab her. Yes. Just then, Yagami Kid, who was in class, suddenly sensed something. He focused his thoughts and instantly understood what was happening. Interesting, daring to capture someone at a shrine? After understanding the situation, Yagami Kid felt that these black-clothed men were incredibly audacious, showing such blatant disrespect. He also felt pity for Sadamachiko. This girl was just too unlucky. Just a day later, she was targeted by the underworld organization again. Could it be that she was truly cursed? However, upon learning that Sadamachiko was currently at Yusosen Shrine, Yagami Kid came up with an idea. Yusosen Shrine was famous for sealing cat demons, and he just happened to have a cat spirit fruit. If he didn't take advantage of this legend to make a fortune, it would be a disservice to himself. This This time I will definitely make a big profit. After deciding to use the legend of Yusosin Shrine as a template for a scheme, Yagami Kid immediately summoned 2 clones. When he left last time, Yagami Kid had already regarded Sadamichiko as a backup piece, so he left a mark on her. As long as this mark existed, he would know everything. He could also use the mark as a coordinate to project his power. Then, with Yagami Kid's projection, Yusosin Shrine underwent a massive change. Whoa! What's going on? What a strong wind. Look over there. My God, what is happening? The sudden strong wind blew everyone in the shrine, causing them to instinctively take cover. But at that moment, someone suddenly noticed that the giant stone said to seal the cat demon in the shrine emitted a blue light. At the same time, blue flames began to burn around the giant stone. This bizarre scene immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even the black-clothed men were stunned by this strange phenomenon and dared not approach to capture Sadamichiko. Damn it, what is happening? The leader of the black-clothed men looked grim. He never expected that capturing a stinky woman would cause such a commotion. Meanwhile, Sadamichiko was also puzzled. She didn't expect the deity not to manifest, but the sealing stone behind her would present such an anomaly. Forget it, grab her and leave. Glancing at the sealing stone and then at Sadamichiko in front of it, the leader of the black-clothed men gritted his teeth and commanded, "What are you all standing there for? Get moving." Oh, yes. Although the black-clothed men felt somewhat uneasy under their leader's strong order, they still rushed towards Sadamichiko. "Don't come over." Seeing the black-clothed men rushing over, Sadamichiko instinctively shouted in fear. Whoa! Just as Sadamichiko finished her shout, a whirlwind suddenly rose beneath her feet, blowing all the black-clothed men who charged in away. Ouch! This bizarre scene also caught the attention of everyone present. When the whirlwind stopped, a beautiful woman dressed in a kimono with seductive features appeared in front of Sadamichiko. She was the cat spirit Yagami Kid, created using the template of Yui Hitano. The cat spirit clone immediately became the center of attention for everyone present. Look, a woman appeared in the wind. My God, she's so beautiful. Who is she? A demon? Due to the cat spirit clone's spectacular appearance, it instantly sparked speculation among the crowd. Under everyone's gaze, the 2 cat tails behind the cat spirit clone, which were constantly swaying, also immediately drew gasps from everyone. Chapter 56, Kazama-jin and the Extraordinary Exploration Society. Look, that woman has a tail behind her. It's true. There are 2 tails. She really is a monster. 2 tails? Could be a cat demon. Seeing those 2 tails, everyone was shocked and speculated. Under the shock, some people began to retreat in fear, while others, more daring and eager to stand out, started taking pictures with their phones. Thus, news about a cat demon appearing at Yuzen Shrine quickly spread across the internet. Come and see. A monster has appeared at Yuzen Shrine. 2 tails. It must be the legendary cat demon. Live streaming the monster's appearance. Shocked, beautiful monster appears at the shrine. With various sensational and eye-catching headlines, the news spread rapidly. However, in modern society, the internet is filled with all sorts of bizarre and absurd claims. Many people, in pursuit of fame and attention, engage in all kinds of ridiculous antics. So despite the shocking titles, no one really believes it. Another internet celebrity is up to new tricks. Where do they find this actress? Quite pretty. Yeah, she looks familiar. I think I have her works on my hard drive. Although the vast majority of people didn't believe it, thinking it was just some internet celebrity's stunt for traffic. After all, in modern society where science is advanced, how could there be monsters? Even if there were, they would have to obey in front of modern weapons. Yet, there were still some fantasy enthusiasts and delusional fans who believed it was real because they inherently thought that monsters existed in this world, just not yet discovered by humans. So, disregarding the truth, they jumped in to defend it. Who says it's fake? This is real. Can something fake be this realistic? Exactly. Monsters do existe. What's wrong with discovering one? Long live monsters. As these bizarre statements from this peculiar group of humans emerged, they were immediately met with ridicule online. These fools are at it again. The management at the mental hospital is too lax. How did they let them slip out again? Here comes that guy again, buddy. You got a problem. You need treatment. At that moment, in a room plastered with images of monsters and mythological figures. A short and chubby middle school boy looked at the mocking comments online, his face filled with anger. Damn it! How dare they call me a lunatic? After cursing to himself, the middle school boy immediately started typing furiously on his keyboard. Hey, everyone, let us go. Let us tear them apart. Yes, President. Let them see our power. As he hammered away at the keyboard, the boy's argumentative talent came alive. The chubby boy's name was Kazama Jin, a deeply delusional otaku. He stubbornly believed that monsters existed in the world, and there were also extraordinary beings capable of defeating these monsters. Thus, he became obsessed with any information regarding monsters and ancient extraordinary beings. To this end, he even formed an organization called the Extraordinary Exploration Society and appointed himself as president. The society comprised others like him, who were also obsessed with supernatural entities and powers. In real life, these otakus might just be a group of underachievers, but online, everyone transformed into unstoppable trolls, often tearing apart those who denied the existence of monsters. You lunatics, stop being ridiculous. There are no monsters in this world. How can there be none? Just because they haven't been discovered doesn't mean they don't exist. Exactly. Monsters must exist. Damn it. If there are monsters, then show us one. Sure, just wait. As the trolls continued their arguments, the discussions online gradually veered off topic. Everyone's attention shifted from the appearance of the cat demon to whether monsters existed or not, and it kept drifting further away. But luckily, there were still some people paying attention to the cat demon news, so one comment brought everyone's focus back. I say, everyone, have you noticed this is a live broadcast? Once this was said, whether they denied the existence of monsters or supported it, everyone fell silent, because in their back and forth, they had completely overlooked this detail, all focused on how to troll the naysayers on the other side of the screen. Until someone reminded them, everyone then refocused on this detail. Is it really a live broadcast? But those two cattails look too realistic. It does look quite real. Damn it. Just as everyone's attention turned back to the appearance of the cat demon, Kazama Jin suddenly stood up, looking regretful. Damn it. I'm such an idiot. After cursing himself, Kazama Jin hurriedly ran out of the room. Since Yuzen Shrine was not far from his home, he realized that he had been so busy arguing that he hadn't paid attention to the fact that if he just wanted to take a look, he could confirm whether the monster was real or not. Once he confirmed the authenticity of the monster, who would dare to call him a lunatic again? Jin, where are you going? Seeing Kazama Jin rush out in a panic, his mother, Kazama Mikuki, asked, Don't worry, I'm going to Shrine. Kazama Jin didn't have time to explain, just shouted a quick response before disappearing. It was impressive for a chubby boy to have such speed. Sigh. Watching Kazama Jin's back, Kazama Mikuki sighed helplessly. Kazama Mikuki was a full-time housewife. She had completely run out of patience with Kazama Jin, perhaps because of his appearance. Kazama Jin disliked going out, even refusing to go to school, often taking leave to stay home. Kazama Mikuki had advised him many times, but he just wouldn't listen. Why is there no footage? Did the streamer lose connection? On the internet, just as everyone was discussing heatedly, suddenly the screen went blank. Needless to say, it was the officials intervening. At that moment, inside Yuzen Shrine, the cat demon's doppelganger began to move. She glanced at the ceiling stone and then mockingly said, It's Kana's aura. That useless woman was indeed sealed here. Truly a disgrace to the cat demon clan. Divine Lord. Seeing the cat demon's doppelganger, Sadamichiko was filled with excitement. It truly was the Divine Lord, responding to her prayers once again. Suddenly, Sadamichiko felt a bit ashamed. The Divine Lord was so merciful, yet she came to the shrine hoping to escape from the Divine Lord. How ungrateful of her. It's you little cat demon. The cat demon's doppelganger chuckled lightly. Who are you? How dare you act like a god here? At this moment, the leader of the black-clad men nervously asked. Shut up. The cat demon's doppelganger disdainfully snorted, then flicked her tail, sending the leader of the black-clad men flying, leaving him severely injured. Her tail. It's really a monster. A monster. With this tail swipe, it immediately stunned everyone, making them realize that the cat demon's doppelganger was not a benevolent being. Chapter 57. The cat demon seal, the cold expression of the cat demon doppelganger startled Sadamachiko. Lord God, what if Lord God thinks I'm useless? Always bothering her with such trivial matters? What if Lord God gets angry? While Sadamachiko was lost in her thoughts, the cat demon doppelganger said with a teasing smile, Hee, although you are useless, you are still my sister. For the sake of our shared bloodline, I will be magnanimous and let you out. After saying that, the cat demon doppelganger emitted a strong aura. Then, with a wave of her right hand, she summoned several blue fireballs and hurled them at the sealing stone. Go! But just as the fireballs struck the sealing stone, it suddenly emitted a golden light. A transparent barrier appeared, and the blue fireballs exploded against the barrier with a loud bang. Boom! Ouch! Be careful. The shockwave knocked people around them to the ground. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. It's the priest's sealing barrier, after all. Looking at the barrier, the cat demon doppelganger's expression turned serious. But soon after, her expression became disdainful. What a pity. The barrier may be powerful, but you are already dead. As soon as the word dead escaped her lips, the two cattails of the doppelganger suddenly grew larger. Like steel whips, they struck fiercely against the barrier. Bang! 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 With each attack of the cattails, the barrier on the sealing stone began to flicker. Seeing the scene, someone who knew the legend of the Yuuzhan Shrine suddenly shouted in panic. No. No. She wants to release the cat demon sealed here, run. Cat demon. Upon hearing this, everyone who had been dazed suddenly snapped to attention. The Yuuzhan Shrine was small and not well known, so those who came to worship were mostly locals, and they had some knowledge of the shrine's legends. They knew that hundreds of years ago, a priest at the Yuuzhan Shrine had sealed a powerful and malevolent cat demon here. The place where the cat demon was sealed was right beneath that sealing stone. This sealing stone was also one of the few ancient cultural sites of the Yuuzhan Shrine. According to legend, the cat demon was brutal and had killed many. The thought of such a legendary monster being released sent everyone into a panic. Run, run. The monster is coming out. Influenced by the legend, everyone scattered in a hurry. After all, no one wanted to lose their life just to watch a spectacle. After hearing the legend, Sadamachiko seemed to understand. Lord God came here not to save her, but to release this cat demon of her kind that was sealed here. It seemed to be Lord God's sister, right? Vaguely, Sadamachiko recalled what the cat demon doppelganger had said earlier. Glug! The thought of Lord God releasing the terrifying monster that killed many made Sadamachiko swallow hard. She quickly glanced around and slipped away, afraid of being noticed. Meanwhile, in the distance, Tsuji Masaneo and Shiyu exchanged glances, both showing disbelief and confusion in their eyes. What is going on? How did a good kidnapping of a beautiful woman turn into a monster's emergence? This is absurd. As the head of the Yuuzhan Shrine, Tsuji Masaneo naturally knew the legend of the cat demon, and he even knew the internal version that was not made public. Because of this, he understood how ridiculous this was. He had heard from his grandfather when he was young that the legend of the cat demon was completely fabricated. It was entirely because there were too few visitors to the shrine back then, and the meager offerings couldn't even provide for their meals. To collect more offerings, their ancestors made up this cat demon legend and spread the horror of the cat demon widely. In the end, they claimed that they had gone through great hardships to seal the cat demon, all to instill fear and encourage the common people to come to the shrine to pray for blessings. It was all about making money. In fact, this kind of self-promoting legend and monster myth-making was not uncommon in shrines and temples in Japan. Most of them had done it. After all, the common people used to be very poor, barely able to feed themselves, let alone have spare money to donate at the shrine. If it weren't for the disturbances caused by monsters, how could they afford to spend money? A philosopher once said, no demons, no Buddha, not to mention the dumbfounded Tsuji Masaneo. She beside him thought, I'm here to work, not to suppress monsters. You can't expect me to do monster suppression for the pay of a part-time job. I need extra money. Shiyu silently decided that once this was over, he would definitely talk to Tsuji Masaneo about compensation. Bang! Just as Tsuji Masaneo and Shiyu were calculating in silence, the barrier on the sealing stone became increasingly unstable. Both of them exchanged glances and wore extremely ugly smiles. Then they stood up and shouted, run. Faced with the impending collapse of the barrier and the emergence of the cat demon, these two guys actually ran away in fear, completely forgetting their identities. Damn, everyone is running away. Not brave at all. Without anyone, how can I earn souls? Night God, Keed, originally wanted to put on a more convincing show, but unexpectedly, it was too convincing and scared everyone away. This is a disaster. Fortunately, the officials finally arrived to prevent Night God Keed from performing a one-man show. Crash! As the cat demon doppelganger attacked, the barrier finally couldn't hold and collapsed. The cat demon doppelganger immediately mocked. A mere barrier thinks it can stop me? Oof. At this point, Hanachion Ruri had already led her team into the Yuzen Shrine. As soon as she entered, she witnessed the scene of the barrier collapsing. Oh no! Although she didn't fully understand the situation, seeing the sacred barrier breaking, she knew things were bad. Sure enough, after the barrier collapsed, the sealing stone emitted a faint glow. At the same time, countless runes appeared, writhing like tadpoles. These runes seemed to be chain links, binding the entire sealing stone. Seeing this, the cat demon doppelganger couldn't help but curse. Damn priest, there are still backup plans. After cursing, the cat demon doppelganger immediately conjured a blue fire pillar that struck the sealing stone. The runes on the sealing stone continued to resist. On the other side, after getting into position, Hanachion Ruri immediately received a command from Aoki Ryuichi through her earpiece. Hanachion, we cannot let the situation worsen. Immediately capture the cat demon sample. Since supernatural phenomena had emerged, the police department had been eager to capture a supernatural sample, but had always been unsuccessful. In the last nursing home incident, the police department not only suffered losses, but also returned empty-handed. Even now, there were dozens of special forces lying in the hospital as vegetative patients. This time, the police department was well prepared and determined to redeem themselves. Chapter 58. The Avatar is blown up, yes. Please rest assured. Section Chief. After responding, Hu Qianyuan Liuli waved her right hand, and soon more than a dozen special forces dispersed and prepared to take action. This time, the Metropolitan Police Department was well prepared, having learned from the lessons of the last failure, and equipped with a number of new weapons. Therefore, they had some confidence in capturing the cat demon. Once the special forces were in position, Hu Qianyuan Liuli commanded, all units, pay attention, act immediately. Start. Bang, bang, bang. With Hu Qianyuan Liuli's order, several snipers immediately opened fire. This time you're definitely getting caught. Looking at the cat demon in the distance, Hu Qianyuan Liuli smiled proudly. In her view, the main reason for the failure of the last operation was that the ghost had no physical form. As a result, most of their weaponry had been useless. But this time it was different. The cat demon had a physical form. The tranquilizer darts shot by those snipers were enough to take down 10 elephants. They couldn't do anything about a ghost, but a physical cat demon? No matter how powerful you are, you'll be blown to bits by modern weapons. This time, Hu Qianyuan Liuli wanted to tell these supernatural beings that the times had changed. It was no longer the era of monsters. Originally, Hu Qianyuan Liuli wanted to shout good and see the scene of the cat demon falling to the ground after being hit. However, unexpectedly, the cat demon just shot her a glare, and a blue wall of fire rose in front of her. Several tranquilizer darts didn't even touch the cat demon and completely melted away. Damn it, how could this happen? With the attack failing, Hu Qianyuan Liuli's expression turned a bit ugly. At that moment, Aoki Longi's voice came through the headset. Hu Qianyuan, switch to live ammunition. If we can't capture it whole, we can still capture it half dead. At all costs, we must capture the cat demon. Looking at the video feed, Aoki Longi's gaze was extremely cold. Ever since the last failure of the nursing home operation, Aoki Longi's life had been quite difficult. He had originally been a compromise among various factions, and without any backing in the higher-ups of the Metropolitan Police Department, he was practically the perfect scapegoat. If it weren't for the big bosses not wanting their own people to take the fall, he might have been removed long ago. Although his position was a result of the compromise of various forces and not very stable, Aoki Longi still wanted to hold on to it. This was his only opportunity to climb up. If he were to be swept into the dust this time, his future would be completely ruined. So when he heard that a cat demon had appeared at the Yuzen Shrine, Aoki Longi was thrilled. This time, He was betting everything and had to deliver results. Yes. Section Chief. Following Aoki Longi's instructions, Huqinyuan Liuli immediately ordered to switch to live ammunition. However, after the cat demon avatar was attacked, it not only felt no tension, but found it somewhat amusing. The officials really had perseverance. After being so badly beaten last time, they still dared to take the initiative. She glanced disdainfully and said, "A bunch of insects." Although lacking experience in combating the supernatural, the equipment of the Supernatural Investigation Division was top-notch in the country. Therefore, the cat demon's words clearly reached everyone's ears in the command center. Damn, how dare they look down on us? Not only Aoki Longi, but the big shots of the Metropolitan Police Department were also furious. They were actually called insects by a demon. How much contempt did that show? Open fire immediately. In a fit of anger, Aoki Longi ordered the shooting. Bang, bang, bang. Insects. Originally, the cat demon avatar wanted to mock them again and tease these people. However, the next second, several bullets tore through her body. She didn't even have time to react. Damn it. Yagami, what's wrong with you? Meanwhile, Yagami Keed, who was in class, immediately felt that the avatar had been eliminated. Surprised, he couldn't help but exclaim. His exclamation instantly drew the teacher's displeasure, who shot him a glare. Even the surrounding classmates looked over curiously. Realizing this, Yagami Keed quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, teacher." Sit down, pay attention in class, and don't disturb others. With that, Owagata Ikaru's eyes flashed with a hint of disgust. Owagata Ikaru was the math teacher for the second year of high school. He hated students who didn't study hard. Not only did they not study well, but they also didn't follow classroom discipline. It was truly annoying. Yes, the original body was indeed a poor student. After sitting down, Kajisuji Shigeo asked curiously, "Yagami, what happened to you just now?" "Nothing, just a cramp in my leg." Yagami Keed shook his head, casually brushing it off. Oh, Kajisuji Shigeo didn't press further, as it wasn't a big deal anyway. He was pondering other matters in his mind. Phew. After sitting down, Yagami Keed let out a sigh. He really didn't expect that the officials would use an anti-material sniper rifle against him. It should be known that anti-material sniper rifles are used against armored targets. Although Yagami Keed's physique had become extremely abnormal after absorbing several devil fruits, due to the low level of development, he had not yet reached the point where he could withstand an anti-material sniper rifle. So the avatar was indeed blown up. Moreover, since the will of the avatar was connected to the will of the main body, the feeling of being blown up was transmitted to Yagami Keed without any difference. And that feeling of being hit by bullets was certainly not pleasant at all. After calming down, Yagami Keed became a bit angry. "You guys, I just want to tease you. I didn't intend to go all out. But since you want to court death, don't blame me for being ruthless." With a cold look in his eyes, Yagami Keed decided to teach these guys a good lesson. Fortunately, as long as it was a place where Yagami Keed had left a mark, he could summon avatars at any time. So with a thought, he summoned another avatar. Using Shrine. Yay! Seeing the cat demon avatar get hit, Huqinyuan Liuli exclaimed excitedly. However, as soon as she shouted, she saw the cat demon's body vanish. Where's the cat demon? Why has it disappeared? Not only Huqinyuan Liuli, but Aoki Longi was also very surprised. What was going on? Did the cat demon also not have a physical form? Looking at the mysteriously disappearing cat demon, Aoki Longi suddenly felt overwhelmed. If it had no physical form, how could they capture a sample? Fortunately, the cat demon avatar only disappeared for a moment before being summoned back by Yagami Keed. Due to being blown up just now, the cat demon avatar looked very displeased. "Damn insects, how dare you hurt my avatar? I will make you pay." With a roar, the cat demon avatar began to go on a rampage. Who? The cat demon avatar took a deep breath and unleashed a blue fire dragon, instantly engulfing the entire Yuzen shrine in flames. Chapter 59. The Evil Fire of the Spirit Cat. Oh no. Fire. Run. Under the sea of flames, the members of the Supernatural Investigation class were instantly burned and fled in a panic. Even Hanazaki Ruri was in a terrible state. Damn cat demon, it almost burned me. After avoiding the flames, Hanazaki Ruri immediately ordered, "Sniper, continue shooting." "Damn it, I don't believe I can't kill you." A sniper took a deep breath shaken by the shock of the cat demon's resurrection, and then pulled the trigger again. Bang, 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 as the sniper fired again. The cat's clone was blown up once more. But every time the clone was destroyed, Yagami Kid would summon it back again. After several rounds of this, the sniper was starting to crack. Damn it, why can't I kill this cat demon? What should I do? Watching the cat demon resurrect time and time again, all the snipers were dumbfounded. Originally, these snipers were very confident in their weapons because this was an anti-material sniper rifle. On Blue Star, there were no creatures that could survive a bullet from an anti-material sniper rifle. But this magical scene was happening for real. The power of an anti-material sniper rifle is certainly not to be underestimated. Even a devil fruit user would not be indifferent. In fact, every time the cat's clone was created, it was hit solidly by bullets, but Yagami Kid's summoning speed was extremely fast. Thus, it gave everyone the illusion that the cat demon was unafraid of bullets. It seemed to disappear quickly before being hit and then reappear in the distance. After being blown up several times in a row, the cat's clone was also filled with rage, saying, "You annoying bugs, when will you stop?" Upon reappearing, the cat's clone's tail suddenly swelled in the wind. Like a dancing snake, it charged towards the sniper's ambush point. My God! A sniper was startled and, without thinking much, dropped his sniper rifle and fled. Bang! Just as he ran away, the ambush point was instantly destroyed by the cat's tail. After destroying the ambush point, the cat's tail continued to wreak havoc. The buildings in the shrine quickly turned to ruins under the destruction of the cat's tail. If Tokamura Tsukasa saw this scene, he would surely bleed from his heart. Damn bugs, can you run away? The cat demon's clone was extremely disgusted with these shooting bugs, so she snorted coldly, and two cattails quickly moved like agile snakes, wrapping up the fleeing snipers one by one, then dragging them in front of her main body. Let me go! Damn monster! Bang! 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 The snipers, terrified and entangled by the tail, pulled out their handguns and began to shoot wildly. However, most of the bullets were deflected by the cat's tail, and those that did hit were completely ineffective. The cat's clone couldn't withstand the anti-material sniper rifle, but against handguns, it showed no fear at all. It's just you damn bugs. Looking at the snipers wrapped up by the cat's tail, the cat's clone had an extremely cold expression. Let me go, you damn monster. Bang, bang, bang. A sniper, intimidated by the cat's clone's gaze, was extremely frightened and instinctively poured all his bullets at her. The cat's clone simply coldly said one word. D. Boom. As soon as the word die was uttered, all the snipers who were wrapped up were instantly burned to ashes by blue flames. Gulp. My God, this is a monster. The snipers turned to ashes in an instant, immediately shocking everyone. Many people gulped in fear, thinking, how can we fight against such a monster? These damn monsters are so perverse. Do they still allow ordinary people to live? Watching this scene, Hanazaki Ruri felt a wave of dryness in her throat. She couldn't imagine that modern people with high-tech weapons were completely powerless in front of these monsters. How did ancient shamans seal such terrifying creatures? Meanwhile, in the command center at the back, Aoki Ryuichi also had a grim expression. This damn monster? Do monsters not fear bullets at all? Originally, the large-caliber anti-material sniper rifle was Aoki Ryuichi's trump card. But now the trump card was completely useless, leaving Aoki Ryuichi feeling helpless about how to deal with this monster. However, at that moment, Yamada suddenly spoke up. No, it's not like that. Hearing Yamada Ryu's words, Aoki Ryuichi immediately turned to ask, what is not right? Chief, I think the cat demon is not afraid of bullets. Yamada Ryu pondered for a moment and said, oh, Chief, think about it. Every time the sniper shoots, the cat demon dodges the bullets by disappearing in an instant, which means the bullets can harm her. Otherwise, she wouldn't need to dodge, just like those ghosts. Ghosts. With Yamada Ryu's reminder, Aoki Ryuichi immediately reacted. Right? Ghosts. Aoki Ryuichi thought that ghosts do not dodge when facing gunfire, because they are not afraid of bullets. Bullets just pass through them. But the cat demon dodges every time she is shot at. If the bullets were useless to her, she wouldn't need to dodge. Dodging means that the bullets pose a threat to her. At least the anti-material sniper rifle poses a threat. It should be known that anti-material sniper rifles are meant to deal with armor targets. The bullets have great kinetic energy, And even if the cat demon's body is as tough as steel, the bullets may not penetrate, but the powerful kinetic energy is still terrifying. This is why the cat demon dodges the anti-material sniper rifle, but doesn't care about handguns. Understanding this, Aoki Ryuichi regained his confidence. He felt that wasn't that firearms were useless, but that the caliber wasn't large enough. As long as the caliber was large enough, he could definitely kill this damn cat demon. So Aoki Ryuichi immediately ordered Hanazaki Ruri to increase firepower and simultaneously requested heavy equipment support from the police headquarters. After receiving Aoki Ryuichi's order, Hanazaki Ruri immediately commanded, "All units, fire at full strength." Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, a dense barrage of bullets enveloped the cat's clone. Damn, these damn bastards. Although the cat's clone didn't care about small-caliber assault rifles, it couldn't withstand such dense firepower. Under such concentrated fire, the cat's clone was blown up again, looking for death. After being blown up once, Yagami Kid decided to stop holding back. So he upgraded the cat's fruit and decided to teach the police headquarters a lesson. Spirit Cat, Evil Fire. After upgrading the cat's fruit and combining it with the clone fruit's abilities, Yagami Kid created a new skill, summoning dozens of small cat clones made of blue demon fire. Meow, meow, meow. Then, dozens of small cat clones immediately began a rampage. Chapter 60. Support from Yoshizawa Yuna. Oh no. So many spirit cat demons. Get out of the way. Quick shoot. The spirit cat demons are extremely agile and possess the fire abilities of a cat spirit, making them act like small predators, freely hunting down the surrounding police officers, with bullets unable to hit them at all. Bang, bang, bang. Not far away, Hanasaki Ruri is shooting while dodging the spirit cat demons. Damn monsters. At that moment, a police officer next to her is suddenly pounced on by a spirit cat demon. With a scream, he is burned to ashes by the demon fire. This scene completely terrifies Hanasaki Ruri. What are these ghostly things? Seeing they are outmatched, Hanasaki gives the order immediately. All units retreat. Hurry, retreat. Faced with the agile and ferocious spirit cat demons, the police have already collapsed. As soon as they hear the order to retreat, they all run back. Damn it. Watching his subordinates retreat, Aoki Ryuichi's face turns pale with anger. He then turns to ask, has the reinforcements' new equipment arrived yet? No. Yamada Ryosuke shakes his head with a grim expression. Damn it. Just now, Aoki Ryuichi had requested to allocate more powerful weapons, but it was rejected by the higher-ups. After all, this is Tokyo. Using anti-material sniper rifles is already their limit. The higher-ups won't allow the use of rocket launchers here. If rocket launchers start blasting away, it will be impossible to cover up the situation. Not to mention, Tokyo's stock market would surely plummet the next day, and they won't take the blame for that. Therefore, to protect Tokyo's stock prices, they are willing to sacrifice a few more people. Fortunately, although the higher-ups are cold-blooded, they are not completely indifferent to the lives of those on the front line. After all, if the front lines collapse and the monsters break out of the shrine, it would cause even bigger trouble. Thus, although they are unwilling to send heavy equipment, they have dispatched the latest type, special supernatural combat weapons. That's right. It's another brainchild of the logistics department. Although Aoki Ryuichi has given up hope on the rubbish developed by the logistics department, having reinforcements is still better than nothing. At Yuzen Shrine, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police are completely demoralized under the pursuit of the spirit cat demons. Watching the fleeing police officers, the cat spirit doppelganger feels quite pleased. Let you shoot me with sniper rifles. Seeing the situation getting out of control, the higher-ups of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police can no longer hold back. Aoki, what are you doing? What if the monsters rush to the shrine? Immediately order everyone to fight back. We must contain the monsters. Reinforcements are on the way. Nakayama Masao screams hysterically while watching the scene. Yes, Chief. Aoki Ryuichi's face turns pale from the scolding, but he still nods. He understands that the situation must not be allowed to spiral out of control. He immediately orders, Hanasaki, do not retreat. Stabilize the line immediately. We cannot let the monsters break out of the shrine. What? Hearing the order, Hanasaki Ruri is almost knocked over in shock. How can she stabilize the line in this situation? Isn't this sending her to her death? Section Chief Hanasaki Ruri just wanted to explain, but was cut off by Aoki Ryuichi. No bargaining. If the monsters break out of the shrine, do you know the consequences? We must block them at all costs. Yes. After hesitating for a moment, Hanasaki Ruri has no choice but to accept the order with a pale face. Everyone immediately takes defensive positions. They must keep all the monsters locked inside the shrine. What? Isn't this sending us to our deaths? Once the command is issued, all the officers feel blank in their minds. Everyone, execute immediately. Hanasaki Ruri reiterates with a murderous aura. Meow. However, just as she gathers a bit of courage, a spirit cat demon charges at her. Seeing the spirit cat demon's fierce and inhumane gaze, the courage Hanasaki Ruri had mustered instantly dissipates. Oh no! Whoosh! Realizing the danger, the spirit cat demon launches its attack. It's over. I haven't even been in a relationship yet. Watching the spirit cat demon, Hanasaki Ruri feels that she has suffered too much in this life, dying at the hands of a monster before ever experiencing love. Section Chief, duck! At this critical moment, a voice suddenly sounds behind Hanasaki Ruri. Yoshizawa. With no time to think, Hanasaki Ruri quickly follows the advice and ducks down. Phew, phew, phew. As Hanasaki Ruri ducks down, a white mist sprays directly at the spirit cat demon. At the same time, a chill makes her shiver. Why is it so cold? Confused, Hanasaki Ruri looks up and discovers that more than a dozen Special Forces members are carrying equipment that resembles flamethrowers, continuously spraying white mist at the cat demons. Under the white mist, all the cat demons are retreating. Section Chief, are you okay? While Hanasaki Ruri is in a daze, Yoshizawa Yuna helps her up. Feeling the low temperature of the white mist, Hanasaki Ruri asks, Yoshizawa, what is this? Section Chief, this is new equipment developed by the Logistics Department, a dry sprayer. It's specifically designed to deal with flame-type monsters. Yoshizawa Yuna replies, a dry ice sprayer? Watching the cat demons being pushed back by the Special Forces, Hanasaki Ruri can't help but exclaim, I didn't expect those bastards in the Logistics Department to be reliable sometimes. Even though the Logistics Department lacks experience in dealing with supernatural beings, and most of the developed equipment is useless, they're still highly educated talents, and under their brainstorming, they have achieved some results. At the very least, this dry ice sprayer is quite reliable. Oh, these police have new equipment? Meanwhile, the cat spirit doppelganger also notices the official's new weapon. Interesting. The cat spirit doppelganger finds the official's new equipment quite amusing. However, it's just amusing, because while this new equipment is indeed novel, the threat it poses is not significant. After all, the flames of the cat demons are not ordinary flames. They are demon fire, but it's still good to give the official some face, letting them think they still have the capability to handle supernatural incidents. Otherwise, if they hit too hard and the officials completely give up, that wouldn't be good. Quick, surround them. Under the attack of the dry ice sprayers, all the spirit cat demons are retreating and gradually being gathered together. Victory seems to be pouring towards the Tokyo Metropolitan Police. Haha, you came just in time. Yoshizawa, with these new weapons, let us see how these monsters can be so arrogant. Seeing the situation coming under control, Hanasaki Ruri becomes spirited again. Chapter 61. The situation takes a turn. There's no need to worry, Captain. To deal with the cat demon, I brought more than just a dry ice sprayer. Along with that, Yoshizawa Yuna also started to show off. That's great. Hearing Yoshizawa Yuna's words, Hanazono Ruri felt even more confident. Soon after, all the spirit cat evil fires were driven together. Then a Special Forces commander waved his hand, and a dozen people with new equipment immediately stepped forward. Capture begins. At the command, the dozen people immediately opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Almost instantly, several net bullets enveloped the spirit cat, evil fire. These net bullets won't be burned, will they? Hanazono Ruri was a bit worried, knowing that the spirit cat, evil fire was covered in demonic flames. However, Yoshizawa Yuna looked confident. Don't worry, Captain. These net bullets are made from special high polymer materials, which are not only incredibly strong, but also have excellent fire resistance. That's good. But the spirit cat evil fire is a manifestation made of demonic flames. How could it possibly be caught in a net? So, while the net bullets indeed weren't burned, the spirit cat evil fire simply shook and passed right through. This thing seems useless. Do we have any other equipment? Seeing this, Hanazono Ruri turned to ask. Yes. Yoshizawa Yuna never expected that her bragging would be instantly countered, but fortunately, she still had backup. So, Yoshizawa Yuna quickly contacted the reserve team. Go. Soon, another team of special forces appeared. Pointing at the weapons in the special forces' hands, Yoshizawa Yuna proudly said, Captain, look, this is a foaming gun that can shoot special foaming bullets. These bullets will rapidly expand upon contact with air and become extremely hard. Once hit by these foaming bullets, even an elephant wouldn't be able to move. I hope that's the case. After what just happened, Hanazono Ruri was no longer blindly confident about these new pieces of equipment. So, looking at those devices, Hanazono Ruri murmured to herself, sigh. The cat demon is not an elephant. Fire. Soon, several foaming bullets were shot at the spirit cat, evil fire. ZZZ. As expected, the foaming bullets were incredibly powerful, rapidly expanding upon contact with air, and had good fire resistance. The expanded foaming bullets had a very gelatinous feel, making them extremely sticky. Therefore, the spirit cat evil fire covered by the foaming bullets was quickly stuck. As the foaming bullets gradually hardened, the spirit cat evil fire became more and more difficult to move, and slowly, all the spirit cat evil fires were confined. Great, Captain, look! Seeing that the spirit cat evil fire was confined, Yoshizawa Yuna was overjoyed. I hope nothing goes wrong. Hanazono Ruri was also very happy, but amidst her joy, she felt a bit worried. After all, these cat demons were really difficult to deal with, and she was a bit scared. Instead, Yoshizawa Yuna was very confident in the foaming bullets, saying, Don't worry, Captain. There won't be any problems. These foaming bullets are very strong. Even an elephant can't break free. Unless these cat demons can disappear and reassemble, they definitely won't break free. Meow. Just as Yoshizawa Yuna finished speaking, all the spirit cat evil fires howled. Then, they transformed into blue flames and gathered into a giant blue cat demon. Surprised, right? Didn't know the clones could merge, showing off a high-level operation. The cat demon was quite smug. What? How could this happen? Seeing the impressive maneuver of the cat demon, Yoshizawa Yuna was almost in tears. Woo-woo. This is so unfair. Looking at Yoshizawa Yuna's grim face, Hanazono Ruri asked again, Is there any new equipment? Yes. Yoshizawa Yuna replied decisively. She couldn't believe that none of the new equipment she brought was useful. Soon, several new fire trucks drove in. Nanny, a fire truck? This counts as new equipment? Seeing the fire truck, Hanazono Ruri was dumbfounded. She had thought of many kinds of new equipment, but never a fire truck. Does this thing also count as new equipment? But the fact is, the fire truck is indeed new equipment. Moreover, it was specially modified by the logistics department's geniuses. Since cat demons can control fire, and fire trucks are meant to extinguish fires. Although it is called new equipment, it is actually a fire truck borrowed from the fire department, just filled with new type fire extinguishing foam. After all, with the short time available, the logistics department could only do this much. Spray. Shortly after, the new fire trucks began spraying fire extinguishing foam. Under the dual attack of the fire extinguishing foam and the dry ice sprayer, the police headquarters quickly gained the upper hand. Captain, look! I told you the new equipment would be useful. After the police headquarters gained the upper hand, Yoshizawa Yuna became proud again. This time, Hanazono Ruri didn't say anything, because she realized that the happier you are, the faster the moment of being slapped in the face comes. It's almost time to wrap up the fun and get down to business. The few new fire trucks and the dry ice sprayer were naturally no match for the giant cat demon. If they were restrained by mere fire extinguishing foam and dry ice, how could the cat demon fruit be called a phantom beast? Phantom beasts are naturally powerful and magical. So, just as Yoshizawa Yuna and the others were happily enjoying their upper hand, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Report, Captain. The dry ice is almost out. Suddenly, a police officer came to report. What? Hearing that the dry ice was almost out, Hanazono Ruri's expression changed. It should be noted that the reason the police headquarters was able to contain the cat demon was because of the dry ice sprayer, which sprayed freezing lines. If the dry ice runs out, the situation could become uncontrollable. What are we waiting for? Hurry and get more. Yes. In a hurry, Hanazono Ruri quickly ordered. I hope it arrives in time. At this moment, Hanazono Ruri only hoped that nothing unexpected would happen. But according to the pattern, there is always an unexpected turn of events at this time. Roar! The giant cat demon let out a roar and suddenly jumped up to hit a fire truck. Bang! The fire truck that was spraying foam was sent flying like a toy. Toof, 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 boom, boom, boom. Immediately after, the giant cat demon spat out several fireballs, turning the remaining fire trucks into balls of fire. This. Staring at this scene, Hanazono Ruri and Yoshizawa Yuna were both shocked. They didn't expect that. In just a moment, their previous advantage had completely disappeared, and the situation had instantly turned to their disadvantage. Chapter 62, The 5 Elements, Roar. After destroying all the fire trucks, the giant cat demon stood amidst the ruins and let out a roar. Its overwhelming presence drained the will to fight from the police headquarters. Chief, what should we do now? Looking at Hanazaki Ruri, Yoshizawa Yuna's face turned pale. How would I know? Hanazaki Ruri was also bewildered at this moment. She had originally thought that this time she would achieve great merit, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be an even more disastrous failure than last time. She now felt that her high-ranking position was about to say goodbye to her. On the other side, Yagami Kid felt that the chaos had gone on long enough. If it continued, the police would really collapse. So it was time to let them catch their breath. Then, with a thought, he summoned another avatar. Flame Demon. Boom! Then, amidst the fearful gazes of everyone, a pillar of fire descended from the sky. It directly blasted the giant cat demon away. The swirling flames and heat waves immediately sparked heated discussions among the surrounding citizens. What happened at the shrine? Why is there such a huge commotion? Yeah, it's been pretty chaotic since earlier, and they won't let anyone through. Is something wrong? Could it be that the news online was true? Are there really monsters? By the way, was that gunfire we heard earlier? Although the authorities had long sealed off the area around the shrine and cleaned up the news online, it was impossible to erase everything quickly enough that no one noticed. Coupled with the current commotion, it was hard not to doubt the truth of the online news. Gradually, rumors began to spread among the crowd. Who finally arrived? At this moment, the supernatural enthusiast Kazumajin also reached the outside of the shrine. But as he squeezed through the crowd of onlookers, he was stopped by the police. Stop! The Yuzen shrine is now sealed off. No one is allowed to approach. Why? Is there really a monster inside? Kazumajin, feeling disappointed, asked eagerly. But the police paid him no mind, roughly pushing him out of the cordoned-off area. Officer, just tell me. I promise not to spread it. Is the news online true or not? Officer. But no matter how much Kazumajin asked, the police remained silent. The more he asked, the more displeased the police looked at him. Damn, those damn police. It was hard for him to finally reach the shrine. But these police wouldn't let him in and wouldn't say a word. It was driving him crazy. The supernatural entity he had been longing for was right inside. Yet due to the police's blockade, he felt so close yet so far. Kazumajin anxiously scratched his head. Just because you want let me in, does that mean I really want to go in? With a glint in his eye, Kazumajin thought fiercely. At that moment, his persistence and cleverness as an otaku were fully activated. He carefully observed and finally found a loophole, seizing the opportunity to slip into the shrine. You think you can stop me? When I was skipping school, you were still in diapers. After sneaking into the shrine, Kazumajin expressed his contempt for those police officers while feeling excited. Boom! As soon as Kazumajin slipped into the shrine, he witnessed the scene of the pillar of fire blasting the giant cat demon away. So, there really are monsters. At that moment, Kazumajin was completely stunned. He felt that all the disdain and ridicule he had previously received were worth it. There really are monsters in this world. Coming back to his senses, Kazumajin immediately took out his phone to start filming. Once the flames in the shrine dissipated, a mysterious man wearing a mask inexplicably appeared in the place where the giant cat demon had been. Upon seeing the man, Hanazaki Ruri immediately recognized him. He was the first supernatural entity to appear, the Flame Demon. The aura of the demon was no less than that of the cat demon. Its powerful presence instantly subdued everyone present. So impressive. At that moment, everyone had only one thought in their minds. How powerful. Then, looking at the cat demon avatar, the demon's avatar coldly said, "Cat demon, leave this place. This is not where you belong." Facing the demon's avatar, the cat demon avatar laughed in a charming manner. Hee hee. Not where I belong. Is this really where you should be? You five elements are meddling too much. Speaking of the five elements, the cat demon avatar's aura suddenly became fierce. Anyone with eyes could see that the cat demon and the flame demon were not evenly matched. The simultaneous appearance of two supernatural entities, both belonging to opposing forces, piqued the interest of the police. Because the police's understanding of the supernatural was almost zero. Therefore, they were very interested in any information about the supernatural. The police perked up their ears, eager to hear what the two would say. Meanwhile, Yagami's thought was, hee hee. Let us see if I can fool you guys. Ignoring the cat demon avatar's hostile tone, the demon's avatar said, "Cat demon, I have no intention of making enemies with your kind. It's just that years ago, we of the five elements lost a precious item, said to have been obtained by an exiled cat demon. I must take this treasure back. Are you sure you want to be my enemy?" Facing the cat demon avatar, the demon's avatar showed no weakness. Just because you say it's your treasure doesn't mean it is. Do you have any evidence? I say it's mine. Although Kanai was exiled, she is still one of my cat demon clan. We want to let you five elements bully us. You are simply being unreasonable. Being unreasonable is a woman's privilege, didn't you know? The two confronted each other, neither yielding an inch. Especially the cat demon avatar, who directly took on a completely unreasonable attitude. Cat demon, I advise you one last time, don't make a move against me. Looking at the cat demon avatar, the demon's avatar finally warned. If you want to make a move, then I will. The cat demon avatar smiled charmingly, and then suddenly launched a sneak attack. As expected of a monster, seeing that the cat demon would act so unethically, everyone present thought the same. The cat demon avatar flashed a few times and appeared behind the demon's avatar. Then, with a cruel smile, it struck with a claw. Tearing cat claw. Mere tricks, elementalization. The demon's avatar coldly laughed, not taking this move seriously at all. It should be known that the demon's avatar used the power of the burn fruit, which could be elementalized. Therefore, the cat demon avatar's attack caused no harm at all. Another elementalization? Your five elements elementalization is really annoying. Seeing that she hadn't harmed the opponent, the cat demon avatar let out a cold snort. Chapter 63. Forget it. Let it be destroyed. Likewise. Flame Serpent Dance. After dodging this deadly blow, the ghostly deity clone immediately conjured a flame serpent. However, the cat spirit clone showed no fear at all. Don't think you're the only one who can play with fire. Demon Fire Assault. Boom! Then, two flames, red and blue, collided, creating waves of shock. Ouch! Not good, get out of the way. Under the shock wave, the people from the police headquarters were knocked to the ground. Captain! Holding onto the car door with all her might, Yoshizawa Yuna shouted in panic. But at that moment, Hanakyu and Ruri was too engrossed in the exploding flames to care about her, because Hanakyu and Ruri was stunned at the sight of the erupting flames. It's over. This time it's really over. The Yusumin shrine was already small, and after this devastation, it had almost turned into ruins. But what made her even more desperate was that the situation on site was getting worse and almost out of control. It was foreseeable that after this incident, someone would definitely be blamed, and that scapegoat would probably be her. Hanakyu and Ruri's predictions were not wrong at this moment. The big shots at the police headquarters had faces as dark as the bottom of a pot. You have to understand, this is Tokyo, the heart of the island nation. If anything happens here, it will cause great turmoil for the island nation. The reason why the higher-ups were willing to go to great lengths to quell the incident quickly was to avoid triggering unrest. But now that the Yusumin shrine was destroyed and the two monsters were in a chaotic battle, this is just too great. Supernatural powers are indeed powerful. Yet at this moment, there was one person who looked extremely excited. That person was Kazama Jin. After searching for so long, Kazama Jin finally witnessed supernatural powers. So he was not afraid at all. Instead, he was extremely happy. After the first direct confrontation, the ghostly deity clone and the cat spirit clone were evenly matched. Then both sides unleashed their ultimate moves, and the red and blue flames kept colliding in the ruins. Boom, boom, boom. And the sound of this supernatural clash caused great panic among the surrounding crowd. What is that sound? It sounds like an explosion. En explosion? Could it be terrorists? The Yusumin Shrine is in Bunkyo Ward, which is a high-class area of Tokyo, not a low-class area like Adachi. Therefore, the incident at Yusumin Shrine was on everyone's mind in Bunkyo Ward. Boom! After another move, the ghostly deity clone was forced to retreat and began to unleash its ultimate move. Damn cat demon, you're seeking death. The fire god descends. With a loud shout, all the flames in the Yusumin Shrine began to gather towards the ghostly deity clone. Gradually, it formed the image of a fire god, about 100 meters tall, with a beast's head and a human body, draped in red scales, with fiery serpents for ears and standing on a fire dragon. It's over, can't hide it anymore. At the first glance of the fire god's image, all the official personnel were instantly stunned. Their first reaction upon regaining their composure was, "We're done for." After all, a fire demon this big and tall could be seen even by a blind person. How could this be brushed off? And indeed, as soon as the image of the fire god appeared, panic and unrest quickly spread around. Look, what is that? My god, such a huge demon. Is it a monster? From the direction of the shrine, could it be that the monster in the shrine has emerged? So hot. Run, run. A monster. Although the islanders have all received materialistic education, they could not resist the phenomenon before their eyes, which was simply too surreal. Coupled with the previous booming sounds and the waves of heat radiating from the fire god's illusory figure, even those who did not believe in monsters would feel panic. Moreover, the islanders were naturally superstitious. Otherwise, there wouldn't be shrines everywhere. Thus, with all these factors combined, panic spread rapidly. Even the police officers who were sealing off the shrine felt a lump in their throat. In fact, the police outside did not know the specific situation because they were also cannon fodder. But just because they didn't know the specifics didn't mean they were unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Furthermore, the police headquarters had heard some rumors about the nursing home to some extent. However, what was equally despairing for the police headquarters was that there was still one more monster. Just a mere fire god illusion. What's the big deal? With a cold snort, the cat spirit clone began to unleash its ultimate move. True form of the cat spirit. Similarly, waves of blue demon fire surged from the cat spirit clone, forming a two-tailed cat spirit that was not at all inferior to the fire god illusion. Seeing this scene, the faces of the police headquarters officials turned even greener. Another one appeared, such a big cat demon. The Yusumin Shrine was already famous for sealing cat demons, and the appearance of this gigantic cat demon seemed to validate that. Thus, panic spread even more. Who? After forming the fire god illusion, the ghostly deity clone immediately slapped down. Roar! And the cat spirit clone did not show weakness, directly jumping aside, swishing its cat tail to counterattack. For a moment, neither the ghostly deity nor the cat demon could do anything to each other. "Captain, what should we do?" In a certain part of the ruins, Yoshizawa Yuna asked in a panic, while Hanakyun Ruri, having given up, thought that since it had come to this, she would just accept her fate. What to do? How would I know? Facing such monsters, what can I do? At that moment, Hanakyun Ruri felt that she was simply incredibly unlucky. She had just been promoted with great difficulty, and now she was going to be knocked back to her original state so soon. She hadn't even gained much yet. This is such a loss. Boom! Just as the battle between the ghostly deity and the cat's spirit raged on, the shockwaves hit the ceiling stone not far away. Under the impact of the shockwave, the ceiling stone suddenly changed and emitted a dazzling light. No way, not again. Hanakyun Ruri was in despair. With two monsters causing such a ruckus, if another one appeared, how would she survive? Just as the fire god illusion and the true form of the cat spirit were in a fierce confrontation, another massive figure appeared within the Yusumin Shrine. However, this time, it was neither a monster nor a ghostly deity, but a shaman. I didn't expect that after so long, there would still be a divine consciousness clone. Looking at the shaman's illusory figure, the cat spirit clone murmured. Not only was the cat spirit clone wary, but the ghostly deity clone also appeared somewhat solemn after the shaman's illusory figure appeared. Such strong divine consciousness. Even after dying for so long, still possessed such divine consciousness. Indeed worthy of being the legendary shaman who could seal cat demons. Cat demon, retriat. The shaman's illusory figure was expressionless, merely waving its right hand lightly to summon 2 talismans. Damn it. Faced with the 2 talismans, both the ghostly deity clone and the cat spirit clone immediately braced themselves to resist. Although it was just 2 talismans, in the eyes of the ghostly deity clone and the cat spirit clone, they felt as heavy as Mount Tai.